In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Ta Sin Mim. These are the verses of the clear book. O Muhammad, you will perhaps grieve yourself to death, because these people do not believe. If we will, we can send down a sign to them from heaven, so their necks will be humbled to it. Never does there come to them an admonition from the merciful Lord, but they turn away from it. They will soon come to know the truth of that which they have been scoffing at. Do they not look at the earth, how we caused a variety of fine vegetation to grow from it in abundance? Surely there is a sign in this, but most of them would not believe. Verily, your Lord is infinitely mighty, most compassionate. Recount to them about the time when your Lord called Moses, "Go to the wrongdoing people." The people of Pharaoh, do they have no fear? He said, "My Lord, I fear that they will brand me a liar. My breast is constricted and my tongue is not fluent, so endow messengership on Aaron. As for me, they hold the charge of a crime against me. I fear they will put me to death." He said, "Certainly not, so go both of you with our signs. We shall be with you, listening to everything." Go then to Pharaoh and say to him, "The Lord of the universe has sent us, that you let the children of Israel go with us." Pharaoh said, "Did we not bring you up among us when you were a child? You spent many years of your life among us, and then you committed that deed of yours. You are very ungrateful indeed." Moses replied, "I committed that act erringly. Then I fled for fear of you. Then my Lord bestowed wisdom and authority on me, and made me one of the messengers. Now this is the favor that you tauntingly remind me of, that you enslaved the children of Israel." Pharaoh said, "And who is the Lord of the universe?" Moses answered, "The Lord of the heavens and the earth and of all that is in between them, if you were only to believe." Pharaoh said to those around him, "Do you hear what he says?" Moses said, "He is your Lord and the Lord of your forefathers of yore." Pharaoh said to the audience, "This messenger of yours who has been sent to you is simply mad." Moses continued, "He is the Lord of the east and the west, and all between them, if you only had any understanding." Pharaoh said, "If you take any god other than me, I will certainly make you one of those who are rotting in prison." Moses said, "Even if I were to bring a clear sign to you?" Pharaoh said, "Then bring it if you are truthful at all." No sooner had he said this, Moses threw down his rod, and behold, it was a veritable serpent. And he drew his hand out of his armpit, and lo, it had become a shining object to the beholders. Pharaoh said to the nobles around him, "Surely this man is a skilled magician, who wants to drive you out of your land by his magic. Tell us, what do you advise us?" They said, "Detain him and his brother for a while, and send forth heralds to the cities, to mobilize all skilled magicians." So the magicians were brought together on a particular day at a set time. And the people were told, "Will you join the assembly? We may perhaps follow the religion of the magicians if they triumph." When the magicians came forth for the encounter, they said to Pharaoh, "Is there a reward for us if we triumph?" He said, "Yes, you will then become those near station to me." Moses said to them, "Throw down whatever you wish to throw." Thereupon they threw down their ropes and their rods and said, "By the glory of Pharaoh we shall prevail." Thereafter Moses threw down his rod, and behold, it went about swallowing up all the false devices they had contrived. Thereupon the magicians fell down in prostration, saying, "We now believe in the Lord of the universe, the Lord of Moses and Aaron." Pharaoh said, "You accepted the word of Moses even before I granted you the leave to do so? Surely he is your chief who has taught you magic. Soon shall you come to know. I shall cut off your hands and feed on opposite sides and shall crucify all of you." They said, "We do not care, for we are bound to return to our Lord. And we surely expect that our Lord will forgive us our sins, for we are the first ones to believe." We revealed to Moses, "Set forth with my servants by night, for you will be pursued." Then Pharaoh sent heralds to the cities to mobilize troops, saying, "These Israelites are only a small band of people, who have certainly provoked our wrath. But we are a numerous host, ever on guard. Thus did we drive them out of their gardens and springs. and their treasures and excellent dwellings. This happened with them, but on the other hand, we enabled the children of Israel to inherit those bounties. At sunrise, they set off in pursuit of them. And when the groups came face to face, the companions of Moses cried out, "We are overtaken!" Moses said, "Certainly not. My Lord is with me. He will direct me." Then we revealed to Moses, commanding him, "Strike the sea with your rod." Thereupon the sea split up, and then each became like the mass of a huge mount. We also brought the other party close to the same spot. And we delivered Moses and his companions, all of them. Then we drowned the others. Surely there is a sign in this, but most of them would not believe. Verily, your Lord is immensely mighty, ever compassionate. And recount to them the story of Abraham. When he asked his father and his people, "What do you worship?" They answered, "There are some idols that we worship and are devoted to them with constancy." He asked, "Do they hear you when you call them? Or do they cause you any benefit or harm?" They answered, "No, but we found our forefathers doing so." Thereupon Abraham said, "Have you seen with your eyes those whom you have been worshipping? You and your forefathers of yore? They are all enemies to me, all except the Lord of the universe, who created me and who guides me, who gives me food and drink, and who, when I am ill, heals me, who will cause me to die and then will again restore me to life, who, I hope, will forgive me my sins on the day of judgment." And then Abraham prayed, "My Lord, endow me with knowledge and wisdom and join me with the righteous, and grant me an honorable reputation among posterity, and make me of those who will inherit the garden of bliss, and forgive my father, for he is among those who strayed, and disgrace me not on the day when people will be raised to life, the day when nothing will avail, neither wealth nor offspring, but only he that brings to Allah a sound heart will attain to success. On that day, the garden will be brought near to the God-fearing, and the fire will be uncovered for those who strayed, and they will be asked, 'Where are the gods that you worshipped?' Beside Allah, can they be of any help to you, or even be of any help to themselves? Then the idols and those who strayed will be hurled into the fire headlong, one upon another. And so too the hosts of Iblis, all of them. There they will quarrel with one another, and the erring ones will say to their deities, 'By Allah, we were surely in clear error when we assigned to you a position equal to that of the Lord of the universe. It is none but those steeped in guilt who led us into this error, and now we have none to intercede on our behalf, nor do we have a truly sincere friend. If only we could return, we would be among the believers. Surely there is a sign in this, but most of them would not believe. Verily, your Lord is immensely mighty, ever compassionate." The people of Noah gave the lie to the messengers. Recall when their brother Noah said to them, "Do you have no fear? I am a trustworthy messenger to you. So fear Allah and obey me. I seek of you no reward for this. My reward is with none except the Lord of the universe. So fear Allah and obey me." They answered, "Shall we accept you even though it is the meanest of people who follow you?" Noah said, "What knowledge do I have about their deeds? It is only for my Lord to take account of them. Would that you made use of your understanding. It is not for me to repel those who choose to believe. I am none but a plain warner." They said, "O Noah, if you do not desist, you will certainly become one of the accursed." He said, "My Lord, my people have branded me a liar. So pass a clear judgment between me and them, and rescue me and the believers with me." Thereafter we rescued him and those who were with him in the laden ark, and drowned the rest. Surely there is a sign in this, but most of them would not believe. Verily, your Lord is immensely mighty, ever compassionate. The Ad gave the lie to the messengers. Recall when their brother Hud said to them, "Have you no fear? I am a trustworthy messenger to you. So fear Allah and obey me. I seek of you no reward for this. my reward is with none but the Lord of the universe. What? You build a monument on every hill merely for fun? And erect huge palaces as though you will live forever? And when you strike like tyrants? So fear Allah and obey me. Have fear of Him who has provided you with all the good things you know, who has provided you with flocks and children, and with gardens and springs. I fear for you the chastisement of an awesome day. They replied, It is all the same for us whether you admonish us or not. This has been happening all along. We will not be subjected to any chastisement. Eventually, they gave the lie to him, and we destroyed them. Surely there is a sign in this, but most of them would not believe. Verily, your Lord is immensely mighty, most compassionate. The Thamud gave the lie to the messengers. Recall when their brother Saleh said to them, Have you no fear? I am a trustworthy messenger to you. So fear Allah and obey me. I ask of you no reward. My reward is with none but the Lord of the universe. Do you believe that you will be left here to live securely in the present state, amidst gardens and springs, and cornfields and date palms laden with juicy fruits? You hew dwellings in mountains and exult in that. Fear Allah and obey me, and do not follow the biddings of those that go to excesses, and spread mischief in the land rather than set things right. They replied, You are nothing but one of those who are bewitched. You are no different from a mortal like us, so produce a sign if you are truthful. Saleh said, This is a she-camel. There is a day set for her to drink, and there's a day set for you to drink. Do not molest her, lest the chastisement of an awesome day should seize you. But they hamstrung her, and then regretted it. So the chastisement seized them. Surely there is a sign in this, but most of them would not believe. Verily, your Lord is immensely mighty, most compassionate. The people of Lot rejected the messengers, branding them liars. Recall when their brother Lot said to them, Have you no fear? I am a trustworthy messenger to you. So fear Allah and obey me. I seek of you no reward. My reward is with none but the Lord of the universe. What, of all creation, you will go to fornicate with the males, leaving aside those whom Allah has created for you as your mates? Nay, you are a people that has transgressed all limits. They said, O Lot, if you do not desist, you will be one of those expelled from our towns. He said, I am one of those who abhor your practice. My Lord, deliver me and my family from their wicked deeds. Then we delivered him and all his family, except an old woman who was among those that stayed behind. Thereafter, we utterly destroyed the rest. And we sent upon them a rain, an evil rain, that fell on those who had been warned. Surely there is a sign in this, but most of them would not believe. Verily, your Lord is immensely mighty, most compassionate. The people of Aika also gave the lie to the messengers. Recall when Shu'aib said to them, Have you no fear? I am a trustworthy messenger to you. So fear Allah and obey me. I ask of you no reward for this. My reward is with none but the Lord of the universe. Fill up the measure and do not diminish the goods of people. Weigh with an even balance. And do not deliver short, and do not go about creating mischief in the land. And have fear of Him who created you and the earlier generations. They said, You are no more than one of those who have been bewitched. You are only a mortal like us. Indeed, we believe that you are an utter liar. So cause a piece of the sky to fall upon us if you are truthful. Shu'aib said, My Lord knows well all what you do.
إنه كان عذاب يوم عظيم.
Then they branded him a liar, whereupon the chastisement of the day of canopy overtook them. It was the chastisement of a very awesome day. Surely there is a sign in this, but most of them would not believe. Verily, your Lord is immensely mighty, most compassionate. Indeed, this is a revelation from the Lord of the universe, which the truthful spirit has carried down to your heart, that you might become one of those who warn others on behalf of Allah. a revelation in clear Arabic language, a revelation embodied in the scriptures of the ancients. Is it not assigned to them, to wit, the Meccans, that the learned men of the children of Israel know that? But such is their adamance that had we revealed it to one of the non-Arabs, and even if he had recited this clear Arabic discourse to them, they would still not have believed in it. Thus have we caused this admonition to penetrate the hearts of the culprits like a hot rod. They will not believe in it until they clearly see the grievous chastisement. But when it comes upon them suddenly, taking them unawares, they say, "Can we be granted some respite? Do they really want our chastisement to be expedited? Did you consider that if we were to let them enjoy life for many years, and then the chastisement of which they were being warned were to come upon them, of what avail will be the provisions of life which they have been granted to enjoy? We never destroyed any habitation but that it had warners. To admonish them, we have never been unjust. The Satans did not bring down this clear book, nor does it behove them, nor does it lie in their power. Indeed, they are debarred from even hearing it. So do not call any other God beside Allah, lest you become of those who will be punished. And warn your nearest kinsmen, and be meek to the believers who follow you. Then, if they disobey, you say to them, I am quit of what you do. And put your trust in Him, who is immensely mighty, most compassionate, who observes you when you rise to pray, and observes your movements among those who prostrate themselves. He is all-hearing, all-knowing. O people, shall I tell you on whom it is that Satans descend? They descend on every forger steeped in sin, on those who whisper hearsay in the ears of people, and most of them are liars. As for poets, only the wayward follow them. Do you not see that they wander about in every valley, and say things which they do not act upon? Except those who believed and acted righteously, and remembered Allah much, and when they themselves were subjected to wrong, they exacted retribution no more than to the extent of the wrong. Soon will the wrongdoers know the end that they shall reach. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Ta-Sin. These are the verses of the Quran and a clear book, a guidance and good tidings for the believers, who establish prayer and give zakah, and have firm faith in the hereafter. As for those who do not believe in the hereafter, we have made their deeds seem attractive to them, so they stumble around in perplexity. It is they for whom a grievous chastisement lies in store. It is they who shall be the greatest losers in the hereafter. As for you, O Muhammad, you are receiving the Quran from the Most Wise, the All-Knowing. Recount to them when Moses said to his family, I perceive something like fire. Soon will I bring to you some information from there, or I will bring you a burning brand that you may warm yourselves. But when Moses came to the fire, a call was sounded. Blessed is he who is in the fire, and whatever is around it. Glory be to Allah, the sustainer of all in the universe. O Moses, verily, this is me, Allah, the Almighty, the All-Wise. Now cast your rod. But when he saw the rod writhing as though it were a serpent, he turned his back in retreat and did not even look behind. O Moses, have no fear. Messengers have no fear in my presence, except he who has committed some wrong. But if he substitutes good in place of evil, I am most forgiving, most compassionate. Now put your hand into your bosom, and it will come forth shining without any blemish. These are 2 of the 9 signs to be carried to Pharaoh and his people. They are surely a wicked people. But when our clear signs came to them, they said, This is plain magic. They denied those signs out of iniquity and arrogance, although their hearts were convinced of their truth. So see how evil was the end of those mischief makers? On the other hand, we granted knowledge to David and Solomon, and they said, All praise be to Allah who has exalted us above many of his believing servants. And Solomon succeeded David and said, O people, we have been taught the speech of birds, and we have been endowed with all kinds of things. Surely, this is a conspicuous favor from Allah. Hosts of jinn and humans and birds were marshaled for Solomon and were kept under full control. Solomon was once on the move with them, until when they reached a valley of ants, one of the ants said, "O ants, get into your holes, lest Solomon and his hosts crush you under their feet, without even knowing." Smiling at the ant's utterance, Solomon burst into laughter and said, "My lord, hold me under your control, that I may render thanks for the favor which you have bestowed on me and on my parents, and that I may act righteously in a manner that would please you. Include me out of your mercy among your righteous servants." On another occasion, Solomon inspected the birds and said, "Why is it that I do not see the hoopoe? Is he among the absentees? I will inflict a severe punishment on him, or maybe even slaughter him, unless he comes forth with a convincing reason for his absence." Not before long, the hoopoe came up and said, "I have obtained a knowledge which you could not. I have brought for you short news about Sheba. I found there a woman ruling over them, one who has been endowed with all things and has a mighty throne. I found that she and her people prostrate themselves before the sun rather than Allah. Satan has made their deeds appear attractive to them and has thus debarred them from the right path, so they do not find true guidance. That they would prostrate themselves before Allah, who brings to light all that is hidden in the heavens and the earth, and knows all that you conceal and all that you reveal. Allah, none is worthy of worship save He. He is the Lord of the mighty throne." Solomon said, "Soon shall we see whether you have spoken the truth or are one of those that lie. Take this letter of mine, deliver it to them, and then draw back from them, and observe what they do." The queen said, "Know, my nobles, that a gracious letter has been delivered to me. It is from Solomon, and it is, in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. It says, 'Do not act towards me with defiance, but come to me in submission.'" After reading the letter, the queen said, "Nobles, let me have your counsel in this matter, for I make no firm decision without you." They said, "We are strong and are given to vehement fighting, but the decision is yours. Therefore, consider what you would like to command." The queen said, "When the kings enter a country, they cause corruption in it and abase those of its people who are held in honor. This is what they are wont to do. I will send them a gift, and then see with what answer my envoys return." Now, when the envoy of the queen came to Solomon, he said, "Do you want to aid me with wealth? Whatever Allah has granted me is much more than what He has given you. Keep for yourselves your gift in which you are exulting. Envoy, go back to those who sent you, and we shall certainly come upon them with hosts whom they will be unable to resist. We shall drive them out from there, and they will suffer humiliation and disgrace." Solomon said, "My nobles, which of you can bring me her throne before they come to me in submission?" A stalwart of the jinn said, "I will bring it to you before you rise from your council. Surely I have the power to do so, and I am trustworthy." And he who had some knowledge of the book said, "I will bring it before the twinkling of your eye." When Solomon saw the throne placed firmly beside him, he cried out, "This is by the grace of my Lord, so that He may test me whether I give thanks for His bounty, or act with ingratitude. Whoever is grateful is so to his own good, and whoever is ungrateful, let him know that my Lord is immensely resourceful, most bountiful." Solomon said, "Set the throne before her casually, and let us see whether she gets to the truth or is one of those who are not guided to what is right." When the queen arrived, she was asked, "Is your throne like this one?" She said, "It seems as if it is the same. We had already come to know this, and we had submitted ourselves." What prevented her from accepting the true faith was her worshipping deities other than Allah, for she belonged to an unbelieving people. She was told, "Enter the palace," but when she saw it, she thought it was a pool of water, and she bared both her calves to enter into it. Solomon said, "This is a slippery floor of crystal." Thereupon she cried out, "My Lord, I have been inflicting much wrong on myself. Now I submit myself with Solomon to Allah, the Lord of the whole universe." And we sent to Thamud, their brother Saleh, with the message, "Serve Allah," but all of a sudden they became split into two quarreling factions. Saleh said, "My people, why do you wish to hasten that evil rather than good should come upon you? Why should you not seek pardon from Allah so that mercy be shown to you?" They said, "We augur ill of you and those who are with you." Saleh replied, "Your augury is with Allah. The truth is that you are a people who are being tried. Now, there were 9 ringleaders in the city who created corruption in the land and never worked to set things right. They said, "Swear to one another in the name of Allah that we shall make a sudden night swoop on Saleh and his family, and will then tell their heirs that we did not witness the destruction of his family. We are indeed truthful." Thus they planned, and we too planned, the while they did not know. So see what was the outcome of the plan they made. We utterly destroyed them and their people, all of them. Now behold their houses that lie in utter ruins because of their wrongdoing. Verily, there is a sign in this for the people who know. And we deliver those who believed and were wont to avoid disobeying Allah. We also sent Lot, and recall when he told his people, "Do you commit shameless acts with your eyes open? Do you lustfully approach men instead of women? Nay, you engage in acts of sheer ignorance." But this had only one answer from his people. They said, "Expel Lot's folk from your city. They pretend to be absolutely clean." Eventually, we saved Lot and his family, except his wife. We had decreed that she should be among those who would remain behind. And we rained down upon them a rain. It was an evil rain for those who had already been warned. Say, O Muhammad, all praise be to Allah, and peace be on those of His servants whom He has chosen. Ask them, who is better, Allah or the false gods that they associate with Him as His partners? Who is it that has created the heavens and the earth, and sent down for you water from the sky, and then we caused to grow therewith orchards full of beauty, whose trees you could never grow? Is there any God associated with Allah in these tasks? Nay, they are a people who are veering away from the right path. Who is it who has made the earth a place of resort, and has caused rivers to flow in its midst, and has placed upon it firm mountains, and has placed a barrier between 2 masses of water? Is there any God associated with Allah in these tasks? Nay, but most of them do not know. Who is it who heeds the prayers of the distressed when he calls out to him, and who removes his affliction? And who is it who makes you vicegerents of the earth? Is there any God associated with Allah in this task? How little do you reflect? Who is it who guides you through the darkness on land and sea, and who sends winds as heralds of good tidings ahead of His mercy? Is there any God associated with Allah in this task? Exalted be Allah above whatever they associate with Him in His divinity. Who is it who creates in the first instance and then repeats it? Who is it who provides you with sustenance from the heavens and the earth? Is there any God associated with Allah in these tasks? Say, bring forth your evidence if you are truthful. Say, none in the heavens or on the earth has knowledge of the unseen save Allah. They do not know when they will be raised to life. Nay, but they have lost their knowledge of the hereafter. They are steeped in doubt and uncertainty about it. Rather, they are blind to it. The unbelievers say, when we become dust, we and our forefathers, shall we really be brought out from our graves? We were told about this, and so were our forefathers before us. But these are no more than fairy tales that have been recounted from ancient times. Say, go about through the earth and see what has been the end of the evildoers. O Prophet, do not grieve over them, nor be distressed at their designs. They also say, tell us when this threat will come to pass, if you are truthful. Say, the chastisement whose hastening you have been asking for, maybe a part of it has drawn quite near to you. Indeed, your Lord is exceedingly bountiful to mankind, yet most of them do not give thanks. Verily, your Lord knows all that their hearts conceal as well as all that they reveal. There is nothing that is hidden, be it in the heaven or the earth, but is recorded in a clear book. Surely, this Quran explains to the children of Israel most of the matters concerning which they have disagreements. And it is a guidance and mercy for the believers. Indeed, your Lord will decide between them by His judgment. He is Almighty, all-knowing. So put your trust in Allah, for you are on the manifest truth. Surely you cannot make the dead hear you, nor can you make the deaf hear your call if they turn back in flight. Nor can you direct the blind to the right way, preventing them from falling into error. You can make only those who believe in our verses to hear the call and then submit. And when the time for the fulfillment of our word against them will come, we shall bring forth for them a beast from the earth who will speak to them, because people did not believe in our signs. Just imagine the day when we shall muster from every nation a large group of those who gave the lie to our signs, and they shall be duly arranged in ranks. Until, when all of them have arrived, Allah will say, "Did you give the lie to my signs even without encompassing them with your knowledge? If that is not so, what did you do?" And the word will come to pass against them because of their wrongdoing. They will then be able to utter nothing. Did they not perceive that we had made the night so that they may repose in it, and made the day clear and shining? Surely there are signs in this for those who believe. The day when the trumpet will be blown, all those who are in the heavens and on the earth shall be terror-stricken, all except those whom Allah wills, and everyone shall come to Him utterly abject. You now see the mountains and consider them firmly fixed, but then they shall pass away even as clouds pass away. That will be the handiwork of Allah, who has created everything with perfect wisdom. He is well aware of what you do. Whosoever comes with good will receive a reward better than his deed, and they will be made secure from the terror of that day. And whosoever comes with evil, they will be flung upon their faces into the fire. Will you be recompensed for aught other than what you do? Tell them, O Muhammad, I have been commanded only to serve the Lord of this city that He has made inviolable, to serve Him to whom all things belong. I have been commanded to be of those that submit to Allah, and to recite the Quran. So whosoever is guided, his guidance will be to his own good. As for those who stray, tell them, I am none but a warner. And say, all praise be to Allah, who will soon show you His signs that you will recognize. Your Lord is not unaware of what you do. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Ta-Sin-Mim. These are the verses of the clear book. We recount to you with truth some parts of the story of Moses and Pharaoh for the benefit of those who believe. Indeed, Pharaoh transgressed in the land and divided its people into sections. One group of them he humiliated and slew their sons and spared their daughters. Truly, he was among the mischief makers. We wanted to bestow favor on those who were oppressed in the land. We wanted to make them leaders and heirs, and grant them power in the land, and make Pharaoh and Haman and their hosts see what they had feared. We suggested to the mother of Moses, suckle your child, but when you fear for his life, cast him into the river, and be not fearful nor grieve, for we shall restore him to you, and make him one of the messengers. Then Pharaoh's household picked him up from the river, that he may be their adversary, and be a cause of sorrow to them. Surely, Pharaoh and Haman and their hosts erred in their scheming. The wife of Pharaoh said, Here is a delight of the eye to me and to you. Do not kill him. Maybe he will prove useful for us, or we may adopt him as a son. They were unaware of the end of it all. On the other hand, the heart of Moses' mother was sorely distressed. Had we not strengthened her heart that she might have full faith in our promise, she would have disclosed the secret. She told the sister of Moses, Follow him, so she kept watch over him unperceived by the enemies. And we had already forbidden the breasts of the nurses for the child. So seeing the girl, said, Shall I direct you to the people of a household that will rear him with utter sincerity? Thus did we restore Moses to his mother, that her eyes might be comforted, and she might not grieve, and realize that the promise of Allah was true, but most people are unaware of this. When Moses reached the age of full youth and grew to maturity, we bestowed upon him wisdom and knowledge. Thus do we reward those who do good. Once he entered the city at a time when its people were heedless, and he encountered two men fighting, one of whom belonged to his own people, and the other to his foes. Now the man belonging to Moses' own people cried out to him for help against the man from the foes, and Moses struck him with his fist and finished him. Moses said, This is an act of Satan. Surely he is an enemy who openly misleads. Then he prayed, My Lord, I have indeed inflicted wrong on myself, so do forgive me. Wherefore Allah forgave him, for he is ever forgiving, most merciful. Thereupon Moses vowed, My Lord, because of the favor that you have done me, I shall never support the guilty. The next morning he proceeded to the city in fear, and looking around as one apprehensive of danger, when all of a sudden, the man who had sought his help the day before again called out to him for his help. Moses said to him, Clearly, you are a very misguided fellow." And when Moses decided to lay his violent hands on the man belonging to the enemy, he cried out, "Moses, do you intend to kill me as you killed a person yesterday? You simply want to live in the land as a tyrant, and do not wish to set things right." Then a man came running from the farther end of the city and said, "O Moses, the nobles are deliberating about you, that they may put you to death. So do be gone. I am one of your well-wishers." Soon after hearing this, Moses departed in a state of fear, looking around as one in apprehension, and prayed, "My Lord, deliver me from these unjust people." When, after his departure from Egypt, Moses headed towards Midian, he said, "I hope my Lord will show me the right path." When he arrived at the spring of Midian, he found there a crowd of people watering their flocks, and he found apart from them 2 women holding their flocks back. He asked the women, "What is it that troubles you?" They said, "We cannot water our flocks until the shepherds take their flocks away, and our father is a very old man." On hearing this, Moses watered their flocks for them, and then returned in a shaded place, and said, "My Lord, I am truly in great need of any good that you might send down to me." Soon thereafter one of the 2 women came to him, walking bashfully, and said, "My father invites you, that he may reward you for your having watered our flocks for us." When Moses came to him and narrated to him the whole of his story, he said, "Have no fear, you are now safe from the iniquitous people." One of the 2 women said, "Father, employ this man in your service. The best whom you might employ is he who is strong and trustworthy." Her father said to Moses, "I want to marry one of these 2 daughters of mine to you if you serve me for 8 years. But if you complete 10 years, that will be of your own accord, but not an obligation. I do not intend to treat you harshly. If Allah wills, you will find me an upright man." Moses replied, "So that is agreed between me and you. Whichever of the 2 terms I fulfill, I trust that I shall not be wronged. Allah is a witness over the covenant we are committing ourselves to." When Moses had fulfilled a term and was journeying with his family, he perceived a fire in the direction of the Mount Sinai. He said to his family, "Wait here, I have observed a fire. Maybe I will bring to you some news or a brand of fire from there that you may warm yourselves." But when he came to the fire, a cry was heard from the right bank of the valley, from a tree in the hallowed ground. "O Moses, verily, I am Allah, the Lord of all creatures of the universe." He received the command, "Throw away your rod." But when he saw the rod writhing as though it were a serpent, he turned back in retreat and did not even look behind. He was told, "O Moses, go ahead and have no fear. You are perfectly secure. Put your hand into your bosom, and it will come out shining without any blemish. And draw your hand close to your body, to still your fear. Those are the 2 clear signs from your Lord for Pharaoh and his chiefs, for truly they are a disobedient people." Moses said, "My Lord, I have killed 1 person from among them, and I fear that they will kill me. My brother Aaron is more eloquent in speech than I, so send him with me as a helper to confirm my truthfulness, for I fear that they will reject me as a liar." He said, "We will certainly strengthen you through your brother, and will invest both of you with such power that they shall not be able to hurt you. With the help of our signs, the 2 of you and your followers will prevail." But when Moses came to them with our clear signs, they said, "This is nothing but a magic that has been contrived. We never heard anything like it from our ancestors of yore." Moses replied, "My Lord knows best who comes with guidance from him, and also whose end will be the best in the hereafter. As for the wrongdoers, they shall not prosper." Pharaoh said, "O nobles, I do not know that you have any god beside myself. Haman, bake bricks out of clay and build a lofty palace for me, so that I may mount up and be able to observe the God of Moses, even though I believe that Moses is a liar." And he and his host waxed arrogant in the land, without any right, believing that they will never have to return to us. Eventually, we seized him and his hosts, and we flung them into the sea. So do see the end of the wrongdoers. And we made them leaders who invite people to the fire. On the day of judgment they shall not find help from any quarter. We have made a curse to pursue them in this world, and on the day of judgment they shall be among the despised. After we had destroyed the earlier generations, we bestowed the book on Moses, a source of enlightenment for people, and a guidance and mercy that they may take heed. O Muhammad, you were then not on the western side when we bestowed this commandment of law, and you were not among its witnesses. Thereafter we raised up many a generation, and a long time passed. You were then not even present among the people of Midian to rehearse our verses to them. But it is we who are sending news about that. Nor were you on the side of the Mount Sinai when we called out to Moses in the first instance. But it is out of mercy from your Lord that you are being informed of all of this, so that you may warn a people to whom no warner came before you. Maybe they will take heed. We did so lest a calamity might seize them because of the misdeeds they committed, whereafter they would say, Our Lord, why did you not send a messenger to us, that we follow your revelation and become among those who believe? But when the truth reached them from us, they said, Why was he not given that which was given to Moses? But did they not reject before what had been given to Moses? They said, Both are magic, each supporting the other. And they said, We deny each of these. Tell them, O Prophet, then do bring a book from Allah which is a better guide than either of them, and I will follow it. Do so if you are truthful. But if they do not hearken to this, know well that they only followed their lusts, and who is in greater error than he who follows his lusts without any guidance from Allah. Allah does not guide those given to wrongdoing. We have constantly conveyed them the word of admonition, that they may take heed. Those on whom we bestowed the book before do believe in this, to wit, the Quran. When it is recited to them, they say, We believe in it, for it is the truth from our Lord. Indeed, we were already Muslims. These will be granted their reward twice over because they remain steadfast. They repel evil with good and spend in alms out of the sustenance we provided them. And when they hear any vain talk, they turn away from it, saying, We have our deeds, and you have your deeds. Peace be to you. We do not desire to act like the ignorant. O Prophet, you cannot grant guidance to whom you please. It is Allah who guides those whom He will. He knows best who are amenable to guidance. They say, If we were to follow this guidance with you, we should be snatched away from our land. Have we not established for them a secure sanctuary to which fruits of all kinds are brought as a provision from us? But most of them do not know. And how many a town did we destroy whose inhabitants exulted on account of their affluence? These are their dwellings in which very few dwelt after them. Eventually, it is we who inherited them. Your Lord would not destroy a town until He had sent to its center a messenger who would recite to them our verses. Nor would we destroy any town unless its inhabitants were iniquitous. Whatever you have been given is a provision for the life of this world and its glitter, but that which is with Allah is better and more enduring. Do you not use your intellect? Now he to whom we have promised a good, which he is going to obtain, can he be like him whom we have given the good things of this life, but who will be brought up for punishment on the day of judgment? Let them not forget that the day when Allah will call unto them and say, Where are those whom you imagine to be my associates? Those against whom the word will be realized will say, Our Lord, these are the ones whom we led astray just as we ourselves strayed. We absolve ourselves before you of all blame. It was not us that they worshipped. They will then be told, Call upon those for help whom you declared to be our associates. They will then call upon them, but they will not answer them. They will have observed the chastisement in front of them. With that they were guided. Let them not disregard that the day when Allah will call out to them saying, What was the answer you gave to the messengers? Then they will not be able to think of any reply, nor will they be able to ask one another. But those who repented and believed and acted righteously, they will perhaps be among those who will prosper there. Your Lord creates what He will and chooses for His tasks whomsoever He will. It is not for them to make the choice. Glory be to Allah. He is exalted far above in their associating others in His divinity. Your Lord knows all that their hearts conceal and all that they reveal. He is Allah. There is no God but He. His is the praise in this world and in the hereafter. His is the command, and to Him will all of you be returned. O Prophet, tell them, did you consider, if Allah were to make the night perpetual over you till the day of judgment, is there a God other than Allah who can bring forth light for you? Do you not hear? Say, did you consider, if Allah were to make the day become perpetual over you till the day of judgment, is there a God other than Allah who can bring in night for you, that you may repose in it? Will you not see? It is out of His mercy that He has made for you night and day, that you may repose during the night, and seek His bounty during the day, that you might be grateful. Let them bear in mind that on that day when He will call out to them saying, where are my associates, those whom you imagine to be so? And from each people we shall draw a witness, and shall say to them, do produce your evidence now. Then they shall know that the truth is with Allah alone, and the lies which they had invented will forsake them. To be sure, Korah, was one of Moses' people. Then he transgressed against them. We had bestowed on him such treasure that their very keys would have been raised with difficulty by a whole group of strong people. Once when his people said to him, do not exult, for Allah does not love those who exult in their riches. Seek by means of the wealth that Allah has granted you the abode of the hereafter, but forget not your share in this world, and do good, as Allah has been good to you, and do not strive to create mischief in the land, for Allah loves not those who create mischief. He replied, all this has been given to me on account of a certain knowledge that I have. Did he not know that Allah had destroyed before him those who were stronger in might than he, and were more numerous in multitude? The wicked are not asked about their acts of sin. Once Korah went forth among his people in full glitter. Those seeking the life of this world said, would that we had the like of what Korah has. He truly has great fortune. But those endowed with true knowledge said, woe to you! The reward of Allah is best for those who believe and act righteously, but none except those who are patient shall attain to this. At last we caused the earth to swallow him and his house. Thereafter there was no group of people that could come to his aid against Allah, nor was he able to come to his own aid. And those who had envied his position the day before began to say on the morrow, alas, we had forgotten that it is Allah who increases the provision of those of His servants whom He will, and grants in sparing measure to those whom He will. But for Allah's favor upon us, He could have made us to be swallowed too. Alas, we had forgotten that the unbelievers do not prosper. As for the abode of the hereafter, we shall assign it exclusively for those who do not seek glory on earth, nor want to cause mischief. The God-fearing shall have the best end. He who shall bring a good deed shall be rewarded with what is better, but those who bring evil deeds shall not be requited more than their deeds. O Prophet, surely He who has ordained the Quran on you will bring you to the best end. Say to them, my Lord knows best who has brought true guidance and who is in clear error. O Prophet, you never looked forward for the book to be revealed to you. It is out of sheer mercy of your Lord that it was revealed to you. So do not lend any support to the unbelievers. And let it never happen that the unbelievers might turn you away from the revelations of Allah after they have been revealed to you. Call people to your Lord, and never become one of the unbelievers. And do not invoke any God beside Allah. There is no God but He. All will perish but He. To Him belongs the command, and to Him shall all of you return. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Alif Lam Mim. Do people think that they will be let go merely by saying we believe, and that they will not be tested? For we indeed tested those who went before them. Allah will most certainly ascertain those who spoke the truth and those who lied. Do the evildoers suppose that they will get the better of us? How evil is their judgment! Let him who looks forward to meeting Allah know that Allah's appointed term will surely come to pass. He is all-hearing, all-knowing. Whosoever strives in the cause of Allah does so to his own good. Surely Allah stands in no need of anyone in the whole universe. Those who believe and do good deeds, we shall cleanse them of their evil deeds and reward them according to the best of their deeds. We have enjoined upon man kindness to his parents. But if they exert pressure on you to associate with me in my divinity, any that you do not know to be my associate, do not obey them. to me is your return, and I shall let you know all that you have done. As for those who believed and acted righteously, we shall certainly admit them among the righteous. Among people there are some who say, we believe in Allah, but when such a person is made to endure suffering in Allah's cause, he reckons the persecution he suffers at the hands of people as though it is a chastisement from Allah. But if victory comes from your Lord, the same person will say, we were with you. Does Allah not know whatever is in the hearts of the people of the world? Allah will surely ascertain who are the believers and who are the hypocrites. The unbelievers say to the believers, follow our way, and we will carry the burden of your sins. They say so even though they are not going to carry any part of their sins. Surely they are lying. They will certainly carry their own burdens and other burdens besides their own. They will assuredly be called to account on the day of resurrection concerning the fabrications which they contrived. We did indeed send Noah to his people, and he lived among them 1,000 years, say 50. Eventually the flood overtook them, while they were engaged in wrongdoing. Then we rescued Noah together with the people in the ark, and made it, that is, the ark, a lesson for all people. We sent Abraham, and he said to his people, serve Allah and fear him. This is better for you if you only knew. Those that you worship instead of Allah are merely idols, and you are simply inventing lies about them. Indeed, those whom you worship beside Allah have no power to provide you with any sustenance. So seek your sustenance from Allah, and serve only Him, and give thanks to Him alone. It is to Him that you will be sent back. And if you give the lie to the messenger, then many nations before you also gave the lie to their messengers. The messenger is charged with no other duty than to deliver the message in clear terms. Have they never observed how Allah creates for the first time and then repeats it? Indeed, to repeat the creation of a thing is even easier for Allah than creating it for the first time. Say, go about the earth and see how He created for the first time, and then Allah will recreate life. Surely, Allah has power over everything. He chastises whom He will, and forgives whom He will. To Him, all of you will be sent back. You cannot overpower Allah, neither on the earth, nor in the heaven. None can protect you from Allah, nor come to your aid against Him. Those who disbelieved in Allah's signs and in meeting Him, it is they who have despaired of my mercy. It is they for whom a painful chastisement lies ahead. The people of Abraham had no other answer than to say, kill him or burn him. But Allah delivered him from the fire. There are many signs in this for those who believe. He said, you have taken up idols instead of Allah as a bond of love among yourselves in the present life. But on the day of resurrection, you will disown and curse one another. Your refuge shall be the fire, and none will come to your aid. Then did Lot believe him, and Abraham said, I am emigrating unto my Lord. He is all-powerful, all-wise. And we bestowed upon him offspring like Isaac and Jacob, and bestowed prophethood and the book on his descendants, and granted him his reward in this world. He will certainly be among the righteous in the hereafter. We sent Lot, and he said to his people, you commit the abomination that none in the world ever committed before you. What? Do you go to men to satisfy your lust, engage in highway robbery, and commit evil deeds in your gatherings? Then they had no answer to offer other than to say, bring Allah's chastisement upon us if you are truthful. Lot said, my Lord, aid me against these mischievous people. When our emissaries brought the good news to Abraham and said to him, we are surely going to destroy the inhabitants of the city. Its inhabitants are immersed in wrongdoing. Abraham said, but Lot is there. They replied, we are well aware of those who are there. We shall save him and all his household, except his wife. His wife is among those who will stay behind. When our emissaries came to Lot, he was distressed and embarrassed on their account. They said, do not fear nor be distressed. We shall save you and all your household, except your wife, who is among those that will stay behind. We shall bring down upon the people of this city a scourge from the heaven because of their evil doing. And we have left a vestige of it in that city as a clear sign for people who use their reason. And we sent to Midian their brother Shu'aib. He said, my people, serve Allah and look forward to the last day, and do not go about the earth committing mischief. But they denounced him as a liar, So a mighty earthquake overtook them, and by the morning they lay overturned in their houses. And we destroyed Ad and Thamud, whose dwellings you have observed. Satan had embellished their deeds for them and had turned them away from the right path, although they were a people of clear perception. And we destroyed Qarun, Korah, and Pharaoh, and Haman. Moses came to them with clear signs, but they waxed arrogant in the land, although they could not have outstripped us. So we seized each for their sin. We let loose upon some a violent tornado with showers of stones. Some were overtaken by a mighty cry. Some were caused to be swallowed up by the earth, and some we drowned. Allah would not wrong them, but it is they who wrong themselves. The case of those who took others than Allah as their protectors is that of a spider who builds a house. But the frailest of all houses is the spider's house, if they only knew. Surely, Allah knows fully what they call upon apart from Him. He is the most powerful, the most wise. These are the parables that we set forth to make people understand, but only those endowed with knowledge will comprehend them. Allah has created the heavens and the earth in truth. Certainly there is a sign in this for those who believe. O Prophet, recite the book that has been revealed to you and establish prayer. Surely, prayer forbids indecency and evil, and Allah's remembrance is of even greater merit. Allah knows all that you do. Argue not with the people of the book except in the fairest manner, unless it be those of them that are utterly unjust. Say to them, we believe in what was revealed to us and what was revealed to you. One is our God and your God, and we are those who submit ourselves to Him. O Prophet, thus have we bestowed the book on you. So those on whom we had bestowed the book before believe in it, and of these Arabs too, a good many believe in it. It is none but the utter unbelievers who deny our signs. O Prophet, you did not recite any book before, nor did you write it down with your hand, for then the votaries of falsehood would have had a cause for doubt. But it is a set of clear signs in the hearts of those who have been endowed with knowledge. None except the utterly unjust will deny our signs. They say, why were signs from his Lord not sent down upon him? Say, the signs are only with Allah. As for me, I am no more than a plain warner. Does it not suffice for them as a sign that we reveal to you the book that is recited to them? Surely, there is a mercy and good counsel in it for those who believe. Say, O Prophet, Allah suffices as a witness between me and you. He knows whatever is in the heavens and the earth. As for those who believed in falsehood and are engaged in infidelity with Allah, it is they who will be the losers. They ask you to hasten in bringing chastisement upon them. Had there not been an appointed term for it, the chastisement would have already visited them. In fact, it will come down upon them all of a sudden, at its appointed time, while they will not be aware of it. They ask you to hasten the chastisement upon them, although hell encompasses the unbelievers. They will become aware of it the day when the chastisement will overwhelm them from above and from under their feet, and He will say to them, taste now the consequence of the deeds that you used to commit. O my servants who believe, verily, my earth is vast, so serve me alone. Every being shall taste death, then it is to us that you shall be sent back. We shall house those who believed and acted righteously in the lofty mansions of paradise, beneath which rivers flow. There they shall remain forever. How excellent a reward it is for those who acted in obedience to Allah, who remain steadfast and put their trust in their Lord. How many an animal there is that does not carry about its sustenance. Allah provides sustenance to them and to you. He is all-hearing, all-knowing. If you were to ask them, who created the heavens and the earth, and who has kept the sun and the moon in subjection? They will certainly say, Allah. How come then they are being deluded from the truth? Allah enlarges the sustenance of any of His servants whom He will, and straightens the sustenance of whom He will. Surely, Allah has knowledge of everything. If you were to ask them, who sent down water from the sky, and therewith revived the earth after its death, they will certainly say, Allah. Say, to Allah alone be praise and thanks, but most people do not understand. The present life is nothing but sport and amusement. The true life is in the abode of the hereafter, if only they knew. When they embark in the ships, they call upon Allah, consecrating their faith to Him. But when He rescues them and brings them to land, they suddenly begin to associate others with Allah in His divinity, that they may be ungrateful for the rescue that we granted them, and that they may revel in the pleasures of the present life. Soon they shall come to know. Do they not see that we have given them a sanctuary of safety, whereas people around them are being snatched away? So do they believe in falsehood and ungratefully deny Allah's bounties? Who can be more unjust than he who foists a lie on Allah or gives the lie to the truth after it has come to him? Is hell not the resort of the unbelievers? As for those who strive in our cause, we shall surely guide them to our ways. Indeed, Allah is with those who do good. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Alif Lam Mim. The Romans have been defeated in the neighboring land, but after their defeat, they shall gain victory in a few years. All power belongs to Allah, both before and after. On that day will the believers rejoice at the victory granted by Allah. He grants victory to whomsoever He pleases. He is the most mighty, the most compassionate. This is Allah's promise, and He does not go back on His promise, but most people do not know. People simply know the outward aspect of the worldly life, but are utterly heedless of the hereafter. Do they not reflect on themselves? Allah created the heavens and the earth, and whatever lies between them in truth and for an appointed term. Yet many people deny that they will meet their Lord. Have they not traveled through the earth that they may observe what was the end of their predecessors, who were far mightier and tilled the land and built upon it more than these have ever built? And Allah's messengers came to them with clear signs. It was not Allah who wronged them, but it is they who wronged themselves. Evil was the end of those evildoers, for they gave the lie to Allah's signs and scoffed at them. Allah creates in the first instance and will later repeat it. Thereafter, it is to Him that you shall be sent back. On that day, when the hour will come to pass, the criminals shall be dumbfounded. None whom they had associated with Allah in His divinity will intercede on their behalf. Rather, they will disown those whom they had set up as Allah's associates in His divinity. On that day, when the hour will come to pass, people will be split into groups. Then those who believed and acted righteously will be placed in a garden and will be happy and jubilant. As for those who disbelieved and gave the lie to our signs and to the encounter of the hereafter, they will be arraigned for chastisement. So glorify Allah in the evening and the morning. He is all praise in the heavens and in the earth, and glorify Him in the afternoon and when the sun begins to decline. He brings forth the living from the dead and brings forth the dead from the living and revives the earth after it is dead. Likewise, will you be raised to life after you die. And of His signs is that He created you from dust, and behold, you became human beings and are multiplying around the earth. And of His signs is that He has created mates for you from your own kind, that you may find peace in them, and He has set between you love and mercy. Surely there are signs in this for those who reflect. And of His signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the diversity of your tongues and colors. Indeed, there are signs in this for the wise. And of His signs is your sleeping at night, and your seeking His bounty during the day. Indeed, there are signs in this for those who hearken. And of His signs is that He shows you lightning, arousing both fear and hope, and sends down water from the sky, and revives the earth after it is dead. Indeed, there are signs in this for those who use their reason. And of His signs is that the sky and the earth stand firm by His command, that no sooner than He summons you out of the earth, you will come forth. To Him belong all who are in the heavens and all who are on the earth. All are in obedience to Him. It is He who creates in the first instance, and it is He who will repeat the creation, and that is easier for Him. His is the loftiest attribute in the heavens and the earth. He is the most mighty, the most wise. He sets forth for you a parable from your own lives. Do you have among your slaves some who share with you the sustenance that we have bestowed on you, so that you become equals in it, all being alike, and then you would hold them in fear as you fear each other? Thus do we make plain the signs for those who use reason. But the wrongdoers follow their desires without any knowledge. Who then can show the way to him whom Allah lets go astray? Such shall have no helpers. O Prophet and his followers, turn your face single-mindedly to the true faith and adhere to the true nature on which Allah has created human beings. The mold fashioned by Allah cannot be altered. That is the true straight faith, although most people do not know. Adhere to the true faith and turn to him and hold him in awe and establish prayer, and do not be of those who associate others with Allah in his divinity. Those who have split up their religion and have become divided into sects, each party exulting in what they have. Such are human beings that when any misfortune befalls them, they cry to their Lord, penitently turning to him. But no sooner that he lets them have a taste of his mercy, than some of them begin associating others with their Lord in his divinity, so that they may show ingratitude to us for the favors we had bestowed upon them. So enjoy yourselves a while, but then you shall soon come to know. Have we sent down any sanction which provides support to their associating others with Allah in his divinity? When we make people have a taste of our mercy, they exult in it, and when any misfortune befalls them in consequence of their deeds, then lo and behold, they despair. Do they not see that Allah enlarges and straightens the sustenance of those whom he pleases? There are signs in this for those who believe. So give his due to the near of kin, and to the needy, and to the wayfarer. That is better for those who desire to please Allah. It is they who will prosper. Whatever you pay as interest, so that it may increase the wealth of people, does not increase in the sight of Allah. As for the zakah that you give, seeking with it Allah's good pleasure, that is multiplied manifold. It is Allah who created you, then bestowed upon you your sustenance, and he will cause you to die, and then will bring you back to life. Can any of those whom you associate with Allah in his divinity do any such thing? Glory be to him, and exalted be he above whatever they associate with Allah in his divinity. Evil has become rife on the land and at sea, because of men's deeds. This is in order that he may cause them to have a taste of some of their deeds. Perhaps they will turn back from evil. O Prophet, say, traverse in the earth, and see what was the end of those who went before you. Most of them associated others with Allah in his divinity. So turn your face exclusively towards the true faith before there comes the day whose coming from Allah cannot be averted. The day when people will split into groups. He who disbelieves will suffer the consequence of it, and he who acts righteously, they will pave the way for their own good, so that Allah may, out of his bounty, reward those who believe and act righteously. Verily, he does not love the unbelievers. And of his signs is that he sends winds to herald good tidings, that he may give you a taste of his mercy, and that ships may sail at his bidding, and you may seek his bounty and give thanks to him. We sent messengers before you to their respective nations, and they brought clear signs to them. Then we took vengeance upon those who acted wickedly. It was incumbent on us to come to the aid of the believers. Allah sends the winds that stir up clouds, and then he spreads them in the sky as he pleases, and splits them into different fragments, whereafter you see drops of rain pouring down from them. He then causes the rain to fall on whomsoever of his servants he pleases, and lo, they rejoice at it, although before that they were given to despair. See then the tokens of Allah's mercy, how he revives the earth after it is dead. Verily, he is the one who will revive the dead. He has power over everything. But if we were to send a wind, and then their tilth has become yellow, they would never cease to disbelieve. O Prophet, you cannot make the dead hear, nor can you make the deaf hear your call when they turn back in retreat, nor can you guide the blind out of their error. You can make none hear your call except those who believe in our signs and have surrendered themselves to him. It is Allah who created you in a state of weakness. Then after weakness, he gave you strength. Then after strength, he made you weak and old. He creates what he pleases. He is all-knowing, all-powerful. On that day when the hour will come to pass, the wicked shall swear that they had stayed in the world no more than an hour. Thus they used to be deceived in the life of the world. But those who had been endowed with knowledge and faith shall say, according to Allah's record, you have stayed till the day of resurrection. Now, this is the day of resurrection. but you did not know. So that will be the day when the excuses of the wrongdoers will not avail them, nor will they be asked to make amends. In the Quran we have explained things to people in myriad ways, but no matter what sign you bring to them, those who are resolved upon denying the truth will say, you are given to falsehood. Thus does Allah seal the hearts of those who have no knowledge. Therefore, O Prophet, have patience. Surely Allah's promise is true. Let those who lack certainty not cause you to be unsteady. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Alif Lam Mim. These are the verses of the wise book, a guidance and mercy for the doers of good, who establish prayer and pay zakah and have firm faith in the hereafter. It is they who are on true guidance from their Lord, and it is they who shall prosper. There are some human beings who purchase an enchanting diversion in order to lead people away from the way of Allah without having any knowledge, who hold the call to the way of Allah to ridicule. A humiliating chastisement awaits them. When our verses are recited to such a person, he arrogantly turns away, as though he had not heard them, or as though there was a deafness in his ears, so announce to him the tidings of a grievous chastisement. Surely those who believe and do good deeds shall have gardens of bliss. They shall abide in them forever. This is Allah's promise that shall come true. He is the most powerful, the most wise. He created the heavens without any pillars visible to you, and he placed mountains in the earth as pegs, lest it should turn topsy-turvy with you. And he dispersed all kinds of animals over the earth, and sent down water from the sky, causing all kinds of excellent plants to grow on it. Such is Allah's creation. Show me, then, what any others apart from Allah have created. Nay, the fact is that the wrongdoers are in manifest error. We bestowed wisdom upon Luqman, enjoining, give thanks to Allah. Whoso gives thanks to Allah does so to his own good, and whoso disbelieves, let him know that Allah is all-sufficient, immensely praiseworthy. And call to mind when Luqman said to his son while exhorting him, my son, do not associate others with Allah in his divinity. Surely, associating others with Allah in his divinity is a mighty wrong. We enjoined upon man to be dutiful to his parents. His mother bore him in weakness upon weakness, and his weaning lasted 2 years. We therefore enjoined upon him, give thanks to me and to your parents. To me is your ultimate return. But if they press you to associate others with me in my divinity, to associate those regarding whom you have no knowledge, that they are my associates, do not obey them, and yet treat them well in this world, and follow the way of him who turns to me in devotion. Eventually, it is to me that all of you shall return, and I shall then tell you all that you did. Luqman said, son, Allah will bring forth everything, even if it be as small as the grain of a mustard seed, even though it be hidden inside a rock or anywhere, in the heavens or earth. Allah is most subtle, all aware. Son, establish prayer, enjoin all that is good, and forbid all that is evil, and endure with patience whatever affliction befalls you. Surely, these have been emphatically enjoined. Do not contemptuously turn your face away from people, nor tread haughtily upon earth. Allah does not love the arrogant and the vainglorious. Be moderate in your stride and lower your voice. Verily, the most disgusting of all voices is the braying of the donkey. Have you not seen that Allah has subjected to your service all that is in the heavens and on the earth, and has abundantly bestowed upon you all his bounties, both visible and invisible? Yet some persons dispute regarding Allah without having any knowledge or guidance or any illuminating book. When they are told, follow what Allah has revealed, they say, we will rather follow that which we have found our forefathers following. Will they follow that, even though Satan might invite them to chastisement of the blazing fire? Whoever surrenders himself to Allah and lives righteously grasps the most firm handle. The ultimate decision of all matters rests with Allah. So let the unbelief of the unbeliever not grieve you. To us is their return, and then we shall inform them of all that they did. Surely, Allah knows well even the secrets that are hidden in the breasts of people. We allow them to enjoy themselves in a while in the world, and then we shall drive them in utter helplessness to a harsh chastisement. If you were to ask them, who created the heavens and the earth, they will certainly reply, Allah. Say, All praise and thanks be to Allah, yet most of them do not know. All that is in the heavens and the earth belongs to Allah. Verily, He is all-sufficient, immensely praiseworthy. If all the trees on earth become pens, and the sea replenished by 7 more seas were to supply them with ink, the words of Allah would not be exhausted. Verily, Allah is most mighty, most wise. To create all of you, or to resurrect all of you, is to Him like creating or resurrecting a single person. Verily, Allah is all-hearing, all-seeing. Do you not see that Allah makes the night phase into the day, and makes the day phase into the night, and has subjected the sun and the moon to His will, so that each of them is pursuing its course till an appointed time? Do you not know that Allah is well aware of all that you do? All this is because Allah, He alone is the truth, and all that which they call upon beside Him is false. Surely, Allah, He alone is all-high, incomparably great. Do you not see that ships sail in the sea by Allah's grace, that He may show you some of His signs? Surely, there are signs in this for everyone who is steadfast, thankful. When waves engulf them in the sea like canopies, they call upon Allah, consecrating their faith solely to Him. But when He delivers them safely to the land, some of them become lukewarm. None denies our signs except the perfidious, the ungrateful. O people, fear the wrath of your Lord, and dread the day when no father will stand for his child, nor any child stand for his father. Surely, Allah's promise is true. So let the life of this world not beguile you, nor let the deluder delude you about Allah. Surely, Allah alone has the knowledge of the hour. It is He who sends down the rain, and knows what is in the wombs, although no person knows what he will earn tomorrow, nor does he know in which land he will die. Indeed, Allah is all-knowing, all-aware. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Alif Lam Mim. This book, beyond all doubt, was revealed by the Lord of the universe. Or do they say, He has fabricated it? Nay, it is the truth from your Lord, so that you may warn a people to whom no warner came before you. Perhaps they will be guided to the right way. It is Allah who created the heavens and the earth, and all that is between the two in 6 days, and then He established Himself on the throne. You have no guardian or intercessor other than He. Will you then not take heed? He governs from the heaven to the earth, and then the record of His governance goes up to Him, in a day whose measure is 1,000 years in your reckoning. He knows all that is beyond, as well as all that is within a creature's sense perception. He is the most mighty, the most compassionate. He who excelled in the creation of all that He created, He originated the creation of man from clay, then made his progeny from the extract of a mean fluid. Then He duly proportioned him, and breathed into him of His Spirit, and bestowed upon you ears and eyes and hearts, and yet little thanks do you give. They say, shall we be created afresh after we have become lost in the earth? Nay, the fact is that they deny that they will meet their Lord. Tell them, the angel of death, who has been charged with your souls, shall gather you, and then you shall be brought back to your Lord. Would that you could see the guilty standing before their Lord with their heads downcast, saying to Him, Our Lord, we have now seen and heard, so send us back to the world that we might act righteously, for now we have come to have firm faith. They will be told, if we had so willed, we could have bestowed guidance on every person. But the word from me that I will fill hell with men and jinn altogether has been fulfilled. So taste the chastisement on account of you forgetting the encounter of this day. We too have forgotten you. Taste the eternal chastisement as a requital for your misdeeds. None believes in our signs except those who, when they are given good counsel through our verses, fall down prostrate and celebrate the praise of their Lord and do not wax proud. Their sides forsake their beds, and they call upon their Lord in fear and hope, and expend in charity out of the sustenance we have granted them. No one knows what the delights of the eyes are kept hidden for them as a reward for their deeds. Would a true believer be like him who was an evildoer? Surely they are not equal. As for those who believe and act righteously, theirs shall be gardens to dwell in, a hospitality to reward them for their deeds. As for the evildoers, their refuge shall be the fire. Every time they want to escape from it, they shall be driven back and shall be told, taste the chastisement of the fire which you used to reject as a lie. We shall certainly have them taste some chastisement in this world, in addition to the greater chastisement of the hereafter. Perhaps they will retract from their transgression. And who is more unjust than he who is given good counsel through the signs of his Lord, and yet he turns away from them? Surely we will exact full retribution from such criminals. Verily, we bestowed the book upon Moses, so entertain no doubt if the Prophet Muhammad received the same. We had made that book a guidance for the children of Israel. And when they remained steadfast and firmly believed in our signs, we created among them leaders who guided people by our command. Surely, your Lord will judge among them on the day of resurrection concerning the matters about which the children of Israel used to differ. Did these historical events not make them realize that we destroyed many nations before them amidst whose dwellings they now move about? Surely, there are many signs in this. Are they unable to hear? Have they not seen that we drive water to the parched land, thereby bringing forth crops which they and their cattle eat? Are they unable to see? They say, if you are truthful, tell us, when will the judgment come? Tell them, if the unbelievers were to believe on the day of judgment, that will not avail them, for then they will be granted no respite. So leave them to themselves, and turn away from them, and wait. They too are waiting. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. O Prophet, fear Allah, and do not obey the unbelievers and the hypocrites. Verily, Allah is all-knowing, most wise. Follow that which is revealed to you from your Lord. Verily, Allah is fully aware of all that you do. Put your trust in Allah. Allah is sufficient as guardian. Allah has never put two hearts within one person's body, nor has He made your wives, whom you compared to your mother's backs, to divorce them, your true mothers, nor has He made those whom you adopt as sons, your own sons. These are only words that you utter with your mouths, but Allah proclaims the truth and directs you to the right path. Call your adopted sons after their true fathers. That is more equitable in the sight of Allah. But if you do not know their true fathers, then regard them as your brethren in faith and as allies. You will not be taken to task for your mistaken utterances, but you will be taken to task for what you say deliberately. Allah is most forgiving, most compassionate. Surely, the Prophet has a greater claim over the believers than they have over each other, and his wives are their mothers. According to the Book of Allah, blood relatives have greater claim over each other than the rest of the believers and the emigrants in the cause of Allah, except that you may do some good to your allies if you so wish. This is inscribed in the Book of Allah. And call to mind, O Prophet, when we took the covenant from all prophets, and also from you, and Noah, and Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, the son of Mary. We took from them a solemn covenant, so that their Lord may question the truthful about their truthfulness. As for the unbelievers, He has kept a painful chastisement in store for them. Believers, call to mind Allah's favor to you when enemy hosts invaded you. Then we sent against them a wind and hosts that you did not see, although Allah was observing all that you were then doing. When they came upon you from above you and from below you, when your eyes were stupefied with horror and your hearts leapt to your throats, and you began to entertain diverse thoughts about Allah. The believers were then put to a severe test and were most violently convulsed. And call to mind when the hypocrites and all those with diseased hearts said, all that Allah and His Messenger had promised us was nothing but deceit. And when a section of them said, O people of Yathrib, now there is no place for you to stay, so turn back. And call to mind when a section of them was seeking permission from the Prophet to leave, saying our houses are exposed to attack, although they were not exposed to attack. They only wished to flee from the battlefront. If the enemy were to enter the town from various directions, and they were summoned to act treacherously, they would have succumbed to it and would have shown little reluctance in doing so. They had earlier covenanted with Allah that they would not turn their backs in flight, and a covenant made with Allah must needs be answered for. O Prophet, tell them, if you run away from death or slaying, this flight will not avail you. You will have little time after that to enjoy the pleasures of life. Say to them, who can protect you from Allah if He desires an evil for you? And who can prevent Him if He desires to show mercy to you? They shall find none other than Allah to be their protector or helper. Allah knows well those of you who create obstructions in war efforts and say to their brethren, "Come and join us." They hardly take any part in battle. They are utterly niggardly in coming to your aid. Whenever there is danger, you will see them looking at you, their eyes rolling as though they were on the verge of fainting at the approach of death. But when the danger passes away, their greed for wealth prompts them to greet you with their sharp, scissor-like tongues. These are the ones who never truly believed, and so Allah has caused their deeds to be reduced to naught. That is easy enough for Allah. They think that the invading Confederates have not yet gone, but if the Confederates were to mount another assault, they would wish to be in the desert among the Bedouins and keep themselves informed about you from there. But even if they remained in your midst, hardly would they fight. Surely there was a good example for you in the Messenger of Allah, for all those who look forward to Allah and the last day, and remember Allah much. As for the true believers, when they saw the invading Confederates, they cried out, "This is what Allah and His Messenger had promised us," and what Allah and His Messenger said was absolutely true. This only increased their faith and submission. Among the believers there are those who have remained true to the covenant they made with Allah. Among those, some of them have fulfilled their vow, and others await the appointed time. They have not changed in the least. All this is in order that Allah may reward the truthful for their truthfulness, and either punish the hypocrites or, if He so wills, accept their repentance. Verily, Allah is most pardoning, most compassionate. Allah sent back the unbelievers empty-handed, their hearts seething with rage. Allah sufficed the believers in their fight. Allah is most powerful, most mighty. Allah brought down from their fortresses those people of the book who had supported the invading Confederates, and cast such terror into their hearts that some of them you kill and some of them you take captive. Allah made you inherit their land, their dwellings and their goods, and a piece of land on which you had not yet trodden. Verily, Allah has power over all things. O Prophet, tell your wives, if you seek the world and its embellishments, then come, I will make some provision for you and release you in an honorable way. But if you seek Allah and His Messenger and the abode of the hereafter, then surely Allah has prepared a great reward for those of you who do good. Wives of the Prophet, if any of you commit flagrant indecency, her chastisement shall be doubled. That is easy for Allah. But whoever of you is obedient to Allah and His Messenger and does good deeds, Allah will double her reward. We have prepared for her a generous provision. Wives of the Prophet, you are not like other women. If you fear Allah, do not be too complacent in your speech, lest those with diseased hearts should covet you, but speak in a straightforward manner. And stay in your homes, and do not go about displaying your allurements, as in the former time of ignorance. Establish prayer, give zakah, and obey Allah and His Messenger. Allah only wishes to remove uncleanness from you, O members of the Prophet's household, and to purify you completely. Remember the signs of Allah and the words of wisdom which are rehearsed in your homes. Verily, Allah is all subtle, all aware. Surely the men who submit to Allah and the women who submit to Allah, the men who have faith and the women who have faith, the men who are obedient and the women who are obedient, the men who are truthful and the women who are truthful, the men who are steadfast and the women who are steadfast, the men who humble themselves to Allah and the women who humble themselves to Allah, the men who give alms and the women who give alms, the men who fast and the women who fast, the men who guard their chastity and the women who guard their chastity, the men who remember Allah much and the women who remember Allah much. For them has Allah prepared forgiveness and a mighty reward. It does not behove a believer, male or female, that when Allah and His Messenger have decided an affair, they should exercise their choice. And whoever disobeys Allah and His Messenger has strayed to manifest error. O Prophet, call to mind when you said to him whom Allah had favored and you had favored, cleave to your wife and fear Allah, and you concealed within yourself for fear of people what Allah was to reveal, although Allah has greater right that you fear Him. So when Zayd had accomplished what he would of her, we gave her in marriage to you, so that there should not be any constraint for the believers regarding the wives of their adopted sons, after they had accomplished whatever they would of them. And Allah's command was bound to be accomplished. There could be no hindrance to the Prophet regarding what Allah ordained for him. Such has been Allah's way with the Prophets who went before. Allah's command is a decree firmly determined. This is Allah's way regarding those who deliver the messages of Allah and who fear Him and fear no one else than Allah. Allah is sufficient as a reckoner. Muhammad is not the father of any of your men, but he is the messenger of Allah and the seal of the prophets. Allah has full knowledge of everything. Believers, remember Allah much and glorify Him morning and evening. It is He who lavishes His blessings on you, and His angels invoke blessings on you that He may lead you out of darkness into light. He is most compassionate to the believers. On the day they meet Him, they will be greeted with peace. He has prepared for them a generous reward. O Prophet, we have sent you forth as a witness, a bearer of good tidings, and a warner, as one who calls people to Allah by His leave, and as a bright shining lamp. Announce to the believers the good tidings that Allah has kept bounteous blessings in store for them. Do not yield to the unbelievers and the hypocrites, and disregard the hurt that comes from them, and put your trust in Allah. Allah suffices as the guardian to entrust one's affairs to. Believers, when you marry believing women and then divorce them before you have touched them, you may not require them to observe a waiting period that you might reckon against them. So make provision for them and release them in an honorable manner. O Prophet, we have made lawful for you your wives whose bridal dues you have paid, and the slave girls you possess from among the prisoners of war, and the daughters of your paternal uncles and paternal aunts, and the daughters of your maternal uncles and maternal aunts, who have migrated with you, and a believing woman who gives herself to the Prophet, and whom he wants to take in marriage. O Prophet, this privilege is yours alone to the exclusion of other believers. We know well what restrictions we have imposed upon them as regards their wives and those whom their right hands possess, and have exempted you from those restrictions, that there may be no constraint upon you. Allah is most forgiving, most merciful. Of them you may put off any of them you wish, and you may take any of them whom you wish, and you may call back any of those whom you had temporarily set aside. There will be no blame on you on this account. It is likelier that they will thus be comforted and will not grieve, and every one of them will be well pleased with what you give them. Allah knows what is in your hearts. Allah is all-knowing, all-forbearing. Thereafter women will not be lawful for you, and it will not be lawful for you to take other wives in place of them, even though their beauty might please you, unless they be those whom your right hand owns. Allah is watchful over everything. Believers, enter not the houses of the Prophet without his permission, nor wait for a meal to be prepared. Instead, enter when you are invited to eat, and when you have had the meal, disperse. Do not linger in idle talk. That is hurtful to the Prophet, but he does not express it out of shyness. But Allah is not ashamed of speaking out the truth. And if you were to ask the wives of the Prophet for something, ask from behind a curtain. That is more apt for the cleanness of your hearts and theirs. It is not lawful for you to cause hurt to Allah's messenger, nor to ever marry his wives after him. Surely, that would be an enormous sin in Allah's sight. It does not matter whether you disclose something or conceal it, for Allah certainly knows everything. It will not be blameworthy for the wives of the Prophet if their fathers, their sons, their brothers' sons, their sisters' sons, and the women with whom they have social relations, and the persons whom their right hands possess enter their houses. O women, shun disobeying Allah. Allah is watchful over everything. Allah and his angels bless the Prophet. Believers invoke blessings and peace on him. Verily those who cause annoyance to Allah and his messenger, Allah has cursed them in this world and in the hereafter, and has prepared for them a humiliating chastisement. Those who cause hurt to believing men and to believing women have invited upon themselves calumny and a manifest sin. O Prophet, enjoin your wives and your daughters and the believing women to draw a part of their outer coverings around them. It is likelier that they will be recognized and not molested. Allah is most forgiving, most merciful. If the hypocrites and those in whose hearts there is a sickness and the scandalmongers in Medina do not desist from their vile acts, we shall urge you to take action against them, and then they will hardly be able to stay in the city with you. They shall be cursed from all around, and they shall be ruthlessly killed wherever they are seized. This has been Allah's way with those who have gone before, and you shall find no change in Allah's way. People ask you concerning the hour of resurrection. Say, Allah alone has knowledge of it. What do you know? Perhaps the hour is nigh. Allah has cursed the unbelievers and has prepared for them a blazing fire. Therein they shall abide forever. They shall find none to protect or help them. On that day when their faces shall be turned around in the fire, they will say, "Would that we had obeyed Allah and obeyed the Messenger." They will say, "Our Lord, we obeyed our chiefs and our great ones, and they turned us away from the right way. Our Lord, mete out to them a double chastisement and lay upon them a mighty curse." Believers, do not be like those who distressed Moses, and then Allah declared him quit of the ill they spoke about him, and he had a high standing with Allah. Believers, fear Allah and speak the truth. Allah will set your deeds right for you and will forgive you your sins. Whoever obeys Allah and His Messenger has achieved a great triumph. We offered the trust to the heavens and the earth and the mountains, but they refused to carry it and were afraid of doing so. But man carried it. Surely he is wrongdoing, ignorant. The consequence of man's carrying the trust is that Allah may chastise hypocritical men and hypocritical women and accept the repentance of believing men and believing women. He is most forgiving, most merciful. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. All praise be to Allah, to whom belongs all that is in the heavens and all that is in the earth, and all praise be to Him in the world to come. He is most wise, all aware. He knows what penetrates into the earth and what goes forth from it, what descends from the heaven and what ascends to it. He is the most merciful, the most forgiving. The unbelievers say, "How come the hour is not coming upon us?" Say to them, "Yes, indeed, by my Lord, by Him who fully knows the realm beyond the ken of perception, that the hour shall inevitably come upon you. Nothing escapes Him, not even the smallest particle in the heavens or the earth, nor is anything smaller or bigger than that, but is in a manifest book. The hour shall come, that He may reward those who believe and do righteous deeds. There shall be forgiveness and a generous provision. As for those who worked against our signs in order to frustrate them, they shall suffer a painful chastisement. O Prophet, those who have knowledge see clearly that what has been revealed to you from your Lord is the truth and directs to the way of the Most Mighty, the immensely praiseworthy Lord. The unbelievers say, "Shall we direct you to the man who tells you that when you have been utterly broken to pieces, you'll be raised to life again? Has he forged a lie against Allah, or is he afflicted with madness? Nay, but those who do not believe in the hereafter are doomed to be chastised and are far gone in error. Do they not see how the heavens and the earth encompass them from the front and the rear? We could, if we so wished, cause the earth to swallow them or let fragments of the sky fall upon them. Verily, there is a sign in this for every servant of Allah who penitently turns to Him. We bestowed our favor upon David. We commanded, O mountains, sing Allah's praises with him. And so did we command the birds. We softened the iron for him, saying, Fashion coats of mail, and measure their links with care and act righteously. I am watching over whatever you do. And we subdued the wind to Solomon. Its morning course was a month's journey, and its evening course was a month's journey. We gave him a spring flowing with molten brass, and we subdued for him jinn, who by his Lord's permission worked before him. Such of them as swerved from our commandment, we let them taste the chastisement of the blazing fire. They made for him whatever he would desire, stately buildings, images, basins like water troughs, and huge built-in cauldrons. Work, O house of David, in thankfulness to your Lord. Few of my servants are truly thankful. When we executed our decree of death on Solomon, nothing indicated to the jinn that he was dead, except a worm eating away his staff. So when Solomon fell down, the jinn realized that had they known what lies in the realm beyond perception, they would not have continued to be in this humiliating chastisement. For Sheba, there was also a sign in their dwelling place, the two gardens to the right and to the left. Eat of your Lord's provision, and render thanks to Him. Most pleasant is your land, and most forgiving is your Lord. But they turned away, and so we let loose upon them a devastating flood that swept away the dams and replaced their gardens by two others bearing bitter fruits, tamarisks, and a few lote trees. Thus did we retribute them for their ingratitude, and none do we retribute in this manner except the utterly ungrateful. We placed other prominent towns between them, the towns that we had blessed and had set well-measured stages between them. Move back and forth between them, night and day, in perfect security. But they said, Lord, make the stages of our journeys longer. They wronged their own selves, so we reduced them to bygone tales, and utterly tore them to pieces. Verily, there are signs in this for everyone who is steadfast and thankful. Iblis found his estimate of them to be true, and they followed him, except a party of the believers. Iblis had no authority over them, and whatever happened was in order that we might know him who believes in the hereafter as distinct from he who is in doubt about it. Your Lord is watchful over everything. O Prophet, say to those who associate others with Allah in his divinity, call upon those whom you fancy to be deities beside Allah. They own not even the smallest particle, neither in the heavens nor on the earth, nor do they have any share in the ownership of either of them, nor is any of them even a helper of Allah. No intercession can avail with Allah except for him whom Allah permits to intercede. When their hearts are relieved of fright, they will ask the intercessors, what did your Lord say? They will reply, he said, what is right, and he is the high, the great. Ask them, O Prophet, who provides you sustenance from the heavens and the earth? Say, Allah. Now, inevitably one of us is rightly guided, either we or you, and the other is in manifest error. Tell them, you will not be called to account about the guilt we committed, nor will we be called to account for what you did. Say, our Lord will bring us together, and then he will rightly judge between us. He is the great judge, the all-knowing. Say, show me those whom you have attached to him as his associates in divinity. Nay, Allah alone is most mighty, most wise. O Prophet, we have not sent you forth but as a herald of good news and a warner for all mankind, but most people do not know. They ask you, when will this promise of resurrection be fulfilled, if what you say is true? Say, your day is appointed. You can neither hold back its coming by an hour, nor hasten it by an hour. The unbelievers say, we shall never believe in this Quran, nor in any scripture before it. If you could only see the wrongdoers arrayed before their Lord, each bandying charges against the other, those who were suppressed will say to those who waxed arrogant, had it not been for you, we would have been believers. The arrogant ones will retort to those who were suppressed, what? Did we bar you from the guidance after it came to you? Not at all. Rather, you yourselves were evildoers. Those who were suppressed will say to those who waxed arrogant, by no means it was your scheming, night and day, when you would enjoin us to disbelieve in Allah and set up others as equals to him. When they are confronted with the chastisement, they will be remorseful in their hearts. We shall put fetters around the necks of the unbelievers. Can people be requited except for their deeds? We never sent a warner to any town, but its wealthy ones said, we disbelieve in the message you have brought. They always said, we have more wealth and children than you have, and we shall not be chastised. O Prophet, say to them, my Lord grants provision abundantly to whomsoever he pleases, and straightens it for whomsoever he pleases. But most people do not know this. It is not your riches nor your children that make you near station to us, except for him who has faith and acts righteously. It is they who will receive double the recompense for their deeds. They shall live in lofty mansions in perfect peace. As for those who work against our signs so as to frustrate them, they shall be arraigned into the chastisement. Say, O Prophet, verily my Lord grants provision abundantly to whomsoever he pleases, and straightens it for whomsoever he pleases. Whatever you spend, he will replace it. He is the best of all providers. And on the day when he will muster them all, and will ask the angels, are they the ones who worshipped you? They will reply, glory to you. You are our protector, not they. Nay, they rather used to worship the jinn. Most of them believe in them. Today, none of you has the power to benefit or harm another. And we shall say to the evildoers, taste now the chastisement of the fire, which you used to deny, calling it a lie. When our clear signs are rehearsed to them, they say, this is a person who wants to turn you away from the deities whom your ancestors worshipped. They say, this is nothing but an invented falsehood. And when the truth came to the unbelievers, they declared, this is nothing but plain sorcery. Whereas we gave them no books that they could study, nor sent to them any warner before you. Those who went before them also denounced Allah's messengers as liars. They have not attained even a tenth of what we had given them. But when they rejected my messengers, calling them liars, how terrible was my chastisement. Say to them, O Prophet, I give you but one counsel. Stand up, for heaven's sake, singly and in pairs, and then think, what is in your companion, to wit Muhammad, that could be deemed as madness? He is nothing but a warner, warning you before the coming of a grievous chastisement. Say to them, whatever recompense I might ask of you, it shall be yours. My recompense is with Allah, and He is a witness over everything. Say to them, my Lord hurls down the truth upon me. He knows fully all that lies beyond the range of perception. Say, the truth has come, and falsehood can neither originate nor recreate anything. Say, if I go astray, then the hurt of straying will come only upon me. But if I am rightly guided, that is only because of the revelation that my Lord makes to me. He is all-hearing, ever nigh. If you could only see when the unbelievers will go about in a state of terror, they will have no escape and will be seized from a place near at hand. They will then say, we believe in it, but whence can they attain it from so far off a place? They disbelieved in it before and indulged in conjectures from far away. A barrier will be placed between them and what they desire, as was done with the likes of them before. Surely, they were in a disquieting doubt. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. All praise be to Allah, the fashioner of the heavens and earth, who appointed angels as His message bearers, having 2, 3, 4 wings. He adds to His creation whatever He pleases. Verily, Allah has power over everything. Whatever mercy Allah accords to people, none can withhold, and whatever He withholds, no other will be able to release after Him. He is most mighty, most wise. O people, remember Allah's favor upon you. Is there any creator apart from Allah who provides you your sustenance out of the heavens and earth? There is no God but He. Whither are you then being misdirected? O Prophet, there is nothing novel in it if they cry lies to you. Messengers before you were also cried lies to. To Allah shall all matters be sent back. O people, assuredly Allah's promise is true, so let the life of the world not delude you, and let not the deluder delude you concerning Allah. Surely Satan is an enemy to you, therefore do not take him as an enemy. He calls his followers to his way, so that they may be among the inmates of the fire. A severe chastisement lies in store for those that disbelieve, but there is a pardon and a great reward for those that believe and work righteous deeds. How awful is the straying of the person for whom his evil deed has been embellished, so that it looks fair to him. The fact is that Allah causes whomsoever He will to fall into error, and shows the right way to whomsoever He will. So, O Prophet, let not your life go to waste sorrowing over them. Allah is well aware of all that they do. It is Allah who sends forth winds, which then set the clouds in motion, which we drive to some dead land, giving a fresh life to earth after it had become dead. Such will be the resurrection of the dead. He who seeks glory, let him know that all glory belongs to Allah alone. To Him do good words go up, and righteous action uplifts them. But those who contrive evil deeds, a severe punishment lies in store for them, and their contriving will come to naught. Allah created you from dust, then from a drop of sperm. Then He made you into pairs. No female conceives nor delivers a child except with His knowledge. None is given a long life, nor is any diminished in his life, but it is written in a book. Surely that is quite easy for Allah. The two masses of water are not alike. The one is sweet, sates thirst, and is pleasant to drink from, while the other is salt, bitter on the tongue. Yet from both you eat fresh meat, and extract from it ornaments that you wear, and you see ships cruising through it, that you may seek of His bounty, and be thankful to Him. He causes the night to phase into the day, and the day into the night, and He has subjected the sun and the moon, each running its course to an appointed term. That is Allah, your Lord. To Him belongs the kingdom. But those whom you call upon, apart from Allah, possess not so much as the skin of a date stone. If you call upon them, they cannot hear your prayer, and if they hear it, they cannot answer it. On the day of resurrection, they will disown you for associating others with Allah in His divinity. No one can inform you of the truth save the all-aware. If he wishes, he can remove you and put in your place a new creation. That surely is not difficult for Allah. No one can bear another's burden. If a heavily laden one should call another to carry his load, none of it shall be carried by the other, even though he be a near of kin. O Prophet, you can warn only those who fear their Lord without seeing him and establish prayer. Whoever purifies himself does so to his own good. To Allah is the final return. The blind and the seeing are not alike, nor darkness and light, nor cool shade and torrid heat, nor are the living and the dead alike. Allah makes to hear whomsoever he wishes, but you, O Prophet, cannot cause to hear those who are in their graves. You are no more than a warner. We have sent you with the truth to proclaim good news and to warn. Never has there been a nation but a warner came to it. If they give the lie to you now, those that went before them also gave the lie to their messengers, when they came to them with clear proofs, with scriptures, and with the illuminating book. Then I seized those who denied the truth, and how terrible was my punishment. Do you not see that Allah sent down water from the sky, with which we brought forth fruits of diverse hues? In the mountains there are white and red, of diverse hues and pitchy black. And human beings too, and beasts, and cattle, diverse are their hues. From among his servants, it is only those who know that fear Allah. Verily, Allah is most mighty, most forgiving. Surely those who recite the book of Allah, and establish prayer, and spend, privately and publicly, out of what we have provided them, look forward to a trade that shall suffer no loss. A trade in which they have invested their all, so that Allah may pay them their wages in full, and may add to them out of his bounty. He is most forgiving, most appreciative. O Prophet, the book we have revealed to you is the truth, confirming the books that came before it. Verily, Allah is well aware of his servants and sees everything. Then we bequeath the book to those of our servants that we chose. Now, some of them wrong themselves, and some follow the medium course, and some, by Allah's leave, vie with each other in acts of goodness. That is the great bounty. They shall enter the everlasting gardens, shall be adorned with bracelets of gold and with pearls, and their apparel therein shall be silk. They will say, all praise be to Allah, who has taken away all sorrow from us. Surely, our Lord is most forgiving, most appreciative. The Lord who, out of his bounty, has made us dwell in an abode wherein no toil, no fatigue affects us. As for those who disbelieved, the fire of hell awaits them. There they shall not be finished off and die, nor will the torment of hell be lightened for them. Thus do we requite every thankless being. They will cry out in hell and say, our Lord, let us out, so that we may act righteously, different from what we did before. They will be told, did we not grant you an age long enough for anyone to take heed, if he had wanted to take heed? Besides, there came a warner to you, so have a taste of the torment now. None may come to the help of the wrongdoers. Surely, Allah knows the unseen in the heavens and the earth. He even knows the secrets hidden in people's breasts. It is He who made you vicegerents in the earth, so whoever disbelieves will bear the burden of his unbelief. The unbeliever's unbelief adds nothing but Allah's wrath against them. The unbeliever's unbelief adds nothing but their own loss. Say to them, O Prophet, have you ever seen those of your associates upon whom you call apart from Allah? Show me what have they created in the earth. Or do they have any partnership with Allah in the heavens? Or have we given them a book so that they have a clear proof for associating others with Allah in His divinity? Nay, what these wrongdoers promise each other is nothing but delusion. Surely Allah holds the heavens and the earth, lest they should be displaced there. For if they were displaced, none would be able to hold them after Him. Surely He is most forbearing, most forgiving. Swearing by Allah their strongest oaths, they claim that if a warner came to them, they would be better guided than any other people. But when a warner did come to them, his coming only increased their aversion to the truth. They began to wax even more proud on earth, and contrived evil designs, although the contriving of evil designs only overtakes their authors. Are they waiting, then, for anything except what happened to the nations before them? You shall not find any change in the way of Allah, and you shall not find anything that can ever alter the way of Allah. Have they not journeyed in the earth to behold the end of those who went before them? Though they were stronger than them in might, nothing in the heavens nor on earth can frustrate him in the least. He is all-knowing, all-powerful. If Allah were to take people to task for their deeds, He would not leave any living creature on earth, but He grants them respite to an appointed time. When their appointed time comes to an end, surely Allah fully observes His servants. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Yasin. By the wise Quran, you are truly among the messengers, on a straight way. And this Quran is a revelation from the Most Mighty, the Most Compassionate, so that you may warn a people whose ancestors were not warned before, wherefore they are heedless. Surely most of them merit the decree of chastisement, so they do not believe. We have put fetters around their necks which reach up to their chins, so that they are standing with their heads upright. And we have put a barrier before them and a barrier behind them, and have covered them up, so they are unable to see. It is all the same for them whether you warn them or do not warn them, for they shall not believe. You can warn only him who follows the admonition and fears the merciful Lord without seeing him. Give such a one good tidings of forgiveness and a generous reward. We shall surely raise the dead to life, and we record what they did and the traces of their deeds that they have left behind. We have encompassed that in a clear book. Recite to them as a case in point the story of the people of the town when the messengers came to them. We sent them 2 messengers, and they rejected both of them as liars. Then we strengthened them with a 3rd messenger. They said, "We have been sent to you as messengers." The people of the town said, "You are only human beings like ourselves, and the merciful Lord has revealed nothing. You are simply lying." The messenger said, "Our Lord knows that we have indeed been sent to you, and our duty is no more than to clearly convey the message." The people of the town said, "We believe you are an evil omen for us. If you do not desist, we will stone you, or you will receive a grievous chastisement from us." The messengers replied, "Your evil omen is with you. Are you saying this because you were asked to take heed? The truth is that you are a people who have exceeded all bounds." In the meantime, a man came running from the far end of the town saying, "My people, follow the messengers. Follow those who do not ask any recompense from you and are rightly guided. Why should I not serve the one who created me, and to whom all of you shall be sent back? What? Shall I take any deities apart from him whose intercession will not avail me the least? Were the merciful one to bring any adversity upon me, nor will they be able to rescue me? Surely in that case I should indeed be in evident error. I believe in your Lord, so listen to me." Eventually, they killed him, and he was told, "Enter paradise." The man exclaimed, "Would that my people knew. For what reason Allah has forgiven me and placed me among the honored ones. After him, we did not send down any hosts from the heaven. We stood in no need to send down any host. There was but a single blast, and suddenly they became silent and still. Alas for my servants, never does a messenger come to them, but they mock him. Have they not seen how many nations before them did we destroy? Thereafter, they never came back to them. All of them shall one day be gathered before us. Let the dead earth be a sign for them. We gave it life and produced from it grain whereof they eat. We made in it gardens of date palms and vines, and we caused springs to gush forth, that they might eat of its fruits. It was not their hands that made them. Will they not then give thanks? Holy is he who created all things in pairs, whether it be of what the earth produces, and of themselves, and of what they do not know. And the night is another sign for them. We strip the day from it, and they become plunged in darkness. The sun is running its course to its appointed place. That is the ordaining of the Almighty, the All-Knowing. We have appointed stages for the moon till it returns in the shape of a dry old branch of palm tree. Neither does it lie in the sun's power to overtake the moon, nor can the night outstrip the day. All glide along, each in its own orbit. Another sign for them is that we carried all their offspring in the laden vessel, and then created for them other vessels like those on which they ride. Should we so wish, we can drown them, and there will be none to heed their cries of distress, nor will they be rescued. It is only our mercy that rescues them and enables enjoyment of life for a while. When it is said to such people, guard yourselves against what is ahead of you and what has preceded you, that mercy be shown to you, they pay scant heed to it. Never does any sign of their Lord come to them, but they turn away from it. And when it is said to them, spend in the way of Allah, out of the sustenance that Allah has provided you, the unbelievers say to the believers, shall we feed him whom Allah should have fed, had he so wished? Say, you are in evident error. They say, when will this threat of resurrection come to pass? Tell us if indeed you are truthful. The truth is that they are waiting for nothing but a mighty blast to seize them, the while they are disputing in their worldly affairs. And they will not even be able to make a testament, nor to return to their households. Then the trumpet shall be blown, and lo, they will come out of their graves and be on the move towards their Lord, nervously exclaiming, alas for us, who roused us out of our sleeping place. This is what the Merciful One had promised, and what his messengers had said was true. Then there will simply be one single blast, and all will have gathered before us. Today, no one shall suffer the least injustice, and you shall not be recompensed except according to your deeds. Indeed, the people of paradise will be busy enjoying themselves. They and their spouses shall be reclining on their couches in shady groves. Therein there will be all kinds of fruits to eat, and they shall have all that they desire. Peace shall be the word conveyed to them from their merciful Lord. Criminals, separate yourselves from others today. Children of Adam, did I not command you not to serve Satan? He is to you an open enemy. And serve me alone. This is the straight way. Still, he misguided a whole throng of you. Did you have no sense? Now this is the hell of which you were warned. Burn in it on account of your disbelieving. Today, we shall put a seal on their mouths, and their hands will speak to us, and their feet shall bear witness to what they had been doing. If we so willed, we would have put out their eyes, then they would rush to see the way. But how would they be able to see? If we so willed, we would have transformed them where they were, so that they would not go forward or backward. Whomsoever we grant a long life, we reverse him in his constitution. Do they still not understand? We did not teach him to wit the messenger poetry, and it does not behove him. This is none but an admonition, and a clear book, that he may warn him who is alive and establish an argument against those that deny the truth. Do they not see our handiwork? We created for them cattle which they own. We have subjected the cattle to them, so that some of them they ride and eat the flesh of others. They derive a variety of benefits and drinks from them. Will they then not give thanks? They set up deities apart from Allah, hoping that they will receive help from them. Those deities can render them no help, yet these devotees act as though they were an army in waiting for them. Let not their words grieve you. Surely, we know all things about them, what they conceal and what they reveal. Does man not see that we created him from a sperm drop? And lo, he is flagrantly contentious. He strikes for us a similitude and forgot his own creation. He says, who will quicken the bones when they have decayed? Say, he who first brought them into being will quicken them. He knows well about every kind of creation. He who created from a green tree a fire for you, a fire to light your stoves with. Has he who created the heavens and the earth no power to create the likes of them? Yes, indeed. He is the superb creator. Whenever he wills a thing, he just commands it, be, and it is. Holy is he who has full control over everything, and to him you shall all be recalled. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. By those who range themselves in rows, by those who reprove severely, and those who recite the exhortation. Surely, your God is one, the Lord of the heavens and the earth, and of whatever lies between the two, the Lord of the easts. We have adorned the lower heaven with the adornments of the stars, and have protected it from every rebellious Satan. These Satans cannot listen to what transpires in the high council, for they are pelted away from every side, and are repelled. Theirs is an unceasing chastisement. And if any is able to snatch a fragment, he is pursued by a piercing flame. So ask them, that is human beings, were they harder to create than the objects we created? We created them from sticky clay. You marvel at the wondrous creations of Allah, and they scoff at it. And when they are admonished, they pay no heed. And if they see any sign, they laugh it away, and say, "This is nothing but plain sorcery." Is it ever possible that after we die and are reduced to dust, and a skeleton of bones, we will be raised to life? And so also shall our forefathers of yore be raised to life? Tell them, yes, and you are utterly helpless against Allah. There will be a single stern rebuff, and lo, they will be observing with their own eyes all that they had been warned against. They will then say, "Woe for us, this is the day of judgment." Yes, this is the day of final decision that you used to deny as a lie. Then will the command be given, muster all the wrongdoers and their spouses and the deities whom they used to serve, apart from Allah, and direct them to the path of hell, and detain them there. They will be called to account. How is it that you are not helping one another? Indeed, today they are surrendering themselves completely. They will then turn towards each other and start wrangling. The followers will say to their leaders, "You used to come to us from the right hand." They will say, "Nay, you yourselves were not the ones who would believe. We had no power over you. You are a rebellious people. And so we became deserving of the word of our Lord that we shall be made to suffer chastisement. So we led you astray. We ourselves were strayed." On that day, they will all share the chastisement. Thus do we treat the culprits. Whenever it was said to them, "There is no true deity apart from Allah," they waxed proud, and said, "Shall we forsake our deities for the sake of a distracted poet?" They say so, although he brought the truth and confirmed the veracity of the messengers. They will be told, "You shall taste the grievous chastisement. You will only be recompensed according to your deeds. But Allah's chosen servants shall be spared from this woeful end. For them awaits a known provision, a variety of delicious fruits, and they shall be honored in the gardens of bliss. They will be seated upon couches set face to face. A cup filled with wine from its springs will be passed around to them. White, sparkling wine, a delight to the drinkers. There will neither be any harm in it for their body, nor will it intoxicate their mind. There shall be wide-eyed maidens with bashful, restrained glances, so delicate as the hidden peel under an egg's shell. Then some of them will turn to others and will ask each other. One of them will say, "I had a companion in the world who used to say, 'Are you also one of those who confirm the truth of life after death? After we are dead and have become all dust and bones, shall we still be requited?' He will say, 'Do you wish to know where he is now?' Then he will look downwards and will see him in the depths of hell. He will say to him, 'By Allah, you almost ruined me. But for Allah's favor, I should be one of those who have been mustered here.' So, are we not going to die, except for our first death, and shall we suffer no chastisement? Surely, this is the supreme triumph. For the like of it should the workers work. Is this a better hospitality, or the tree of Al-Zakum? We have made this tree a trial for the wrongdoers. It is a tree that grows in the nethermost part of hell. Its spades are like the heads of Satans. The people of hell will surely eat of it, filling their bellies with it. Then on top of it, they will have a brew of boiling water. Then their return will be to the same blazing hell. These are the ones who found their fathers steeped in error, and they are running in their footsteps. Before them, a multitude of people of olden times had erred, and we had sent among them messengers to warn them. Observe then, what was the end of those that had been warned? Except for the chosen servants of Allah, Noah had called upon us earlier. See how excellent we were in answering him. We delivered him and his household from the great calamity, and made his offspring the only ones to survive. And we established for him a good name among posterity. Peace be upon Noah among all the nations. Thus do we reward all those who do good. Surely he was one of our truly believing servants. Thereafter we caused the others to be drowned. Abraham was on the self-same way as Noah, when he came to his Lord with a pure heart, and said to his father and his people, "Whom do you worship? Is it false deities that you want to serve rather than Allah? What do you think of the Lord of the whole universe? Then he looked carefully at the stars and said, I am sick. So turning their backs, they went away from him. Then he went quietly to the temple of the deities and said, What is the matter with you? Why do you not eat? What is the matter with you? Why do you not speak? Then he turned upon them, striking them with his right hand. Whereupon people came running to him. Abraham said to them, Do you worship what you yourselves have carved with your own hands? While it is Allah who has created you and all that you make? They spoke among themselves, Build him a pyre, and then throw him into the furnace. They had contrived an evil plan against him, but we abased them all. Abraham said, I am going to my Lord. He will guide me. Lord, grant me a righteous son. In response to this prayer, we gave him the good news of a prudent boy. And when he was old enough to go about and work with him, one day, Abraham said to him, My son, I see in my dream that I am slaughtering you. So consider and tell me what you think. He said, Do as you are bidden. You will find me, if Allah so wills, among the steadfast. When both surrendered to Allah's command, and Abraham flung the son down on his forehead, we cried out, O Abraham, you have indeed fulfilled your dream. Thus do we reward the good doers. This was indeed a plain trial, and we ransomed him with a mighty sacrifice. And we preserved for him a good name among posterity. Peace be upon Abraham. Thus do we reward the good doers. Surely he was one of our believing servants, and we gave him the good news of Isaac, a prophet and among the righteous ones. And we blessed him and Isaac. Among the offspring of the two, some did good, and some plainly wronged themselves. Verily, we bestowed our favors on Moses and Aaron. And we delivered both of them and their people from the great calamity. We succored them, and they gained the upper hand against their enemies. We granted them a clear book, and showed them the straight way, and preserved for them a good name among posterity. Peace be upon Moses and Aaron. Thus do we reward the good doers. Surely both of them were among our believing servants. Surely Elias too was among the messengers. Call to mind when he said to his people, Will you not fear Allah? Do you call upon Baal and forsake the best of the creators? Allah is your Lord and the Lord of your ancestors of yore. But they denounced him as a liar, so they will surely be arraigned for punishment. Except Allah's chosen servants, we preserved a good name for him among posterity. Peace be upon Elias. Thus do we reward the good doers. He was one of our believing servants. And Lot too was one of the messengers. Call to mind when we delivered him and all his kinsfolk, except for an old woman who was among those that stayed behind. Then we utterly destroyed the rest of them. You pass by their desolate habitations in the morning, and at night. Do you still not understand? And Jonah too was one of the messengers. Call to mind when he fled to the laden ship, cast lots, and was among the losers. Then a fish swallowed him, and he was blameworthy. Had he not been one of those who glorify Allah, he would certainly have remained in its belly till the day of resurrection. But we threw him on a wide bare tract of land while he was ill, and caused a gourd tree to grow over him. And we sent him forth to a nation of 100,000 or more. And they believed, so we let them enjoy life for a while. So ask their opinion. Are you convinced that your Lord should have daughters and you should have sons? Did we create the angels as females the while they witnessed? Behold, it is one of their fabrications that they say, Allah has begotten. They are liars. Did he choose daughters rather than sons? What is the matter with you that you make such strange judgments? Will you then not take heed? Do you have any clear authority for such claims? Bring your book if you are truthful. They have established a kinship between Allah and the angels know well that these people will be arraigned as culprits. They say, Exalted be Allah above what they attribute to him. So you and your deities shall not be able to tempt anyone away from Allah, except him who shall roast in the blazing fire. As for us, there is none but has an appointed station. Verily, we range ourselves in rows as humble servants, and we are of those who glorify Allah. They used to say before, if only we had the reminder which had been granted to the people of yore, we would surely have been Allah's chosen servants. But when it came to them, they rejected it. They shall soon come to know the end of such an attitude. We have already given our promise to our messengers, that they shall certainly be succored, and that our hosts shall triumph. So, O Prophet, leave them alone for a while, and see, and soon they too shall see. Do they seek to hasten our chastisement? When that chastisement will descend upon their courtyard, evil shall that day be for those who had been warned. Leave them alone for a while, and see, and they too shall soon see. Exalted be your Lord, the Lord of glory, above what they attribute to him, and peace be upon the messengers. And all praise be to Allah, the Lord of the universe. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Sa'd, and by the Quran, full of exhortation. Nay, but the unbelievers are steeped in arrogance and stubborn defiance. How many a nation did we destroy before them? When they approached their doom, they cried out for deliverance, but the time for deliverance was already past. They wondered that a warner had come to them from among themselves, and the deniers of the truth said, this is a sorcerer and a big liar. Has he made the gods one single god? This is truly astounding. And the elders among them went forth saying, go ahead and be steadfast in adhering to your deities. What is being said is with a design. We have not heard this in the religious community close to our time. This is nothing but a fabrication. Has this exhortation been sent down among us only to him, to the exclusion of all others? Nay, they are in doubt regarding my exhortation, and are saying all this because they have not yet had any taste of my chastisement. Do they possess the treasures of your Lord, the most mighty, the great bestower? Or do they possess the dominion of the heavens and the earth and of all that is in between them? If so, let them ascend the heights of the realm of causation and see. This is only a small army out of the several armies that will suffer defeat here. Before them, the people of Noah, Ad, and Pharaoh of the tent pegs gave the lie to the messengers. And so did Thamud, and the people of Lot, and the people of Aika. These were all leagued together. Each of them gave the lie to messengers, and my decree of chastisement came upon them. They are waiting for nothing except a single cry, after which there will be no second cry. They say, our Lord, hasten to us our share of chastisement before the day of reckoning. O Prophet, bear with patience what they say, and call to mind our servant David, who was endowed with great strength and who constantly turned to Allah. With him we had subjected the mountains, that they join him in celebrating Allah's glory evening and morning. And the birds too in their flocks, and turn again and again to celebrating Allah's glory. And we strengthened his kingdom, and endowed him with wisdom and decisive judgment. Has the story of the litigants reached you, of those who entered his private chambers by climbing over the wall? As they came upon David, and he was frightened of them, they said, be not afraid, we are just two litigants. One of us has committed excess against the other, so judge rightly between us, and be not unjust, and guide us to the right way. Behold, this is my brother, he has 99 ewes, and I have only 1 ewe. And yet he said, give her into my charge, and he got the better of me in an argument. David said, he has certainly wronged you in seeking to add your ewe to his ewes, and indeed, many who live together commit excesses, one to the other, except those that believe and act righteously, and they are but few. While so saying, David realized that it is we who have put him to the test. Therefore, he sought the forgiveness of his Lord, and fell down, bowing, and penitently turning to him. Thereupon we forgave him. His shortcoming, and indeed an exalted position of nearness awaits him, and an excellent resort. We said to him, O David, we have appointed you vicegerent on earth. Therefore rule among people with justice, and do not follow your desire, lest it should lead you astray from Allah's path. Allah's severe chastisement awaits those who stray away from Allah's path. for they had forgotten the day of reckoning. We did not create this heaven and earth and all that lies between them in vain. That is the fancy of those who deny the truth. So woe from the fire to all who deny the truth. Shall we then treat alike those that believe and act righteously, and those that create mischief on earth, or treat alike the God-fearing and the wicked? This is the blessed book that we have revealed to you, O Muhammad, that people with understanding may reflect over its verses, and those with understanding derive a lesson. We bestowed upon David an illustrious son, Solomon. How excellent a servant of ours he was. Indeed, he constantly turned to us in devotion. And when one evening, well-trained and running horses of noble breed were brought to him, he said, Lo, I have come to love this wealth on account of the remembrance of my Lord. And when the horses disappeared, he ordered, Bring these horses back to me. And then he began to gently stroke their shanks and necks. Surely we put Solomon to the test and cast upon his throne a mere body. Thereupon he penitently turned to us. He said, My Lord, forgive me, and bestow upon me a kingdom, such as none other after me will deserve. Surely you are the bounteous giver. We subjected the wind to him, so that it blew gently at his bidding, wherever he directed it. And we also subjected the devils to him, all kinds of builders and divers, and others that were bound with chains. This is our bestowal, so give or withhold as you wish without account. Indeed, an exalted position of nearness awaits him, and an excellent resort. And remember our servant Job, when he cried to his Lord, Behold, Satan has afflicted me with much hardship and suffering. We commanded him, Stamp your foot on earth, and here is cool water to wash with and to drink. And we granted to him his family, and also the like of them, as a mercy from us, and as a reminder to people of understanding. And we said to him, Take in your hand a bundle of rushes, and strike with it, and do not break your oath. Indeed, we found him steadfast. How excellent a servant of ours he was. Indeed, he constantly turned to his Lord. And remember our servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They were endowed with great strength and vision. Verily, we exalted them in consideration of a sterling quality, their remembrance of the abode of the hereafter. In our sight, they are among the chosen and excellent ones. And remember Ishmael, Elisha, and Dhu al-Kifl. All were of the best. This was a remembrance, an excellent retreat awaits the God-fearing. Everlasting gardens with gates wide open for them, wherein they shall recline, wherein they shall ask for abundant fruit and drinks, and wherein there shall be with them well-matched bashful mates. All this is what you are promised for the day of judgment. This is our provision for you, never to end. All this is for the God-fearing, but for the transgressors, an evil resort awaits them. Hell, where they will be roasted, an evil place to dwell. All this is for them, so let them taste boiling water and pus, and other sufferings of the kind. Observing their followers advancing to hell, they will say among themselves, This is a troop rushing into you. There is no welcome for them. They are destined to roast in the fire. They will reply, Rather, no welcome to you. You will roast in hell. It is you who led us to this end. What an evil resort. They will say, Our Lord, give twofold punishment in the fire to him who has led us to this. They will say to one another, But why do we not see those whom we considered him among the wicked? Is it that we mistakenly made fun of them, or have they disappeared from our sight? Verily, all this is true. This is how the inmates of the fire will dispute among themselves. Tell them, O Prophet, I am nothing but a warner. There is no deity but Allah, the One, the Supreme, the Lord of the heavens and the earth and all that is in between them, the most mighty, the most forgiving. Say, this is a tiding of tremendous import, from which you are turning away. Tell them, I had no knowledge of the High Council when they were disputing. I am told about matters by means of revelation only because I am a clear warner. When your Lord said to the angels, Verily, I am creating a human being from clay. After I have created him and breathed into him of my spirit, fall you down, prostrating yourselves to him. Then the angels, all of them, prostrated themselves before Adam. Except Iblis, he waxed proud and became one of the unbelievers. The Lord said, O Iblis, what prevented you from prostrating yourself before him, whom I created of my two hands. Are you waxing proud, or fancy yourself to be too exalted? He replied, I am nobler than he. You created me from fire, and created him from clay. He said, Get out of here, surely you are accursed. And my curse shall remain upon you till the day of resurrection. Satan said, My Lord, then grant me respite till the day they are raised up. He said, You are of those who have been granted respite, till the day whose hour I know. Iblis said, By your glory I shall mislead them all, except those of your servants, the chosen ones from amongst them. He, i.e. Allah, said, This is the truth, and I only speak the truth. I will certainly fill the Jahannam with you and with all those among them who follow you. O Prophet, tell them, I do not ask you for any recompense for the performance of this task, nor am I given to affectation. This is nothing but an admonition for all people the world over. You will know the truth of the matter after a while. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. The revelation of this book is from Allah, the most mighty, the most wise. O Prophet, it is we who have revealed this book to you with truth, so serve only Allah, consecrating your devotion to Him. Lo, religion is exclusively devoted to Allah. Your religion is entirely consecrated to Him. As for those who have taken others than Allah for their guardians, they say, We worship them only that they may bring us nearer to Allah. Allah will judge between them concerning what they differ about. Verily, Allah does not guide anyone who is given to sheer lying, is an utter unbeliever. If Allah had wanted to take to Himself a son, He could have chosen anyone He wanted out of those whom He creates. Glory be to Him, that He should have a son. He is Allah, the One, the Overpowering. He created the heavens and the earth with truth, and He folds up the day over the night, and folds up the night over the day. He has subjected the sun and the moon, each is running its course until an appointed time. Lo, He is the most mighty, the most forgiving. He it is who created you from a single being, and He it is who made from it its mate. He it is who created for you 8 heads of cattle in pairs. He creates you in your mother's wombs, giving you one form after another in threefold depths of darkness. That, then, is Allah, your Lord. His is the kingdom. There's no God but He. So whence are you being turned astray? If you disbelieve, know well that Allah has no need of you. Yet, He does not like unbelief in His servants. But if you are thankful, your thankfulness will please Him. No one shall bear another's burden. You are destined to return to your Lord, and He will tell you what you used to do. He is well aware even of what lies hidden in your breasts. When any affliction befalls man, he cries out to his Lord, penitently turning to Him. But when his Lord bestows His favor upon him, he forgets the affliction regarding which he had cried out, and sets up compeers to Allah, that they may lead others astray from His path. Say, O Prophet, enjoy your unbelief for a while. Surely you will be among the inmates of the fire. Is such a person preferable, or he who is obedient and prostrates himself in the watches of the night, stands in prayer, is fearful of the hereafter, and looks forward to the mercy of his Lord? Ask them, are those who know equal to those who do not know? Only those endowed with understanding take heed. Tell them, O Prophet, O you servants of mine who believe, have fear of your Lord. A good end awaits those who did good in this world. Allah's earth is spacious. Verily, those who persevere shall be granted their reward beyond all reckoning. Tell them, O Prophet, I am bidden to serve Allah, consecrating my devotion to Him. And I am bidden to be the first of those who surrender to Him. Say, if I disobey my Lord, I fear the chastisement of an awesome day. Say, Allah alone shall I serve, consecrating my devotion to Him. So serve, apart from Him, whomsoever you please. Say, behold, the real loser shall be those who will have lost their own selves, and their kith and kin on the day of resurrection. Behold, that is the obvious loss. There shall be sheets of fire above them and beneath them. This is the end against which Allah warns His servants. So dread my wrath, O you servants of mine. On the other hand, good tidings await those who eschew serving false gods and penitently return to Allah. O Prophet, give good tidings to my servants. To those who pay heed to what is said and follow the best of it, they are the ones whom Allah has guided to the right way. They are the ones endowed with understanding. O Prophet, can you save him from chastisement against whom the sentence of chastisement has become due? Him who has, as it were, already fallen into the fire? But those who fear their Lord shall have lofty mansions built over one another, beneath which rivers flow. This is Allah's promise, and never does Allah fail to fulfill His promise. Do you not see that Allah sent down water from the sky, then made it flow on earth as springs and streams and rivers, and then with it He brings forth vegetation of various hues. Then this vegetation ripens and dries up, turning yellow, whereafter He reduces it to broken straw? Surely there is a lesson in this for those endowed with understanding. Can he whose breast Allah has opened up for Islam, and who is thus moving along a path illumined by a light from Allah, be likened to him who derives no lesson from what he observes? Woe then to those whose hearts were further hardened after Allah's admonition. Such are indeed in obvious error. Allah has revealed the best teaching, a self-consistent book, which repeats its contents in manifold forms, whereat shiver the skins of those that hold their Lord in awe, and then their skins and their hearts soften for Allah's remembrance. That is Allah's guidance, wherewith He guides whosoever He pleases, and he whom Allah does not guide to the right path has none to guide him. How woeful is the plight of him who has nothing except his face to shield him from severe chastisement on the day of resurrection. Such evildoers shall be told, taste now the consequence of your deeds. Their predecessors gave the lie to the truth, and then chastisement came upon them from whence they could not imagine. So Allah made them taste degradation in the life of this world, and certainly the chastisement of the hereafter will be much more grievous. Would that they knew. We have indeed propounded for mankind all kinds of parables in this Quran that they may take heed. It is an Arabic Quran, free of all crookedness, that they may guard against their evil end. Allah propounds a parable. There is a man whose ownership is shared by several quarrelsome masters, each pulling him to himself, and there is another who is exclusively owned by one man. Can the two be alike? All praise and thanks be to Allah, but most of them are unaware. O Prophet, you are destined to die, and they too are destined to die. Then, eventually all of you will contend before your Lord on the day of resurrection. Who then can be more unjust than he who lied against Allah and denied the truth when it came to him, calling it a lie? Is there no room for such believers in hell? But he who brought the truth, and those who confirmed it as true, such are the ones who shall be guarded against the chastisement. They shall have from their Lord all that they wish for. That is the reward of those that do good, so that Allah may remit their worst deeds and reward them according to the best of their deeds. O Prophet, does Allah not suffice for His servant? They frighten you with others apart from Him. Although he whom Allah lets go astray, none can guide him to the right way. And he whom Allah guides to the right way, none can lead him astray. Is not Allah the Most Mighty, the Lord of retribution? If you ask them, who created the heavens and the earth? They will surely answer, Allah. Tell them, what do you think then of the deities whom you call upon instead of Allah? If Allah should will that an affliction befall me, will those deities remove the harm inflicted by Him? Or if Allah should will that I receive His mercy, will they be able to withhold His mercy from me? Say, Allah is sufficient for me. Those who have put their trust, let them put their trust in Him. Tell them, my people, continue to work in your position as you will. I too will continue with my work. Soon you shall know whom the degrading chastisement will visit, and upon whom the everlasting chastisement will alight. O Prophet, we reveal to you the book with the truth for all mankind. So he who follows the right way does so to his own benefit, and he who goes astray shall hurt only himself by straying. You are not accountable on their behalf. It is Allah who takes away the souls of people at the hour of their death, and takes away at the time of sleep the souls of those that have not died. Then He retains the souls of those against whom He had decreed death, and returns the souls of others till an appointed time. Surely there are signs in this for a people who reflect. Or have they taken others instead of Allah as intercessors? Say, will they intercede, though they may have no power, and even though they may not even understand? Say, all intercession lies with Allah. His is the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and to Him will all of you be sent back. When Allah alone is mentioned, the hearts of those who do not believe in the hereafter contract with bitterness. But when deities apart from Allah are mentioned, they are filled with joy. Say, O Allah, the originator of the heavens and the earth, the knower of the unseen and the seen, you it is who will judge among your servants concerning what they differed. If the wrongdoers possessed the treasures of the earth in their entirety, and as much besides, they would gladly offer it on the day of resurrection to redeem themselves from the harrowing chastisement. This because there will appear to them from Allah something exceedingly dismal which they had never imagined. The evil consequences of their deeds will become fully apparent to them, and what they had scoffed at will encompass them. When an affliction befalls man, he cries out to us, but when we grant him a favor from us, he says, I have been granted this on account of my knowledge. Nay, this favor is a test, but most of them do not know. Their predecessors also said the same thing, but their earnings proved of no avail to them. And the evil consequences of their deeds overtook them. The wrongdoers among these will also be overtaken by the evil consequences of their deeds. They will be utterly unable to frustrate us. Do they not know that Allah enlarges and straightens the provision of whomsoever He pleases? Therein are signs for those that believe. Tell them, O Prophet, my servants, who have committed excesses against themselves, do not despair of Allah's mercy. Surely Allah forgives all sins. He's most forgiving, most merciful. Turn to your Lord and surrender yourselves to Him before the chastisement overtakes you, for then you will receive no help. Follow the best of what has been revealed to you from your Lord before the chastisement suddenly comes upon you without you even being aware of it, lest a person should say, Alas for me for neglecting my duty towards Allah and for being among those that scoffed. And lest a person should say, If only Allah had guided me, I should have been one of the God-fearing. Or lest he should say, when he sees the chastisement, Oh, that I might return again and be among those who do good. Yes, indeed, but my signs came to you and you rejected them as lies, and waxed arrogant and were among those who disbelieved. On the day of resurrection you shall see that the faces of those who had lied against Allah have turned dark. Is hell not vast enough to provide a room to the vainglorious? But as for the God-fearing, Allah will deliver them on account of their achievements. No harm shall visit them, nor shall they grieve. Allah is the creator of everything. He is the guardian over everything. To Him belong the keys of the heavens and the earth. It is those who disbelieve in Allah's signs who will be the losers. O Prophet, say, ignorant people, do you bid me to serve any other beside Allah? Tell them clearly that it was revealed to you and to all prophets before you. If you associate any others with Allah in His divinity, your works will surely come to naught, and you will certainly be among the losers. Therefore, serve Allah alone, and be among those who give thanks. They did not recognize the true worth of Allah. Such is Allah's power that, on the day of resurrection, the whole earth will be in His grasp, and the heavens shall be folded up in His right hand. Glory be to Him, exalted be He from all that they associate with Him. And the trumpet shall be blown, and all who are in the heavens and the earth shall fall down dead, save those whom Allah wills. Then the trumpet shall be blown again, and lo, all of them will be standing and looking on. The earth shall shine with the light of its Lord, and the scroll of deeds shall be set in place, and the prophets and all witnesses shall be brought, and judgment shall be justly passed among them, and they shall not be wronged. And everyone shall be paid in full for all that he did. Allah is best aware of all that they do. After the judgment has been passed, the unbelievers shall be driven in companies to hell, so that when they arrive there, its gates shall be thrown open, and its keepers shall say to them, Did messengers from among yourselves not come to you, rehearsing to you the signs of your Lord, and warning you against your meeting of this day? They will say, Yes, indeed, but the sentence of chastisement was bound to be executed against the unbelievers. It will be said, Enter the gates of hell, herein shall you abide. How evil is the abode of the vainglorious. And those who eschew disobeying their Lord shall be driven in companies to paradise, so that when they arrive there, its gates will have already been thrown open, and its keepers shall say to them, Peace be upon you, you have done well, so enter, herein you shall abide. They will say, "All thanks and praise be to Allah, who has made His promise to us come true, and who gave us the earth to inherit. We may now dwell in paradise wherever we please. How excellent is the reward of those who labored." You shall see the angels surrounding the throne, glorifying their Lord with His praise, and judgment will have been made among them with fairness, and it will be proclaimed, "All praise and thanks be to Allah, the Lord of the whole universe." In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Ha-Mim. This book is a revelation from Allah, the Almighty, the All-Knowing, the forgiver of sins, the acceptor of repentance, the stern in retribution, the bountiful. There's no God but He. To Him are all destined to return. None but the unbelievers dispute regarding the signs of Allah, so let not their strutting about in the land delude you. Before them, the people of Noah also gave the lie to messengers, and so did many parties after them. Each nation sallied forth against its messenger to seize him, and they disputed with false arguments, seeking therewith to repudiate the truth. Then I seized them, and behold, how woeful was my retribution. Thus has the decree of your Lord become due against the unbelievers. They are destined for the fire. The angels that bear the throne and those that are around to extol your Lord's glory with His praise, they believe in Him and ask for forgiveness for the believer, saying, "Our Lord, you encompass everything with your mercy and knowledge. So forgive those that repent and follow your path, and guard them against the chastisement of hell. Our Lord, admit them to the everlasting gardens you have promised them, and those of their fathers and spouses and progeny that were righteous. Surely, you alone are most mighty, most wise. And guard them against all ills. He whom you guard against ills on that day, to him you have surely been most merciful. That is the great triumph. It will be announced to the unbelievers on the day of resurrection. Surely, Allah's abhorrence of you when you were called to believe but you disbelieved was greater than is your abhorrence of yourselves today. They will say, "Our Lord, twice have you caused us to die, and twice have you given us life. We have now confessed our sins. Is there then any way out?" They will be told, "The cause of your present state is that when Allah alone was invoked, you disbelieved, and when others instead of Him were invoked, you believed. Today, all judgment lies with Allah, the Most High, the All-Great. He it is who shows you His signs and sends down provision for you from the sky. Yet, none takes heed except he who constantly turns to Allah. So call upon Allah, consecrating all your devotion to Him, howsoever much the unbelievers may dislike it. Exalted in rank, Lord of the throne, He causes the Spirit to descend on whomsoever of His servants He pleases, so as to warn them of the day of encounter, the day when they will emerge and nothing of them shall be hidden from Allah. On that day they will be asked, "Whose is the kingdom today?" The whole world will cry out, "It is Allah's, the One, the Overpowering." It will then be said, "Today shall everyone be fully recompensed for his deeds. None shall be wronged today. Surely Allah is swift in reckoning." O Prophet, then warn them of the day that has drawn near, the day when hearts full of suppressed grief will leap up to the throats, and the wrongdoers shall neither have any sincere friend nor intercessor whose word will be heeded. He knows even the most stealthy glance of the eyes and all the secrets that hearts conceal. Allah will judge with justice, whereas those whom they call upon beside Him cannot judge at all. Surely, Allah and He alone is all-hearing, all-seeing. Have they not journeyed in the land that they might observe the end of those who came before them? They were even greater in strength than they and left behind more splendid traces in the land. Then Allah seized them because of their sins, and they had none who could protect them from Allah. They came to this end because their messengers would come to them with clear signs, and yet they would refuse to believe. So Allah seized them. He's indeed strong, terrible in retribution. Verily, we sent Moses with our signs and clear authority to Pharaoh and Haman and Korah. They said, "He is a sorcerer, an utter liar." When Moses brought them the truth from us, they said, "Kill the sons of all the believers who have joined him, but spare the women. The guile of the unbelievers always ends in vain." One day Pharaoh said, "Let me go and kill Moses, then let him invoke his Lord." I fear that he will change your religion or cause disruption in the land. Moses said, I have taken refuge with my Lord and your Lord from everyone who waxes arrogant and does not believe in the day of reckoning. Then a man endowed with faith from Pharaoh's foe, who had kept his faith hidden, said, Do you kill a person simply because he says, My Lord is Allah, even though he brought to you clear signs from your Lord? If he is a liar, his lying will recoil upon him. But if he is truthful, you will be smitten with some of the awesome consequences of which he warns you. Allah does not guide to the right way any who exceeds the limits and is an utter liar. My people, today the kingdom is yours, and you are supreme in the land. But if Allah's chastisement were to come upon you, who will come to our help? Pharaoh said, I only counsel what I consider right. I only direct you to the path of rectitude. He who had faith said, My people, I fear that you will confront a day like that which overtook many parties before you. Like the day of that overtook the people of Noah and Ad and Thamud and those who came after them. Allah does not wish to subject his servants to any injustice. My people, I fear that you will encounter a day when there will be much wailing, and you will cry out to one another for help. The day when you will turn around to retreat, there will be none to protect you from Allah. He whom Allah lets go astray, none will be able to show him the right way. Verily, Joseph came to you with clear signs before, yet you continued to doubt his message. Thereafter, when he died, you said, Allah shall send no messenger after him. Thus Allah leads astray those who transgress the limits and are given to much doubting. Those who contend regarding Allah's signs without any evidence that might have come to them, that is exceedingly loathsome to Allah and to those that believe. Thus does Allah seal the heart of everyone who is proud and high-handed. Pharaoh said, Haman, build for me a lofty tower that I may scale the highways to the heavens, and have a look at the God of Moses, although I am certain that Moses is a liar. Thus, Pharaoh's evil deed was made to seem fair to him, and he was barred from the right path. Pharaoh's guile only led him to his own perdition. The person endowed with faith said, My people, follow me. I shall direct you to the path of rectitude. My people, the life of this world is ephemeral, whereas the hereafter, that is the permanent abode. Whosoever does an evil deed will be requited only with the like of it, and whosoever acts righteously and has attained to faith, be he a male or a female, they shall enter paradise and be provided sustenance beyond all reckoning. My people, how is it that I call you to salvation while you call me to the fire? You call me to deny Allah and to associate with Him as His partners those regarding whom I have no knowledge, that they are Allah's partners in His divinity? Whereas I call you to the most mighty, the most forgiving? There is no doubt that those whom you call me to have no claim to be called upon in this world and in the hereafter. Certainly to Allah shall be our return, and those who exceed the limits are destined to the fire. Soon you shall remember what I say to you. I entrust my affairs to Allah. Surely Allah is watchful over His servants. Eventually, Allah saved the person endowed with faith from all the evils of their guile, and a woeful chastisement encompassed the Pharaonites. They are exposed to the fire every morning and evening, and when the last hour will come to pass, a command shall be given. Admit the Pharaonites to an even more severe chastisement. Those who had waxed proud will reply, All of us are in it. Allah has already passed His judgment among His servants. Those suffering in the fire will say to the keepers of hell, Call upon your Lord to lighten the chastisement for us just for a day. The keepers of hell will ask, Did your messengers not come to you with clear signs? They will say, Yes, they did. The keepers of hell will say, Then you yourselves should call upon the Lord, and the call of the unbelievers will end in vain. Surely, we shall help our messengers and the believers in the life of this world, and on the day when witnesses will rise to testify. The day when the excuses offered by the wrongdoers shall not avail them. They shall be victims of the curse and a woeful abode. We surely guided Moses and made the children of Israel the heirs of the book, which was a guidance and good counsel to people endowed with understanding and wisdom. Be steadfast then, O Prophet. Allah's promise is true. Seek forgiveness for your shortcomings and celebrate the praise of your Lord, evening and morning. Verily, those who dispute regarding the signs of Allah without any evidence that might have come to them, nothing but vain pride fills their hearts. Yet they shall never be able to satisfy the pride with which they are puffed up. So seek refuge with Allah. Verily, He is all-hearing, all-seeing. Surely the creation of the heavens and the earth is a greater act than the creation of human beings, but most people do not know. Never can the blind and the seeing be equal, nor those that believe and act righteously and those that do evil. Little do you understand. The hour will indeed come, there is no doubt about that. Yet most people do not believe. Your Lord said, "Pray to me, and I will accept your prayers. Surely, those who wax too proud to worship me shall enter hell, utterly abased. Allah it is who made the night so that you may seek repose in it, and made the day radiant. Surely, Allah is most bounteous to people, but most people do not give thanks. Allah, who bestowed all these favors upon you, is your Lord, the creator of everything. There is no God but He. Whence are you then being led astray?" Thus it is only those who had denied Allah's signs that were led astray. Allah it is who made the earth a dwelling place for you and made the sky a canopy, who shaped you exceedingly well, and gave you good things as sustenance. That is Allah, your Lord. Blessed be Allah, the Lord of the universe. He is the ever-living. There is no God but He. So call upon Him, consecrating to Him all your devotion. All praise and thanks be to Allah, the Lord of the whole universe. Say, O Prophet, I have been forbidden to worship those beside Allah whom you call upon. How can I worship any beside Allah when clear signs have come to me from my Lord, and I have been commanded to surrender to Allah, the Lord of the universe? He it is who created you from dust, then from a sperm drop, then from a clot. Then He brings you out as an infant, then causes you to grow into full maturity, and then causes you to grow further so that you may reach old age, while some of you He recalls earlier. All this is in order that you may reach an appointed term, and that you may understand the truth. He it is who gives life and causes death. Whenever He decrees a thing, He only commands to it, "Be," and it is. Did you not see those who dispute concerning Allah's signs? Whence are they then being turned astray? Those who gave the lie to this book and all the books which we had sent with our messengers shall soon come to know the truth. When fetters and chains shall be on their necks, and they shall be dragged into boiling water and cast into the fire. It will then be said to them, "Where are those whom you associated with Allah in His divinity?" They will say, "We have lost them. Rather, we never used to call upon anyone before." Thus will Allah cause them to stumble in error. They will be told, "This is because while you were on earth you took delight in untruth and exulted in it. Enter hell now to abide in it. How woeful is the abode of those who wax proud." So be patient, O Prophet. Surely, Allah's promise is true, whether we show them a part of the woeful consequences against which we warned them while you are still in their midst, or we recall you from this world before that. Eventually, it is to us that they shall be brought back. Indeed, we sent many messengers before you. Of them, there are some whose account we have narrated to you, and there are others whose account we have not narrated to you. It did not lie in any messenger's power to bring any sign except with Allah's leave. So when Allah's decree came, the matter was decided with justice, and those steeped in error courted utter loss, then and there. Allah, it is who has made cattle for you, so that you ride some of them, and from some of them you derive food. In them there are also other benefits for you, and through them you fulfill your heartfelt need to reach places, and you are borne along upon them as upon the ships. Allah shows His signs to you. Then which of Allah's signs will you deny? Did they not journey in the land that they may behold the end of those who had gone before them? They were more numerous and greater in strength and left behind more splendid traces in the land. Yet their attainments did not avail them. When their messengers came to them with clear signs, they arrogantly exulted in whatever knowledge they had. They were then encompassed by what they had mocked. When they saw our chastisement, they said, "We have come to believe in Allah, the Only One, and we reject all what we had associated with Allah in His divinity." But their believing after they had seen our chastisement did not avail them. That has been Allah's way concerning His servants, and the unbelievers courted utter loss then and there. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Hamim. This is a revelation from the most merciful, the most compassionate. A book whose verses have been well expounded, an Arabic Quran for those who have knowledge. One bearing good news and warning, yet most of them turned away and are not wont to give heed. They say, our hearts are securely wrapped up against what you call us to, and in our ears is a heaviness, and between you and us there's a veil, so act. We too are acting. Tell them, O Prophet, I'm only a human being like you. It is revealed to me that your God is one God. So direct yourselves straight to Him and seek His forgiveness. Woe to those who associate others with Allah in His divinity, who do not pay zakah and who deny the hereafter. As to those who have faith and do good works, surely there shall be a never-ending reward. Tell them, O Prophet, do you indeed disbelieve in Him and assign compeers to Him who created the earth in 2 days? He is the Lord of all beings, of the universe. After creating the earth, He set up firm mountains on it, blessed it, and provided it with sustenance in proportion to the needs of all who seek sustenance. All this was done in 4 days. Then He turned to the heaven while it was all smoke. He said to the heaven and the earth, come into being, willingly or unwillingly. They said, here we come into being, in willing obeisance. Then He made them 7 heavens in 2 days, and revealed to each heaven its law. And we adorned the lower heaven with lamps and firmly secured it. All this is the firm plan of the Almighty, the All-Knowing. But if they turn away, tell them, I warn you against a sudden scourge like that which struck Ad and Thamud. When the messengers of Allah came to them from the front and from the rear saying, do not serve any but Allah, they said, had our Lord so willed, He would have sent down angels, so we deny the message you have brought. As for Ad, they waxed proud in the land without justification and said, who is greater than we in strength? Did they not see that Allah who created them is greater in strength than they? They continued to deny our signs. Whereupon we sent upon them a fierce wind on an inauspicious day, that we might make them taste a degrading chastisement in the life of this world. And surely the chastisement of the hereafter is even more degrading. There will be none to help them there. As for the Thamud, we bestowed guidance upon them, but they preferred to remain blind rather than be guided. At last, a humiliating scourge overtook them on account of their misdeeds. Yet we delivered those who believed and were God-fearing. Imagine the day when Allah's enemies will be mustered to the fire, and the people of the former times will be detained until the arrival of people of the later times. And when all have arrived, their ears, their eyes, and their skins shall bear witness against them, stating all that they had done in the life of the world. They will ask their skins, why did you bear witness against us? The skins will reply, Allah gave us speech, as He gave speech to all others. He it is who created you for the first time, and it is to Him that you will be sent back. When you used to conceal yourselves while committing misdeeds, you never thought that your ears, or your eyes, or your skins would ever bear witness against you. You rather fancy that Allah does not know a great deal of what you do. This thought of yours about your Lord has led to your perdition, and you have become among the losers. In this state, whether they bear with patience or not, fire alone shall be their abode, and if they seek to make amends, they will not be allowed to do so. We had assigned to them companions who embellished for them all that was before them and behind them. Thus the same decree of chastisement, which had overtaken the previous generations of jinn and human beings also, became due against them. Surely they became the losers. The deniers of the truth say, do not give ear to the Quran and cause interruption when it is recited. Thus perhaps you will gain the upper hand. We shall certainly make these unbelievers taste a terrible chastisement, and shall fully requite them according to the worst deeds that they committed. That is the recompense of the enemies of Allah, the fire, their abiding home. That will be the recompense for their denying our signs. There the unbelievers will say, our Lord, show us those that led us astray, both jinn and humans, and we will trample them under our feet so that they are utterly degraded. Those who say Allah is our Lord and then remain steadfast, upon them descend angels and say, do not fear nor grieve and receive good tidings of paradise, which you were promised. We are your companions in this world and in the hereafter. There you shall have all that you desire and all what you will ask for. This is by way of hospitality from Him who is most forgiving, most merciful. And who is fairer in speech than he who calls to Allah and acts righteously and says, I am a Muslim? O Prophet, good and evil are not equal. Repel evil with that which is good, and you will see that he, between whom and you there was enmity, shall become as if he were a bosom friend of yours. But none attains to this except those who are steadfast. None attains to this except those endowed with mighty good fortune. And if you are prompted by a provocation from Satan, seek refuge with Allah. He, and He alone, is all-hearing, all-knowing. And of His signs are the night and the day, and the sun and the moon. Do not prostrate yourselves before the sun, nor before the moon, but prostrate yourselves before Allah, who created them, if it is Him that you serve. But if they wax proud and persist in their attitude, it does not matter, for the angels near station to your Lord glorify Him night and day, and never grow weary. And of His signs is that you see the earth withered, then we send down water upon it, and lo, it quivers and swells. Surely, He who gives life to the dead earth will also give life to the dead. Surely, He has power over everything. Those who pervert our signs are not hidden from us. Is he who will be cast into the fire better, or he who comes secure on the day of resurrection? Do as you wish. He sees all what you do. These are the ones who rejected the good counsel when it came to them, although it is certainly a mighty book. Falsehood may not enter it from the front or from the rear. It is a revelation that has been sent down from the Most Wise, the immensely praiseworthy. Had we revealed this as a non-Arabic Quran, they would have said, why were its verses not clearly expounded? How strange, a non-Arabic scripture and an Arab audience. Tell them, it is a guidance and a healing to the believers. But to those who do not believe, it serves as a plug in their ears and a covering over their eyes. It is as if they are being called from a place far away. And in the past, we gave Moses the book, and yet it became an object of dispute. If your Lord's decree had not gone forth before, a decisive judgment would have been made among them once and for all. Surely, they are in a disquieting doubt about it. Whoever does good, does so to his own benefit, and whoever does evil will suffer its evil consequence. Your Lord does no wrong to His servants. The knowledge of the hour rests solely with Him. Not a fruit comes forth from its sheath, nor does any female conceive nor give birth to a child, but it is in His knowledge. On that day He will call out to them, where are those associates of mine? They will answer, we have declared to you that none of us can bear witness to that. Then all those deities whom they once used to call upon shall vanish, and they will come to know for sure that there is no escape for them. Man wearies not of praying for good, but when evil visits him, he despairs and gives up all hope. And if we bestow our mercy upon him after hardship, he will surely say, this is what I truly deserve, and I do not believe that the hour of resurrection will ever come to pass. And if I am returned to my Lord, there too I shall enjoy the best. Surely we shall fully apprise the unbelievers of what they have done, and we shall certainly make them taste a severe chastisement. When we bestow our favor upon man, he turns away and waxes proud. But when a misfortune touches him, he is full of supplication. Tell them, O Prophet, did you ever consider, if this Quran is indeed from Allah and you still deny it, who can be in greater error than he who goes far in fiercely opposing it? Soon shall we show them our signs on the horizons and in their own beings until it becomes clear to them that it is the truth. Is it not enough that your Lord is a witness over everything? Lo, they are in doubt concerning their meeting with their Lord. Surely, He fully encompasses everything. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Ha-Mim. Ain Sin Qaf. Thus does Allah, the most mighty, the most wise, reveal to you even as He revealed to those messengers who preceded you. His is all that is in the heavens and all that is in the earth. He is the Most High, the All-Great. The heavens may well nigh rend asunder from above, while the angels proclaim the praise of their Lord and ask forgiveness for those on earth. Lo, it is Allah, and He alone, who is most forgiving, most merciful. Those who have taken others than Him as their protectors beside Him, it is Allah who oversees them. You are no guardian over them. And thus did we reveal this Arabic Quran to you, that you may warn the people of the mother of cities, to wit, Makkah, and those who dwell around it, and warn them of the day of gathering concerning which there is no doubt, whereupon some will be in paradise, and some in the blazing fire. If Allah had so willed, He could have made them all a single community, but He admits whomsoever He pleases into His mercy. As to those given to wrongdoing, they shall have none as protector or helper. Are they so foolish that they have chosen others rather than Allah as their protectors? Yet it is Allah who is the protector and who resurrects the dead, and who has power over everything. The judgment on whatever you differ rests with Allah. Such is Allah, my Lord. In Him I have put all my trust, and to Him I always turn in devotion. The originator of the heavens and the earth, He has appointed for you pairs of your own kind, and pairs also of cattle. Thus does He multiply you. Not in the universe is like Him. He is all-hearing, all-seeing. His are the keys of the heavens and the earth. He enlarges and straightens the sustenance of whomsoever He pleases. Surely, He has knowledge of everything. He has prescribed for you the religion which He enjoined upon Noah, and which we revealed to you, O Muhammad, and which we enjoined upon Abraham and Moses and Jesus, commanding, establish this religion, and do not split up regarding it. What you are calling to is very hard upon those who associate others with Allah in His divinity. Allah chooses for Himself whomsoever He pleases, and guides to Himself whoever penitently turns to Him. They did not split up except after knowledge had come to them, and then only because they wished to commit excesses against each other. Had your Lord not already decreed that judgment would be made later at an appointed time, the matter between them would surely have been decided once and for all. Indeed, those who were later made the heirs of the book are in disquieting doubt about it. This being so, O Muhammad, call people to the same religion and be steadfast about it as you were commanded, and do not follow their desires, and say to them, I believe in the book Allah has sent down. I have been commanded to establish justice among you. Allah is our Lord and your Lord. We have our deeds, and you have your deeds. There is no contention between us and you. Allah will bring us all together. To Him, all are destined to return. Those who contend concerning Allah after His call has been responded to, their contention is absolutely void in the sight of their Lord. Allah's wrath is upon them, and a grievous chastisement awaits them. Allah, it is who sent down this book with the truth and the balance, and what would make you know that the hour of judgment has drawn near? Those who do not believe in it seek to hasten its coming, but those who believe in it hold it in dread and know that the hour of judgment is bound to come. Lo, those who dispute concerning the coming of the hour are gone far in error. Allah is most gentle to His servants and grants sustenance to whomsoever He pleases. He is all strong, most mighty. Whoever seeks the harvest of the hereafter, we shall increase for him his harvest, and whoever seeks the harvest of this world, we shall give him thereof, but he will have no share in the hereafter. Do they have any associates of Allah who have laid down for them a way pertaining to faith which Allah did not sanction? But for the fact that a decree had already been made, the matter between them would have been decided once and for all. Surely, a grievous chastisement awaits the wrongdoers. You will see the wrongdoers fearful of the consequence of their deeds, which will certainly overtake them. But those who have faith and do good deeds will be in the meadows of the gardens, wherein they shall have whatever they desire from their Lord. That is the great bounty. That is the bounty of which Allah gives tidings to His servants who have faith and do good deeds. Tell them, O Prophet, I do not ask for you any recompense for my work, except love towards kinsfolk. Whoever does a good deed, we shall increase its merit for him. Surely, Allah is most forgiving, most appreciative. Do they say, He has forged a lie against Allah? If Allah so wanted, He could seal up your heart. Allah blots out falsehood and confirms the truth by His words. He is well aware of all the secrets hidden in the breasts of people. He it is who accepts repentance from His servants and forgives sins and knows all what you do, and answers the prayers of those who believe and do good deeds, and bestows upon them even more out of His bounty. As for those who deny the truth, a grievous chastisement awaits them. If Allah were to grant ample sustenance to His servants, they would go about transgressing in the land. But He sends down in due measure whatever sustenance He wills. Surely, He is well aware and all-seeing concerning matters that relate to His servants. He it is who sends down the rain after they despair of it, spreading out His mercy. He is the protector, the immensely praiseworthy. And of His signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the living creatures that He has spread out in them. He has the power to bring them together when He so wills. Whatever misfortune befalls you is a consequence of your own deeds, but much of it He forgives. You cannot frustrate Him in the earth. You have no protector nor helper against Allah. And of His signs are the ships that sail in the sea like mountains. If He so wills, He can cause the winds to become still, so that they will remain motionless on its surface. Surely, there are many signs in this for those who are wont to be steadfast and give thanks. He may, while forgiving much of the sins of those that ride these ships, drown them on account of some of their misdeeds. Then those who wrangle about our signs will come to know that there is no escape for them. That which has been given to you is only the wherewithal of the transient life of this world. But that which is with Allah is better and more enduring for those who believe and put their trust in their Lord, who eschew grave sins and shameful deeds, and whenever they are angry, forgive, who obey their Lord and establish prayer, who conduct their affairs by consultation, and spend out of what we have bestowed upon them, who, when a wrong is done to them, seek its redress. The recompense of evil is evil the like of it, but he who forgives and makes amends, his reward lies with Allah. Surely, He does not love the wrongdoers. There is no blame against him who avenges himself after he has been wronged. Blame attaches only to those who subject people to wrong and commit excesses on earth. A painful chastisement awaits them. But he who patiently endures and forgives, that is a conduct of great resolve. He whom Allah lets go astray, none after him can be his protector. You will see that when the wrongdoers observe the chastisement, they will exclaim, "Is there any way to go back?" You shall see them as they are brought face to face with the chastisement, in a state of abject humiliation, looking with a furtive glance. But the believers will say, "Surely, the true losers are they who lose themselves and their kindred on the day of resurrection. Lo, the wrongdoers will be in an enduring torment. They shall have no protectors to help them against Allah, for he whom Allah causes to go astray will have no way to save himself. Accept the command of your Lord before there comes a day from Allah that cannot be averted. On that day, there shall be no shelter for you, and none may change your predicament. O Prophet, if they turn away from the truth, know that we did not send you to them as their overseer. Your task is only to convey the message. Indeed, when we give man a taste of our mercy, he exults in it. But if any misfortune afflicts them on account of their deeds, man is utterly ungrateful. The dominion of the heavens and the earth belongs to Allah. He creates whatever He pleases. He grants females to whomever He pleases, and males to whomever He pleases. Or grants them a mix of males and females, and causes whomever He pleases to be barren. He is all-knowing, all-powerful. It is not given to any human being that Allah should speak to him except through revelation, or from behind a veil, or that a messenger, for instance an angel, be sent to him, who reveals to him by Allah's leave whatever He wishes. He is all-high, most wise. The way of Allah, to whom belongs the dominion of all that is in the heavens and the earth. Lo, it is to Allah that all things ultimately revert. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Ha-Mim. By the clear book. Verily, we have made it an Arabic Quran that you may understand. Indeed, it is transcribed in the original book with us, sublime and full of wisdom. Should we divert this good counsel from you because you are a people immersed in extravagance? How many a prophet did we send to the earlier peoples? Yet never did a prophet come to them, but they mocked him. We utterly destroyed them, although they were greater in might than these. The examples of ancient peoples have gone before. Yet if you were to ask them, who created the heavens and the earth? They will certainly say, the Almighty, the All-Knowing has created them. He it is who made this earth for you a cradle, and made in it pathways for you, that you may find the way to your destination. He who sent down water from the sky in a determined measure, and thereby we revived a dead land. Likewise will you be raised up from the earth. He who created these pairs, all of them, and provided you ships and cattle on which you ride, so that when you are mounted upon them, you may remember the bounty of your Lord and say, Glory be to him who has subjected this to us, whereas we did not have the strength to subdue it. It is to our Lord that we shall eventually return. Yet they have made some of his servants a part of him. Indeed, man is most evidently thankless. Has Allah taken for himself daughters of those whom he creates and has chosen you to have sons? They believe so, although when any of them is given tidings of the birth of a female child, the like of which he assigns to the Merciful One, his countenance darkens, and he is choked with grief. Do they assign to Allah one who grows up amidst ornaments and is not well versed in the art of disputation? They claim that angels, who are Allah's chosen servants, are females. Did they witness how their body is constituted? Their testimony shall be written, and they shall be called to account. They say, had the Merciful One so willed, we would never have worshipped these deities, but they have no knowledge of the matter, and are simply conjecturing. Or did we bestow upon them a book before on whose authority they are holding on to angel worship? Nay, they simply claim we found our forefathers on a way, and we continue to find guidance in their footsteps. And thus it is, whenever we sent any warner to a city, its affluent ones said, we found our forefathers on a way, and we continue to follow in their footsteps. Each prophet asked them, will you do so, even if we were to show you a way better than the way of your forefathers? They answered, we disbelieve in the religion with which you have been sent. Then we exacted retribution from them. So do consider the end of those who gave the lie to the prophets. Call to mind when Abraham said to his father and his people, I totally disown all whom you serve, except the one who created me, and behold, it is he who will direct me to the right way. And Abraham left behind this word to endure among his posterity, so that they may return to it. Even when they began worshipping others than Allah, we did not destroy them, but bestowed sustenance on them and on their forefathers, until there came to them the truth and a messenger who clearly expounded things to them. And when the truth came to them, they said, this is just sorcery, and we reject it. They say, why was this Quran not sent down upon some great man from the two main cities? Is it they who distribute the mercy of your Lord? It is we who have distributed their livelihood among them in the life of this world, and have raised some above others in rank, that some of them may harness others to their service. Your Lord's mercy is better than all the treasures that they hoard. Were it not that all mankind would become a single community, and follow the same way, we would have provided for all those who disbelieve in the Merciful One, silver roofs for their houses, and silver stairs on which to go up, and silver doors to their houses, and couches of silver, upon which they would recline. Or that they be made of gold. Surely, all this is only the enjoyment of the life of the world, but true prosperity in the hereafter with your Lord is only for the God-fearing. He who is negligent to remember the Merciful One, to him we assign a Satan as his boon companion. And these Satans hinder them from the right path, while he still reckons himself to be rightly guided. But when he comes to us, he will say to his Satan, would that there had been between me and you the distance as between the east and the west. How evil a companion you were. He will then be told, today it will not benefit you the least that after your wrongdoing you and your Satans now share the chastisement. Can you, O Prophet, then make the deaf hear, or direct to the right way the blind, or one lost in manifest error? We shall inflict retribution on them, whether we take you away from the world before we do that, or make you see the end that we had promised them, for we have full power over them. So hold fast to what has been revealed to you. Surely, you are on the straight way. Verily, it is a great source of eminence for you and your people, and soon you will be called to account concerning that. Ask all our messengers whom we sent before you whether we had appointed any deities beside the Merciful One to be worshipped. Indeed, we sent Moses with our signs to Pharaoh and his nobles. He told them, I am a messenger of the Lord of the universe. Yet when he brought forth clear signs from us, then lo, they burst into laughter. Every sign that we showed them was greater than its predecessor, and then we seized them with our chastisement, so that they may return to the right way. Whenever they faced an affliction, they would say, O magician, pray for us to your Lord according to your station with him. We shall certainly be guided to the right way. But lo, each time we removed our affliction from them, they would go back on their word. And Pharaoh proclaimed among his people, my people, do I not have dominion over Egypt, and are these streams not flowing beneath me? Can't you see? Am I better, or this contemptible man who is scarcely able to express himself? Why were bracelets of gold not bestowed upon him? Why did a retinue of angels not accompany him as attendants? He incited his people to levity, and they obeyed him. Surely, they were an iniquitous people. So when they incurred our wrath, we exacted retribution from them, and drowned them all, and made them a thing of the past and an example for those who would come after them. No sooner the example of the son of Mary was mentioned than, lo and behold, your people raised a clamor, and said, who is better, our deities or he? They said so only out of contentiousness. They are a disputatious people. He was no more than a servant of ours, one upon whom we bestowed our favors, and whom we made an example of our infinite power for the children of Israel. If we had so willed, we could have made some of you into angels to become your successors on earth. Verily, he, i.e. Jesus, is a portent of the hour, so be in no doubt concerning it, and follow me. This is the straight way. Let not Satan hinder you from believing in the hour, for surely he is your open enemy. When Jesus came with clear signs and said, I have brought wisdom to you, that I may make plain to you some of the things you differ about, so fear Allah and follow me. Allah is my Lord and your Lord, therefore serve him. That is the straight way. Then the factions fell apart among themselves, so woe to the wrongdoers from the chastisement of a grievous day. Are they awaiting anything other than the last hour that it should suddenly come upon them without their even perceiving it? On that day, even bosom friends shall become enemies to one another, all except the God-fearing. It will be said to them, my servants, today you have nothing to fear or regret. You who believed in our signs and had surrendered yourselves to us, enter paradise joyfully, both you and your spouses. Platters and cups of gold shall be passed around them, and there shall be all that they might desire, and all that their eyes might delight in. They shall be told, herein shall you abide forever. Such is the paradise that you shall inherit by virtue of your good deeds in the life of the world. Herein you will have abundant fruits of which you will eat. But the evildoers shall abide in the torment of hell. Never will their torment be lightened for them. They shall remain in utter despair. It is not we who wrong them, rather it is they who wrong themselves. They shall call out, O Malik, let your Lord put an end to us. He will reply, you must stay on in it. We brought you the truth, but to the truth most of you were averse. Have they contrived some scheme? If so, we too will contrive a scheme. Or do they think that we do not hear their secret talks and their whispering counsels? Yes, indeed we do, and our messengers, for instance angels, are with them, writing. Say, if the Merciful One had a son, I would have been the first one to worship him. Exalted be the Lord of the heavens and the earth, the Lord of the throne, above what they attribute to him. So leave them alone to indulge in their vanities and to frolic about until they encounter that day of theirs against which they have been warned. He it is who is God in the heavens and the earth. He is the most wise, the all-knowing. Blessed is he who has dominion over the heavens and the earth and all that is between them. With him is the knowledge of the hour, and to him you shall all be sent back. Those whom they call upon instead of Allah have no power of intercession except such that testify to the truth based on knowledge. If you were to ask them, who created them, they will surely say, Allah. Whence are they then being led astray? We call to witness the cry of the messenger, O Lord, these are a people not wont to believe. Indulge them, O Prophet, and say to them, peace to you, for soon they shall come to know. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Hamim, by the clear book. We revealed it on a blessed night, for we were intent on warning. We revealed it on the night wherein every matter is wisely determined. By our command, verily, we were set to send a messenger, as a mercy from your Lord. Surely he is all-hearing, all-seeing. The Lord of the heavens and the earth, and of all that is in between them, if you would only have sure faith. There is no God but he. He gives life and causes death. He is your Lord and the Lord of your forefathers of yore. But the fact is, they lack certainty and frolic about in doubt. So watch for the day when the sky will come down with a pall of smoke, enveloping people. That will be a grievous scourge. People will then say, Our Lord, remove this scourge from us, we shall believe. But how will they take heed? Such are they that a messenger came to them clearly expounding the truth. Yet they turned away from him and said, This is a well-tutored madman. Yet we will hold the scourge back for a while, but no sooner than we will do so, you will revert to your old ways. The day when we shall seize them with a mighty seizing, that will be the day on which we shall inflict upon you full retribution. Indeed, before that we subjected the Pharaonites to the same test. A noble messenger came to them and said, Deliver to me Allah's servants. I am a trustworthy messenger to you. And do not exalt yourselves in defiance of Allah. I have come to you with a clear authority as a messenger. I have taken refuge with my Lord and your Lord, lest you should attack me with stones. But if you do not believe what I say, leave me alone and desist from laying hands on me. Then he called upon his Lord. These are a criminal people. He was told, Set out with my servants by night, for you will certainly be pursued. And leave the sea behind you as calm as ever. Surely, they are an army that is doomed to be drowned. How many gardens did they leave behind? And how many fountains? And sown fields and splendid mansions. And the life of ease in which they took delight. Thus it was, and we made another people inherit all that. Then neither the sky shed tears over them nor the earth. They were granted no respite. Thus did we deliver the children of Israel from the humiliating chastisement. From Pharaoh, who was most prominent among the prodigals, we knowingly exalted them, for instance, the children of Israel above other peoples of the world, and bestowed upon them the signs wherein lay an evident test for them. Indeed, these people say, This is our first and only death, and we shall never be raised again. Bring back to us our forefathers if you are truthful. Are these better, or the people of Tuba, and those who went before them? We destroyed them, for they were a criminal people. It was not an idle sport that we created the heavens and the earth, and all that is in between them. We did not create them except in truth, but most of them do not know. The day of final decision is the appointed time for all. The day when a friend shall be of no avail to his friend, nor shall they be helped, except those to whom Allah shows mercy. He is the most mighty, the most compassionate. The tree of al-Zakum shall be the food of the sinful. Like dregs of oil, it will boil in their bellies. Like boiling water. Seize him and drag him to the middle of the blazing fire. Then pour boiling water over his head as chastisement. Taste this. You are a person mighty and noble. This is what you used to doubt. Verily, the God-fearing shall be in a secure place, amidst gardens and springs, attired in silk and brocade, and they shall be arrayed face to face. Thus shall it be, and we shall espouse them to fair wide-eyed maidens. While resting in security, they shall call for all kinds of fruit. They shall not taste death except the death in this world, and Allah will save them from the chastisement of hell. As a favor from your Lord, that is the great triumph. O Prophet, we have made this book easy in your tongue, so that they may take heed. Wait then, they too are waiting. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Ha-Mim. This book is a revelation from the most mighty, the most wise. Behold, for those who believe, there are myriad signs in the heavens and the earth, and in your own creation, and in the animals which He spreads out over the earth too, there are signs for those endowed with sure faith. And in the succession of night and day, and in the provision that Allah sends down from the sky wherewith He gives life to the earth after it had been lifeless, and in the change of the winds, in all these there are signs for people who use reason. These are Allah's signs that we rehearse to you in truth. In what kind of discourse after Allah and His signs will they then believe? Woe to every guilty impostor who hears Allah's signs being rehearsed to him and yet persists in his pride as though he had not heard it. Announce to him then the tidings of a grievous chastisement. Whenever he comes to know anything of our signs, he makes them an object of jest. For such, there awaits a humiliating chastisement. Hell is behind them. Their worldly earnings shall not avail them, nor those whom they took as protectors instead of Allah. An awesome chastisement lies in store for them. This Quran is the true guidance. Those who deny the signs of the Lord shall suffer the torment of a woeful scourge. Allah it is who has subjected the sea to you, so that ships may sail upon it at His bidding, and you may seek of His bounty and give thanks to Him. He has subjected to you all that is in the heavens and the earth, all being from Him. Verily, there are signs in this for those who reflect. O Prophet, tell the believers to indulge those who have no fear of any evil days coming upon them from Allah, so that Allah may Himself requite them for their deeds. Whoever acts righteously does so to his own good, and whoever commits an evil will suffer its consequence. All of you will then be sent back to your Lord. Indeed, we endowed the children of Israel with the book and wisdom and prophethood, and provided them with good things as sustenance, and exalted them above the peoples of the whole world. We gave them clear directions in matters pertaining to religion, yet they differed among themselves, not out of ignorance, but after knowledge had come to them. And they did so out of the desire to commit excesses against one another. On the day of resurrection, Allah will judge among them regarding what they had differed. And then we set you, O Prophet, on a clear high road in religious matters. So follow that, and do not follow the desires of those who do not know. Surely, they will be of no avail to you against Allah. Indeed, the wrongdoers are friends of each other, whereas Allah is the friend of the God-fearing. These are the lights of discernment for people, and guidance and mercy for those endowed with sure faith. Do the evildoers imagine that we shall make them equal to those who believe and do good, making their lives and deaths alike? How vile is their judgment! Allah created the heavens and the earth in truth, that each person may be requited for his deeds. They shall not be wronged. Did you ever consider the case of him who took his desire as his God, and then Allah caused him to go astray despite knowledge, and sealed his hearing and his heart, and cast a veil over his sight? Who, after Allah, can direct him to the right way? Will you not take heed? They say, there is no life other than our present worldly life. Herein we live and we die, and it is only the passage of time that destroys us. Yet, the fact is that they know nothing about this, and are only conjecturing. And when our clear signs are rehearsed to them, their only contention is, bring back to us our fathers if you are truthful. Tell them, O Prophet, it is Allah who gives you life and then causes you to die, and He it is who will then bring all of you together on the day of resurrection, a day regarding which there can be no doubt. Yet most people do not know. Allah's is the kingdom of the heavens and the earth, and on the day when the hour of resurrection shall come to pass, the followers of falsehood shall be in utter loss. On that day you shall see every people fallen on their knees. Every people will be summoned to come forth and see its record, and will be told, today you shall be requited for your deeds. This is our record, which bears witness against you with truth. We used to record all what you did. As for those who believe and act righteously, their Lord shall admit them to His mercy. That indeed is the manifest triumph. But those who deny the truth, they shall be told, were my signs not rehearsed to you? But you waxed proud and became a guilty people. And when it was said to them, surely Allah's promise is true, and there is no doubt regarding the hour of resurrection, you were wont to say, we do not know what the hour of resurrection is. We are simply making conjectures, and are not at all certain. On that day, the evil of their deeds will become apparent to them, and what they had mocked at will encompass them. And it will be said, we will forget you today as you forgot the meeting of this day of yours. The fire shall now be your abode, and you shall have none to come to your aid. You reach this end because you made Allah's signs an object of jest, and the life of the world deluded you. So they shall not be taken out of the fire, nor shall they be asked to make amends, and thus please their Lord. So all praise be to Allah, the Lord of the heavens, the Lord of the earth, the Lord of the whole universe. His is the glory in the heavens and the earth. He is the most mighty, the most wise. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Hamim. The revelation of this book is from Allah, the most mighty, the most wise. We have created the heavens and the earth and all that is between them in truth and for an appointed term. But those who disbelieve have turned away from what they were warned against. Tell them, O Prophet, did you consider those whom you call upon beside Allah? Show me, which part of the earth they created? Or do they have any share in creating the heavens? Bring to me any scripture earlier than this one, or any vestige of knowledge in support of your belief, if you are truthful. Who is farther strayed from the right path than he who calls upon others than Allah, that cannot answer his call till the day of resurrection, though while they're not even conscious that callers are calling upon them? When all human beings will be gathered together, those who had been called upon will become the enemies to their votaries and will disown their worship. When our clear messages are rehearsed to them, the unbelievers exclaim about the truth when it came to them, "This is plain sorcery." Do they claim that the messenger himself has fabricated it? If so, tell them, if I have fabricated it, then you have no power to protect me from Allah's chastisement. He knows well the idle talk in which you indulge. He suffices as a witness between me and you. He is most forgiving, most merciful. Tell them, I am not the first of the messengers, and I do not know what shall be done with me or with you. I follow only what is revealed to me, and I am nothing but a plain warner. Tell them, O Prophet, did you consider what would be your end if this Quran were indeed from Allah, and yet you rejected it? And this even though a witness from the children of Israel has testified to the like of it, but he believed while you waxed arrogant. Verily, Allah does not guide such wrongdoers to the right way. The unbelievers say to the believers, if there was any good in this book, others would not have beaten us to its acceptance. But since they have not been guided to it, they will certainly say, this is an old fabrication. Yet before this, the book was revealed to Moses as a guide and a mercy. This book, which confirms it, is in the Arabic tongue to warn the wrongdoers and to give good tidings to those who do good. Surely those who said, Our Lord is Allah, and then remain steadfast, shall have nothing to fear nor to grieve. They are the people of paradise. They shall remain in it forever as a reward for their deeds. We have enjoined man to be kind to his parents. In pain did his mother bear him, and in pain did she give birth to him. The carrying of the child to his weaning is a period of 30 months, and when he is grown to full maturity and reaches the age of 40, he prays, My Lord, dispose me that I may give thanks for the bounty that you have bestowed upon me and my parents, and dispose me that I may do righteous deeds that would please you, and also make my descendants righteous. I repent to you, and I am one of those who surrender themselves to you. Such are those from whom we accept their best deeds, and whose evil deeds we overlook. They will be among the people of paradise in consonance with the true promise made to them. But he who says to his parents, Fie on you! Do you threaten me that I shall be resurrected, although myriad generations have passed away before me, and not one of them was resurrected? The parents beseech Allah and say to their child, Woe to you! Have faith! Surely Allah's promise is true. But he says all this is nothing but fables of olden times. It is against such that Allah's sentence of punishment has become due. They will join the communities of human and jinn that have preceded them. Verily, all of them will court utter loss. Of these, all have ranks according to their deeds, so that Allah may fully recompense them for their deeds. They shall not be wronged. And on the day when the unbelievers will be exposed to the fire, they will be told, You have exhausted your share of the bounties in the life of the world, and you took your fill of enjoyments. So, degrading chastisement shall be yours on this day, for you waxed arrogant in the earth without justification and acted iniquitously. Recount to them the story of Hud, the brother of the tribe of Ad. Hud warned his people beside the sand dunes, and there have been other warners before him and since his time, saying, Serve none but Allah. Verily, I fear that the chastisement of an awesome day shall come upon you. They said, Have you come to us to turn us away from our gods? Then bring upon us the scourge that you threaten us with. Do so if you're truthful. He replied, Allah alone knows about this. I only convey to you the message that I have been sent with, but I see that you are an ignorant people. When they saw the scourge advancing towards their valleys, they said, This is a cloud that will bring much rain to us. By no means, it is what you had sought to hasten, a windstorm bearing a grievous chastisement that will destroy everything by the command of its Lord. Thereafter nothing was left to be seen except their dwellings. Thus do we requite the wrongdoers. We had established them firmly in a manner. We have not established you. We had given them ears and eyes and hearts, but nothing availed them, neither their ears, nor their eyes, nor their hearts, for they denied the signs of Allah. Then what they had mocked at encompassed them. Surely, we destroyed many a town around you. We sent our messages to them repeatedly and in diverse forms, that they may eschew their evil ways and return to Allah. So why did those whom they had set up as gods apart from Allah, hoping that they would bring them nearer to Him, not come to their aid? Instead they failed them. This was the end of the lie they had fabricated and the false beliefs they had invented. And call to mind when we sent to you a party of the jinn, that they may listen to the Quran. When they reached the place where you were reciting the Quran, they said to one another, "Be silent and listen." And when the recitation ended, they went back to their people as warners. They said, "Our people, we have heard a scripture revealed after Moses, verifying the scriptures revealed before it. It guides to the truth and to the straight way. Our people, respond to the call of Him who calls you to Allah, and believe in Him. Allah will forgive your sins and will protect you from a grievous chastisement. And he who does not respond to the one who calls to Allah will not be able to frustrate him on earth, nor will they have anyone to protect them from Allah. Such people are in manifest error. Do they not see that Allah, who created the heavens and the earth, and creating them did not wear Him out, has the power to bring the dead back to life? Why not? He certainly has the power over everything. On the day when the unbelievers will be brought within sight of the fire, they will be asked, 'Is this not the truth?' And they will answer, 'Yes, by our Lord, this is the truth.' Allah will say, 'Then suffer the chastisement as a requital for your disbelieving.' So bear with patience, O Prophet, even as the messengers endowed with firmness of resolve before you bore with patience, and do not be hasty in their regard. The day when they see that they had been warned against, they will feel as though they had remained in the world no more than an hour of a day. The truth has been conveyed. Will any then suffer perdition except those who disobey? In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Allah has caused the works of those who disbelieve and hinder people from the way of Allah to go to waste. As for those who attained to faith and did righteous works and believed in what was revealed to Muhammad, which indeed is the truth from their Lord, Allah has remitted their evil deeds and has set their condition right. That is because those who disbelieved followed falsehood, whereas those who believed followed the truth that came to them from their Lord. Thus does Allah set forth to people parables, showing their true state. When you meet the unbelievers in battle, smite their necks until you have crushed them. Then bind your captives firmly. Thereafter, you are entitled to set them free, either by an act of grace or against ransom, until the war ends. That is for you to do. If Allah had so willed, He would have Himself exacted retribution from them. But He did not do so, that He may test some of you by means of others. As for those who are slain in the way of Allah, He shall never let their works go to waste. He will guide them and set their condition right, and will admit them to paradise with which He has acquainted them. Believers, if you aid Allah, He will come to your aid and will plant your feet firmly. As to those who disbelieve, perdition lies in store for them, and Allah has reduced their works to naught. That was because they were averse to what Allah had revealed, so He let their works go to waste. Have they not journeyed through the land to see the end of those who went before them? Allah utterly destroyed them. These unbelievers are doomed to the same end. That is because Allah is the protector of the believers, whereas the unbelievers have none to protect them. Allah shall admit those who believe and do righteous works to their gardens beneath which rivers flow. As for the unbelievers, they enjoy the pleasures of this transient life and eat as cattle eat. The fire shall be their resort. O Prophet, how many are the cities that had greater power than your city that drove you out? We destroyed them, and there was none to protect them. Then can he who is on a clear guidance from his Lord be like him whose evil deeds have been embellished to him, and who pursued their lusts? Here is the parable of paradise, which the God-fearing have been promised. In it shall be rivers of incorruptible water, rivers of milk unchanging in taste, and rivers of wine, a delight to those that drink, and rivers of pure honey. In it they will have every kind of fruit as well as forgiveness from their Lord. Can such be like those who will abide in the fire and will be given a boiling water to drink that will tear their bowels apart? Among them some give ear to you, but no sooner do they leave your presence than they ask those endowed with knowledge, "What is it that he said just now?" Such are those whose hearts Allah has sealed and who pursue their lusts. As for those who are led to the guidance, Allah increases them in their guidance and causes them to grow in God-fearing. Are they waiting then for anything else than the last hour to suddenly come upon them? Already, some of its tokens have come, but when it does actually come upon them, where will any time be left for them to take heed? Know, therefore, O Prophet, that there is no God but Allah, and ask forgiveness for your shortcomings, and also for the shortcomings of believing men and believing women. Allah knows the places where you move about and where you dwell. The believers used to say, "Why is a surah that would ordain fighting not revealed?" But when a definitive surah was revealed wherein fighting was mentioned, you saw that those in whose hearts there was a sickness looked at you as though they were about to faint at the approach of death. Pity on them. They keep affirming their obedience and saying good words, but when a course of action was clearly determined, it would have been better for them if they had proved true to Allah. Now, if you were to turn away, what else can be expected but that you will work corruption in the land and fly at each other's throats? It is these upon whom Allah has laid his curse, so he made them deaf and deprived them of their sight. Do they then not reflect on the Quran, or are there locks on their hearts? Certainly, those who have turned their backs on the true guidance after it became manifest to them, Satan has embellished their ways for them and has buoyed them up with false hopes. This because they said to those who are averse to the faith that Allah has revealed, "In some matters we shall obey you." Allah has full knowledge of their secret parleys. But how will they fare when angels will take their souls at death and will carry them striking their faces and backs? That is because they have followed a way that angered Allah and have been averse to his good pleasure. So he reduced all their works to naught. Or do they, in whose hearts there is a sickness, believe that Allah will not bring their failings to light? If we were to so will, we could have shown them to you, so that you would recognize them by their faces, and you would certainly know them by the manner of their speech. Allah knows all your deeds. We shall certainly test you until we know those of you who truly strive and remain steadfast, and will ascertain about you. Those who disbelieved and barred others from Allah's way and opposed the messenger after the true guidance had become manifest to them, they shall not be able to cause Allah the least harm. Rather, Allah will reduce all their works to naught. Believers, obey Allah and obey the messenger, and do not cause your works to be nullified. Verily, Allah shall not forgive those who disbelieved and barred others from Allah's way, and clung to their unbelief until their death. So be not faint-hearted, and do not cry for peace. You shall prevail. Allah is with you and will not bring your works to naught. The life of this world is but sport and amusement. If you believe and are God-fearing, he will grant you your reward and will not ask you for your possessions. If he were to ask you for your possessions and press you in that regard, you would have grown niggardly, and Allah would have brought your failings to light. Behold, you are those who are called upon to spend in Allah's way, but some of you are niggardly. Whoever is niggardly is in fact niggardly to himself, for Allah is all-sufficient, whereas it is you who are in need of him. If you turn away, he will replace you by a people other than you, and they will not be like you. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. O Prophet, surely we have granted you a clear victory, so that Allah may forgive you your shortcomings, whether earlier or later, and may complete his favors upon you, and guide you to the straight way, and that Allah may bestow upon you a mighty help. He it is who bestowed inner peace on the hearts of the believers, so that they may grow yet more firm in their faith. To Allah belong the legions of the heavens and the earth. Allah is all-knowing, most wise. He did this to admit the believers, both men and women, to gardens beneath which rivers flow, wherein they shall abide, and to efface their evil deeds from them. That in Allah's sight is the supreme triumph. He also did this to chastise the hypocrites, both men and women, and those who associate others in his divinity, both men and women, and who harbor evil thoughts about Allah. They shall be afflicted with misfortune. Allah is wroth with them. He has laid his curse upon them, and has prepared for them hell. What an evil end! To Allah belong the legions of the heavens and the earth. Allah is most mighty, most wise. O Prophet, we have sent you forth as a witness, as a bearer of good news, and as a warner, so that all of you may all believe in Allah and His Messenger and support Him and revere Him and celebrate Allah's glory morning and evening. Those who swore fealty to you, O Prophet, in fact swore fealty to Allah. The hand of Allah is above their hands, so whoever breaks His covenant breaks it to his own hurt, and whoever fulfills the covenant that he made with Allah, He will bestow on him a great reward. O Prophet, the Bedouins who are left behind say to you, we were occupied with our goods and families, so ask forgiveness for us. They say with their tongues what is not in their hearts. Say to them, who can be of any avail to you against Allah if He should intend to cause you any harm or confer upon you any benefit? Allah is well aware of all that you do. But the truth is not what you say. You had imagined that the Messenger and the believers would never return to their families, and this notion was embellished in your hearts. You harbored an evil thought, and you are an immensely evil people. As for those who do not believe in Allah and His Messenger, for such unbelievers we have prepared a blazing fire. To Allah belongs the kingdom of the heavens and the earth. He forgives whom He pleases and chastises whom He pleases. He is most forgiving, most compassionate. When you press forth for the spoils, those who are left behind will say, let us accompany you. They want to change the command of Allah. Say to them in clear words, you shall not accompany us. Thus has Allah already said. They will say, nay, but you are jealous of us. The truth is that they understand little. Say to the Bedouins who were left behind, you will be called against those who possess great might and be asked to fight against them unless they surrender. If you obey the command to fight, Allah will bestow upon you a goodly reward. But if you turn away, as you turned away before, He shall inflict upon you a grievous chastisement. There is no blame on the blind, nor on the lame, nor on the sick, if they do not go forth to fight. Allah will admit those who obey Allah and His Messenger to the gardens beneath which rivers flow, and will inflict a grievous chastisement on those who turn away. Allah was much pleased with the believers when they swore fealty to you under the tree. He knew what was in their hearts, so He bestowed inner peace upon them, and rewarded them with a victory near at hand. And with abundant spoils which they shall acquire, Allah is most mighty, most wise. Allah has promised you abundant spoils which you shall acquire. He has instantly granted you this victory, and has restrained the hands of people from you, that it may be a sign for the believers, and He may guide you to a straight way. He also promises you other spoils which you have not yet taken, but Allah has encompassed them. Allah has power over everything. Had the unbelievers fought against you at that time, they would have turned their backs in flight, and would have found none to protect or help them. Such is Allah's way that has come down from the past. Never shall you find any change in the way of Allah. He it is who restrained their hands from you, and your hands from them in the valley of Makkah, even though He had made you victorious against them. Allah was watching all that you did. They are the ones who disbelieved and barred you from the inviolable mosque, and prevented the animals you had designated for sacrifice from reaching the place of their offering. If it had not been for the believing men and believing women who lived in Makkah and whom you did not know, and had there not been the fear that you might trample on them and unwittingly incur blame on their account, then fighting would not have been put to a stop. It was stopped so that Allah may admit to His mercy whomsoever He pleases. Had those believers been separated from the rest, we would certainly have inflicted a grievous chastisement on those of them, i.e. the Makkans who disbelieved. This is why, when the unbelievers set in their hearts a fierce bigotry, the bigotry of ignorance, Allah bestowed inner peace upon His Messenger and upon the believers, and made the word of piety binding on them. They were more deserving and worthier thereof. Allah has knowledge of everything. Allah indeed showed His Messenger the true vision, one fully in accord with reality. If Allah so wills, you shall certainly enter the inviolable mosque in full security. You will shave your heads and cut your hair short, and do so without any fear. He knew what you did not know, and He granted you a victory near at hand, even before the fulfillment of the vision. He it is who sent His Messenger with the true guidance and the religion of truth, that He may make it prevail over every religion. Sufficient is Allah as a witness to this. Muhammad is Allah's messenger, and those who are with him are firm with the unbelievers, but compassionate with one another. You see them occupied in bowing and prostrating, and in seeking Allah's bounty and good pleasure. They are distinguished from others by the marks of prostration on their faces. Thus are they described in the Torah, and their parable in the Gospel is that of a tilth that puts forth its shoot, then strengthens it so that it becomes stout and stands firmly on its stem. This is a sight pleasing to the sowers, and one by which the unbelievers will be enraged. As for those who believe and do righteous deeds, Allah has promised them forgiveness and a great reward. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Believers, do not advance before Allah and His Messenger and fear Allah. Verily, Allah is all-hearing, all-knowing. Believers, do not raise your voices above the voice of the Prophet, and when speaking to him, do not speak aloud as you speak aloud to one another, lest all your deeds are reduced to nothing without your even realizing it. The ones who lower their voices in the presence of the Messenger of Allah are those whose hearts Allah has tested for God-fearing. There shall be forgiveness and a great reward. Surely, most of those who call out to you, O Prophet, from behind the apartments are devoid of understanding. If they were patient until you went out to them, that would have been better for them. Allah is most forgiving, most merciful. Believers, when an ungodly person brings to you a piece of news, carefully ascertain its truth, lest you should hurt a people unwittingly and thereafter repent at what you did. Know that Allah's Messenger is among you. Were He to follow you in many an affair, you yourselves would suffer. But Allah has endeared faith to you and has embellished it in your hearts and has made unbelief and evildoing and disobedience abhorrent to you. Such are those who are rightly guided. By Allah's favor and bounty, Allah is all-knowing, all-wise. If two parties of the believers happen to fight, make peace between them. But then, if one of them transgresses against the other, fight the one that transgresses until it reverts to Allah's command. And if it does revert, make peace between them with justice, and be equitable, for Allah loves the equitable. Surely the believers are none but brothers unto one another. So set things right between your brothers, and have fear of Allah, that you may be shown mercy. Believers, let not a group of men scoff at another group. It may well be that the latter at whom they scoff are better than they, nor let a group of women scoff at another group. It may well be that the latter are better than they. And do not taunt one another, nor revile one another by nicknames. It is an evil thing to gain notoriety for ungodliness after belief. Those who do not repent are indeed the wrongdoers. Believers, avoid being excessively suspicious, for some suspicion is a sin. Do not spy, nor backbite one another. Would any of you like to eat the flesh of his dead brother? You would surely detest it. Have fear of Allah. Surely Allah is much prone to accept repentance, is most compassionate. Human beings, we created you all from a male and a female, and made you into nations and tribes, so that you may know one another. Verily, the noblest of you in the sight of Allah is the most God-fearing of you. Surely, Allah is all-knowing, all-aware. The Bedouins say, "We believe, O Prophet." Say to them, "You do not believe. You should rather say, 'We have submitted,' for belief has not yet entered your hearts. If you obey Allah and His Messenger, He will not diminish anything from the reward of any of your deeds. Surely, Allah is most forgiving, most compassionate. Indeed, the ones possessed of true faith are those who believed in Allah and His Messenger, and then they did not entertain any doubt and strove hard in the way of Allah with their lives and their possessions. These are the truthful ones. Say, O Prophet, to these pretenders to faith, are you apprising Allah of your faith? Allah knows all that is in the heavens and the earth. Allah has full knowledge of everything. They count it as a favor to you that they accepted Islam. Say, do not regard your accepting Islam as a favor to me. Rather, Allah has bestowed a favor on you by guiding you to faith, if you are truthful in your claim to be believers. Surely, Allah knows every hidden thing of the heavens and the earth. Allah sees all that you do. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Qaf, by the glorious Quran. Nay, they wondered that a warner should have come to them from among themselves. The unbelievers said, "This indeed is a strange thing. What? When we are dead and reduced to mere dust, shall we be raised to life? Such a return is far-fetched." Thus do they imagine, although we know well what the earth takes away from them. With us is a record that preserves everything. They gave the lie to the truth when it came to them, so they are now in a state of great perplexity. Did they never observe the sky above them, how we built it and beautified it, and it has no cracks? And we have spread out the earth, and have set upon it firm mountains, and have caused it to bring up plants of all beauteous kinds. All these are to serve as eye-openers, and as a lesson to every being who is prone to turn to the truth. We also sent down blessed water from the heaven, wherewith we caused gardens and harvest grain to grow, and tall palm trees with their thickly clustered spades. All this as sustenance for our servants, and thus we do bring the dead land back to life with water. Such shall be the coming forth of human beings from the earth. In the past, Noah's people and the people of Ras and Thamud gave the lie to messengers, and so did Ad and Pharaoh and Lot's brethren. And the people of Aika and the people of Tuba, they all gave the lie to the messengers. Thereafter, my threat of chastisement against them was fulfilled. Did we then become worn out by the first creation? Not at all, but they are in doubt about a fresh creation. Surely, we have created man, and we know the promptings of his heart, and we are nearer to him than even his jugular vein. Moreover, there are two scribes, one each sitting on the right and the left, recording everything. He utters not a word, but there is a vigilant watcher at hand. Lo, the agony of death has indeed come with the truth. That is what you had sought to avoid. And then the trumpet was blown. This is the day of the promised chastisement. Everyone has come, each attended by one who will drive him on, and another who will bear witness. You were heedless of this. Now we have removed your veil, and so your vision today is sharp. His companion said, Here is he who was in my charge. The command was given, cast into hell every hardened, stubborn unbeliever. Who hinders good, exceeds the limits, is immersed in doubts, and has set up another deity with Allah. Hurl him into the grievous torment. His companion said, I did not incite him to rebel. He was far gone into error of his own accord. It was said, Do not remonstrate in my presence. I had warned you. My word is not changed, and never do I inflict the least wrong upon my servants. On that day we shall ask hell, Are you full? And it will reply, Are there any more? And when paradise shall be brought close to the God-fearing and will no longer be far away, it will be said, This is what you were promised, a promise made to everyone who turned much to Allah and was watchful of his conduct. To everyone who feared the Merciful One, though he is beyond the reach of perception. To everyone who has come with a heart ever want to turn to him. Enter this paradise in peace. That will be the day of eternity. Therein they shall get whatever they desire, and with us there is even more. How many a nation did we destroy before them that were stronger in prowess than these? They searched about the lands of the world, but could they find a refuge? Verily, there is a lesson in this for everyone who has a sound heart and who listens with an attentive mind. We created the heavens and the earth and all that is in between them in 6 days, and weariness did not even touch us. Hence, bear with patience whatever they say, and celebrate your Lord's glory before the rising of the sun and before its setting. And in the night too, celebrate his glory in the wake of prostration. Hearken on the day when the caller will call from a place nearby. The day when they shall hear the blast in truth, that will be the day for the dead to come forth. Surely it is we who give life and cause death, and to us shall all return. On the day when the earth will be rent asunder, and people rising from it will hasten forth, to assemble them all will be easy for us. O Prophet, we are well aware of what they say, and you are not required to force things upon them. So exhort with the Quran all those who fear my warning. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. By the winds which scatter dust, which carry clouds laden with water, which then smoothly speed along, and execute the great task of apportioning rainfall. Surely what you are being warned against is true, and the judgment shall doubtlessly take place. By the heaven with its numerous forms, surely you are at a variance about the hereafter, though only those who are averse to the truth will turn away from believing in it. Doomed are the conjecturers, who are steeped in ignorance and heedlessness. They ask, when will the day of judgment be? It will be the day when they shall be scourged by the fire, and be told, taste your ordeal. This is what you were seeking to hasten. As for the God-fearing, they shall be in the midst of gardens and fountains, joyously receiving what their Lord will have granted them. Verily, they did good works before the coming of this day. They used to sleep but little by night, and would ask for forgiveness at dawn. And in their wealth there was a rightful share for him who would ask, and for the destitute. There are many signs on earth for those of sure faith. And also in your own selves, do you not see? And in heaven is your provision, and also what you are being promised. So by the Lord of the heaven and the earth, this is certainly true as the fact of your speaking. O Prophet, did the story of Abraham's honored guests reach you? When they came to him, they said, "Peace." He said, "Peace also be to you. You seem to be a group of strangers." Then he went back to his family and brought a fat roasted calf and laid it before them, saying, "Will you not eat?" Then he became afraid of them. They said, "Fear not," and announced to him the good news of the birth of a boy endowed with knowledge. So hearing, his wife went forth shouting. She struck her face and exclaimed, "A barren old woman am I." They said, "So has your Lord said, that you shall have a boy. Surely he is most wise, all-knowing." Abraham said, "Envoys of Allah, what is your errand?" They replied, "Behold, we have been sent to a wicked people, that we may unleash a shower of clay stones, marked by your Lord upon those who go beyond the limits." Then we evacuated therefrom all the believers, and we did not find there any apart from a single house of Muslims. And we left therein a sign for those who fear the grievous chastisement. There is also a sign for you in the story of Moses, when we sent him with a clear authority to Pharaoh. But Pharaoh turned away, showing arrogance on account of his power, and said about Moses, "He is either a sorcerer or a madman." So we seized him and his hosts, and cast them into the sea. He became an object of much blame. There is also a sign for you in the story of Ad, when we let loose upon them an ominous wind, that left nothing that it came upon without reducing it to rubble. There is also a sign for you in the story of Thamud. They were told, "Enjoy yourselves for a while." But they brazenly disobeyed their Lord's command, and then a sudden chastisement overtook them while they looked on. They were unable even to stand up or protect themselves. Before all these, we destroyed the people of Noah. They were a wicked people. And heaven, we made it with our own power, and we have the power to do so. And the earth, we spread it out, and how well have we smoothed it. And of everything we have created pairs. Perhaps you will take heed. Flee, therefore, to Allah. Surely I am a clear warner to you from him. And do not set up any deity with Allah. Surely I am a clear warner to you from him. Thus has it been in the past. Never did a messenger come to the nations that preceded them, but they said, "He is a sorcerer or a madman." Have they arrived at a common understanding concerning this? No. But they are a people given to transgression. So turn your attention away from them. You shall incur no blame. Do, however, keep exhorting them, for exhortation benefits those endowed with faith. I created the jinn and humans for nothing else but that they may serve me. I desire from them no provision, nor do I want them to feed me. Surely Allah is the bestower of all provision, the Lord of all power, the strong. The wrongdoers shall receive a portion of the chastisements as their fellows of yore, so let them not rush me. Woe, then, betide those who disbelieved in that day of theirs which they are being asked to hold in dread. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. By the mount, and the book inscribed on fine parchment, by the much frequented house, by the elevated canopy, and by the swelling sea. Verily, your Lord's chastisement shall come to pass. None can avert that. It shall come to pass on the day when the heaven will convulse in great convulsion, and the mountains shall violently fly about. Woe then on that day to those who give the lie to this message, and amuse themselves with vain argumentation. On the day when they shall be thrust into hell with a violent thrust, and shall be told, "This is the hell which you used to give the lie to." Is this then any feat of magic, or are you unable to see? Go now and burn in it. It is all the same whether you bear it patiently or do not bear it with patience. You are only being recompensed for your deeds. Surely the God-fearing shall be in gardens and bliss, enjoying what Allah will have endowed them with, and their Lord will have saved them from the torment of the blazing fire. They will be told, eat and drink to your heart's content as a reward for your deeds. The God-fearing shall be reclining on couches facing each other, and we shall wed them to maidens with large beautiful eyes. We shall unite the believers with those descendants of theirs who followed them in their faith, and shall not deny them any part of the reward for their good deeds. Every person is pledged to what he did. We shall provide them in abundance with all kinds of fruit and meat, whatever they may desire. They shall pass on to one another a cup that will incite neither levity nor sin. Youths as fair as hidden pearls will be set apart to wait upon them. They will be running to and fro to serve them. They will turn to one another and ask regarding the past events. They will say, when we were living before among our kinsfolk, we lived in constant fear of Allah's displeasure. Then Allah graced us with His favor and saved us from the chastisement of the scorching wind. Formerly, we had always prayed to Him. Surely, He is most benign, most compassionate. So exhort them, O Prophet, for by your Lord's grace, you are neither a soothsayer nor a madman. Or do they say, he is a poet for whom we wait an adverse turn of fortune? Tell them, wait, I too am waiting with you. Do their minds prompt them to say such things, or are they a people immersed in transgression? Do they say, he has himself fabricated the Quran? No, the truth is that they are altogether averse to believing. If they are truthful in this, then let them produce a discourse of similar splendor. Did they come into being without any creator, or were they their own creators? Or is it they who created the heavens and the earth? No, the truth is that they lack sure faith. Or do they have your Lord's treasures in their keeping, or have absolute authority over them? Or do they have a ladder whereupon they can climb and attempt to listen to what is transpiring in the higher realm? Then let any of them who has listened to it produce a clear proof of it. Or does Allah have daughters, whereas you have sons? Or is it that you ask of them any recompense, so that they should fear to be weighed down under the burden of debt? Or is it that they have access to the truths in the realm beyond sense perception which they are writing down? Or are they contriving a stratagem against you? If so, that stratagem will rebound against the unbelievers. Do they have any God other than Allah? Exalted be Allah above whatever they associate with Him in His divinity. So obstinate are they that, even if they were to see some fragments of the sky falling down, they would still say, it's only a massive cloud. So leave them alone until they encounter that day of theirs when they shall be struck down, when their stratagem shall be of no avail to them, nor shall they be succored. Surely a chastisement awaits the wrongdoers even before the coming of that day, but most of them do not know. Be patient then, O Prophet, until the judgment of your Lord comes, for surely you are before our eyes, and celebrate the praise of your Lord when you rise. And also celebrate His praise at night, and at the retreat of the stars. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. By the star when it sets. Your companion has neither strayed nor is he deluded, nor does he speak out of his desire. This is nothing but a revelation that is conveyed to him, something that a very powerful one has imparted to him. One endowed with immense wisdom, he came forth and stood poised, being on the higher horizon. Then he drew near and hung above suspended, until he was 2 bows' length away or nearer. Then he revealed to Allah's servant whatever he had to reveal. His heart added no untruth to what he saw. Are you then going to contend with him regarding what he sees with his eyes? Indeed, he saw him a second time, by the lote tree at the farthest boundary, near which is the garden of abode. This was when the lote tree was covered with that which covered it. His eye did not waver, nor did it stray. And he certainly saw some of the greatest signs of his Lord. Have you ever thought about Allat and Al-Uzza? And about the third deity, Al-Manat? Shall you have the male issues and he the female issues? That is indeed an unfair division. These are nothing but names that you and your forefathers have invented, for which Allah has sent down no authority. They are merely following their conjectures and their carnal desires, although guidance has come to them from their Lord. Does man imagine that whatever he wishes for is right for him? To Allah belong both the next world and the present. Numerous are the angels in the heavens, yet their intercession shall be of no avail, except in regard to those whom He grants the leave of intercession and whose plea He is pleased to accept. Those who do not believe in the hereafter give angels the names of females. Although they have no knowledge regarding that, they only follow their conjecture, and conjecture can never take the place of truth. So leave alone those who turn away from the remembrance of us and who seek nothing but the life of the world. That being the utmost of their knowledge, surely your Lord fully knows those who have strayed away from His path, and He also fully knows those who are rightly guided. To Allah alone belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is in the earth. He will requite the evildoers for their deeds, and bestow a goodly reward on those who have done good. On those who avoid grave sins and shameful deeds, even if they may sometimes stumble into lesser offenses, surely your Lord is abounding in His forgiveness. Very well is He aware of you, since He produced you from the earth, and while you were still in your mother's womb, and not yet born. So do not boastfully claim yourselves to be purified. He fully knows those that are truly God-fearing. O Prophet, did you see him who turned away from the path of Allah? Who gave a little and then stopped? Does he have any knowledge of the world beyond the ken of sense perception, and therefore clearly sees the truth? Has he not been informed of what is in the scrolls of Moses, and of Abraham who lived up to the trust? That no bearer of a burden shall bear the burden of another, and that man shall have nothing but what he has striven for, and that the result of his striving shall soon be seen, and that he shall then be fully recompensed, and that the final end is with your Lord, and that He it is who causes people to laugh and to cry, and that He it is who causes death and grants life, and He it is who created the two kinds, the male and the female, from a drop of sperm when it was emitted, and that it is for Him to grant the second life, that He it is who bestowed wealth and riches, that He is the Lord of Sirius, that He it is who destroyed the ancient Ad and Thamud, leaving no trace of them, and that He it is who destroyed the people of Noah before, for they were much given to iniquity and transgression. And He brought perdition upon the subverted cities, and caused them to be covered with that which He covered them with. So which of your Lord's bounties will you doubt? This is a warning among the warnings of yore. The imminent hour has drawn near, and none but Allah can avert it. Will you then wonder at this? Will you laugh at it rather than weep? Will you occupy yourselves simply in merriment? Prostrate yourselves before Allah and serve Him. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. The hour of resurrection drew near, and the moon split asunder. Regardless of any signs these people see, they turn away and say, "This is an ongoing sorcery." They also gave the lie to the splitting asunder of the moon, and only followed their desires, yet everything is destined to reach an end. Surely there came to them narratives of the ancient nations that should suffice to deter them from transgression. Narratives that are full of consummate wisdom, but warnings do not avail them. So turn away from them, O Prophet, on the day when a caller shall call them to a thing most terrible. With downcast eyes they shall go forth from their graves as though they were scattered locusts. They shall be hurrying forth towards the caller, and the unbelievers who had once denied this day will say, "This is a woeful day." Before them, Noah's people also gave the lie to his message. They rejected our servant as a liar, saying, "He is a madman," and he was rebuffed. Then he called upon his Lord, "Verily, I am vanquished, so come you to my aid." Thereupon we opened the gates of the sky for water to pour down. And we made the earth burst forth with springs, and all this water converged to fulfill that which had been decreed. And we bore Noah on the vessel built of planks and nails, which sailed on under our supervision, a reward for him who had been shown ingratitude. And we left the ark as a sign, is there then any who will take heed? So how awesome were my chastisement and my warnings? We have made this Quran easy as a reminder. Is there then any who will take heed? Ad also gave the lie to Hud. So how awesome were my chastisement and my warnings? We sent a tumultuous wind against them on a day of unremitting misfortune, which tore people away and hurled them as though they were trunks of uprooted palm trees. So how awesome were my chastisement and my warnings? We have made the Quran easy to derive lessons from. Is there then any who will take heed? Thamud gave the lie to the warnings, saying, Are we to follow a single mortal, one from among ourselves? If we do that, we shall surely be in error and folly. Was there none but he to whom the reminder could be vouchsafed, excluding all others? Nay, he is an insolent liar. We told our messenger, Tomorrow they shall know who is the insolent liar. We shall send the she-camel as a trial for them, so watch their end with patience. Let them know that the water should be divided between them and the she-camel, each availing their turn. Eventually they summoned their companion, and he undertook the outrageous task and hamstrung the she-camel. So how awesome were my chastisement and my warnings! Behold, we sent a single blast against them, and they became like the trampled twigs of a sheep pen builder. Surely we have made this Quran easy as a reminder. Is there then any who will take heed? Lot's people also gave the lie to the warnings. And behold, we let loose upon them a tempest which rained stones upon them, except upon Lot's household, whom we rescued in the last hours of the night. As a favor from us, thus do we reward those who give thanks. Surely, Lot warned his people that we shall seize them with our chastisement, but they doubted the warnings. Then they even solicited his guests from him, whereupon we blotted out their eyes, telling them, Now have a taste of my chastisement and my warnings. Indeed, an abiding chastisement came upon them in the morning. So have a taste of my chastisement and my warnings. Surely, we have made this Quran easy as a reminder. Is there then any who will take heed? Warnings also came to the Pharaonites, but they gave the lie to our signs, to all of them. Thereupon we seized them with the seizing of the most mighty, the most powerful. Are your unbelievers of Makkah any better than they? Or have you been granted any immunity in the scriptures? Or do they say, We are a strong legion, strong enough for victory? Soon shall this legion be routed, and shall turn their backs and flee. Nay, the hour of doom is their appointed time, and the hour shall be more calamitous and bitter. The evildoers are victims of error and madness. There shall come a day when they will be dragged on their faces into the fire and will be told, Now taste the flame of hell. We have created everything in a determined measure. Our command consists of only one word, which is carried out in the twinkling of an eye. We did indeed destroy many like you. Is there then any who will heed? All their deeds are recorded in the scrolls. Everything large or small is duly inscribed. Surely those who shun disobedience will dwell amidst gardens and running streams, where they will be honorably seated in the presence of a king, mighty in power. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, the merciful one, has taught the Quran, has created man, and has taught him articulate speech. The sun and the moon follow a reckoning, and the stars and the trees all prostrate themselves. And he has raised up the heaven and has set a balance, that you may not transgress in the balance, but weigh things equitably and skimp not in the balance. And he has set up the earth for all beings. Therein are fruit and palm trees with their dates and sheets, and a variety of corn with both husk and grain. Which of the bounties of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? He has created man from dry, rotten clay like the potters, and has created the jinn from the flame of fire. Which of the wonders of your Lord's power will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? Lord of the two easts and of the two wests is he. Which of the powers of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? He unleashed the two seas so that they merge together, and yet there is a barrier between them which they may not overstep. Which of the wonders of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? From these seas come forth pearls and coral. Which of the wonders of your Lord's power will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? His are the ships, towering on the sea like mountains. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? All that is on earth will perish. Only the person of your Lord, full of majesty and splendor, will endure. So which of the wonders of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? All in the heavens and the earth entreat him for their needs. A new, mighty task engages him each day. Which of your Lord's laudable attributes will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? O you twain who are a burden on the earth, we shall attend to you and call you to account. We shall then see which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny. O company of jinn and men, if you have the power to go beyond the bounds of the heavens and the earth, go beyond them, yet you will be unable to go beyond them, for that requires infinite power. Which of your Lord's powers will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? If you so venture, a flame of fire and smoke shall be lashed at you, which you shall be unable to withstand. Which of your Lord's powers will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? What will happen when the heaven will be split asunder and will become crimson like leather? Which of your Lord's powers will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? On that day, there will be no need to ask either men or jinn about their sins. We shall see which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny. The culprits shall be known by their marks, and shall be seized by their forelocks and their feet. Which of the powers of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? It will be said, this is the hell that the culprits had cried lies to. They will keep circling around between hell and boiling water. Which of your Lord's powers will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? For any who fears to stand before his Lord are two gardens. Which of your Lord's favors will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? These gardens will abound in green, blooming branches. Which of your Lord's favors will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? In each of the two gardens are two flowing springs. Which of your Lord's favors will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? In both these is a pair of every fruit. Which of your Lord's favors will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? They shall recline on couches lined with brocade, and within reach shall hang the fruits of the two gardens. Which of your Lord's favors will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? In the midst of these shall be maidens with modest, restrained glances, maidens whom no man or jinn has ever touched before. Which of your Lord's favors will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? Lovely as rubies and pearls. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? Can the reward of goodness be any other than goodness? Which of the laudable attributes of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? And besides these two there shall be two other gardens. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? Two gardens, dark green and fresh. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? In them will be two gushing springs. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? Therein will be fruits and dates and pomegranates. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? In the midst of these will be maidens good and comely. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? There shall be maidens sheltered in tents. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? No man or jinn ever touched them before. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? They shall be reclining on green cushions and splendid carpets. Which of the favors of your Lord will you twain, you men and jinn, then deny? Blessed be the name of your Lord, the Lord of majesty. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. When the event will come to pass, and then there will be no one to deny its occurrence. A calamitous event that shall turn things upside down, when the earth will suddenly shake with a terrible shaking, and the mountains will crumble, and will scatter abroad into fine dust. You shall then become three groups. The people on the right, and how fortunate will be the people on the right. And the people on the left, and how miserable will be the people on the left. As for the foremost, they will be the foremost. They shall be near station to their Lord. In the gardens of bliss, a throng of the ancients, and a few from later times. They will be seated on gold-encrusted couches, reclining on them, arrayed face to face. Immortal youths shall go about them, with goblets and ewers and a cup filled with a drink drawn from a running spring. A drink by which their minds will not be clouded, nor will it cause drunkenness. They will also go about them with the fruits of which they may choose, and with the flesh of any fowl that they may desire to eat. And there shall be wide-eyed maidens, beautiful as pearls hidden in their shells. All this shall be theirs as a reward for their deeds. There they shall hear no idle talk, nor any sinful speech. All talk will be sound and upright. As for the people on the right, how fortunate shall be the people on the right! They shall be in the midst of thornless lote trees, and flower-clad acacias, and extended shade, and gushing water, and abundant fruit, never-ending and unforbidden. They shall be on upraised couches, and their spouses we shall have brought them into being afresh, and shall have made them virgins, intensely loving and of matching age. All this will be for the people on the right, a large throng from the ancients, and also a large throng from those of later times. As for the people on the left, how miserable will be the people on the left! They will be in the midst of scorching wind and boiling water, and a shade of thick pitch-black smoke, which will neither be cool nor soothing. Surely they had lived before in luxury, and had persisted in the great sin. They used to say, "What? Once we are dead and are reduced to dust and bones, shall we still be raised to new life from the dead? We and our forefathers of yore shall all be brought together on an appointed day. Then you, the erring ones, and those that gave the lie to the truth, shall all eat from the tree of al-zakum, filling your bellies with it. And thereupon you shall drink boiling water, drinking it as thirsty camels do. Thus shall they be entertained on the day of recompense. We have created you, then why would you not confirm it? Did you ever consider the sperm that you emit? Did you create a child out of it, or are we its creators? It is we who ordained death upon you, and we are not to be frustrated. Had we so wished, nothing could have hindered us from replacing you by others like yourselves, or transforming you into beings you know nothing about. You are well aware of the first creation, then, do you learn no lesson from it? Have you considered the seeds you till? Is it you or we who make them grow? If we so wished, we could have reduced your harvest to rubble, and would have been left wonderstruck to exclaim, "We have been penalized. Nay, we have been undone." Did you cast a good look at the water that you drink? Is it you who brought it down from the clouds, or is it we who brought it down? If we had so pleased, we could have made it bitter, so why would you not give thanks? Did you consider the fire which you kindle? Did you make its tree grow, or was it we who made it grow? We made it a reminder and a provision for the needy. Glorify then, O Prophet, the name of your great Lord. No, I swear by the positions of the stars. And this is indeed a mighty oath, if only you knew, that this indeed is a noble Quran, inscribed in a well-guarded book, which none but the pure may touch, a revelation from the Lord of the universe. Do you then take this discourse in light esteem? And your portion in it is simply that you denounce it as false? Why then, when the soul leaps up to the throat, though while you are helplessly watching that he is on the verge of death. At that moment, when we are closer to him than you, although you do not see us. If you are not subject to anyone's authority, why are you then not able to bring them back to life if you are truthful? So if he is one of those who are near stationed to Allah, then happiness and delight and gardens of bliss are his. And if he is one of the people on the right, he will be welcomed by the words, "Peace to you," from the people on the right. And if he is one of those who give the lie to this message and go astray, then he will be served boiling water and will be scorched by the fire. That indeed is the absolute truth. So glorify the name of your great Lord. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. All that is in the heavens and the earth extols the glory of Allah. He is the most mighty, the most wise. His is the dominion of the heavens and the earth. He gives life and causes death, and he has power over everything. He is the first and the last, and the manifest and the hidden, and he has the knowledge of everything. He it is who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and then established himself on the throne. He knows all that enters the earth, and all that comes forth from it, and all that comes down from the heaven, and all that goes up to it. He is with you wherever you are. Allah sees all that you do. His is the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and to him are all matters referred for judgment. He causes the night to pass into the day, and causes the day to pass into the night, and he fully knows all that is hidden in the breasts of people. Believe in Allah and in his messenger, and expend of what he has entrusted to you. A great reward awaits those of you who believe and spend their wealth. How is it that you do not believe in Allah, when the messenger calls you to believe in your Lord, and although he has taken a covenant from you, if indeed you are believers? He it is who sends down clear signs to his servant so as to bring you out from darkness into light. Surely, Allah is most kind and most compassionate to you. How is it that you do not expend in the way of Allah, when to Allah belongs the inheritance of the heavens and the earth? Those who spent their wealth and took part in fighting before the victory cannot be equated with those who spent their wealth and took part in fighting afterwards. They are higher in rank than those who spent and fought afterwards. But to each Allah has promised a good reward. Allah is well aware of all that you do. Who is it that will give Allah a beautiful loan? A loan that Allah will repay after increasing it many times and grant him a generous reward. On that day you will see believing men and women that their light will be running before them, and on their right hands they will be told, "A good tiding to you today. There shall be gardens beneath which rivers flow, therein they shall abide. That indeed is the great triumph." On that day the hypocrites, both men and women, shall say to the believers, "Look at us, that we may extract some light from your light." They will be told, "Go back and seek light for yourselves elsewhere." Then a wall shall be erected between them with a door in it. On the inside of it there will be mercy, and on the outside of it there will be chastisement. The hypocrites will call out to the believers, "Were we not with you?" The believers will reply, "Yes, but you allowed yourselves to succumb to temptations, and you wavered, and you remained in doubt, and false expectations deluded you, until Allah's command came to pass. And the deluder deluded you concerning Allah. So no ransom shall be accepted from you today, nor from those who disbelieved. You are destined for the fire. That will be your guardian, and that indeed is a grievous destination. Is the time not come that the hearts of the believers should be humbled to Allah's remembrance, and to the truth that He has revealed, and that they should not be like those who were vouchsafed the book, and then a long time elapsed, so that their hearts were hardened? A great many of them are now evildoers. Know well that Allah revives the earth after it becomes lifeless. We have clearly shown our signs to you. Perchance you will use your reason. Verily, those who give alms, be they men or women, and give Allah a beautiful loan, shall be repaid after increasing it many times, and there shall be a generous reward. In Allah's sight, only those who truly believe in Allah and His messengers are utterly truthful, and true bearers of witness for the sake of Allah. For them is their reward and their light. As for those who give the lie to our signs, they are the people of hell. Know well that the life of this world is merely sport and diversion, and adornment, and an object of your boasting with one another. and a rivalry in the multiplication of riches and children. Its likeness is that of rain. When it produces vegetation, it delights the tillers. But then it withers, and you see it turn yellow, and then it crumbles away. In the hereafter, there is either grievous chastisement or forgiveness from Allah and His good pleasure. The life of this world is nothing but delusion. So vie with one another in seeking to attain your Lord's forgiveness, and a garden whose width is as the width of the heaven and the earth, one which has been prepared for those who believe in Allah and His messengers. That is Allah's bounty, which He bestows upon those whom He pleases. Allah is the Lord of abounding bounty. No misfortune ever befalls on earth, nor on yourselves, but we have inscribed it in the book before we make it manifest. Surely, that is easy for Allah. We do so that you may not grieve over the loss you suffer, nor exult over what He gave you. Allah does not love the vainglorious, the boastful. Those who are niggardly and bid others to be niggardly, and he who turns away, should know that Allah is self-sufficient, immensely praiseworthy. Indeed, we sent our messengers with clear signs and sent down with them the book and the balance that people may uphold justice. And we sent down iron, wherein there is awesome power and many benefits for people, so that Allah may know who, without even having seen Him, helps Him and His messengers. Surely, Allah is most strong, most mighty. Indeed, we sent forth Noah and Abraham and established in their line prophecy and the book. Then some of them embraced the guidance, and many of them are wicked. In their way, we sent a succession of our messengers, and raised Jesus, son of Mary, after all of them, and bestowed upon Him the Evangel, and we set tenderness and mercy in the hearts of those that followed Him. As for monasticism, it is they who invented it. We did not prescribe it for them. They themselves invented it in pursuit of Allah's good pleasure, and then they did not observe it as it ought to have been observed. So we gave their reward to those of them that believed, but many of them are wicked. You should do this so that the people of the book know that they have no control over Allah's bounty, and that all bounty is in Allah's hand. He bestows it on whomsoever He pleases. Allah is the Lord of abounding bounty. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Allah has surely heard the words of her who contends with you concerning her husband and complains to Allah. Allah hears what both of you say. Verily, Allah is all-hearing, all-seeing. Those among you who divorce their wives by declaring them to be their mothers, such are not their mothers. None are their mothers except those who gave birth to them. Indeed, what they say is highly contemptible and false. Verily, Allah is most pardoning, most forgiving. Those who declare their wives to be their mothers and thereafter go back on what they have said shall free a slave before they may touch each other. That is what you are exhorted to do. Allah is fully aware of all your deeds. And he who does not find a slave to free shall fast for 2 months consecutively before they may touch each other. And he who is unable to do so shall feed 60 needy people. All this is in order that you may truly believe in Allah and His Messenger. These are the bounds set by Allah, and a grievous chastisement awaits the unbelievers. Verily, those who oppose Allah and His Messenger shall be brought low, even as those before them were brought low. Surely, we have sent down clear signs, and a humiliating chastisement awaits the unbelievers. A chastisement that shall come upon them on the day when Allah will raise them all to a new life, and will inform them of their deeds. Allah has recorded it while they have forgotten it. Allah is a witness over everything. Are you not aware that Allah knows whatever is in the heavens and whatever is in the earth? Never is there any whispering among 3, but He is their 4th, nor among 5, but He is their 6th, nor fewer nor more, but He is with them, wherever they may be. And then He will tell them on the day of judgment all that they have done. Surely, Allah knows everything. Have you not seen those who were forbidden to whisper, and yet they engaged in what they had been forbidden? They secretly converse among themselves concerning sin and transgression and disobedience to the Messenger. And when they come to you, they greet you in a manner that Allah does not greet you, and say to themselves, why does Allah not chastise us for these utterances of ours? Hell it is that shall suffice them, and in it they will burn. How woeful is their destination. Believers, when you converse in secrecy, let that not be concerning sin and transgression and disobedience to the messenger. Rather, converse concerning virtue and piety, and fear Allah to whom all of you shall be mustered. Whispering is an act of Satan, one that aims at causing grief to the believers, yet without Allah's leave no harm can be caused to them. So, in Allah should the believers put all their trust. Believers, when you are told, make room for one another in your assemblies, then make room. Allah will bestow amplitude on you. And when it is said, rise up, then rise up. Allah will raise to high ranks those of you who believe and are endowed with knowledge. Allah is well aware of all that you do. Believers, when you come to the messenger for private consultation, offer some charity before your consultation with him. That is better for you and more conducive to purity. But if you find nothing to offer in charity, then know that Allah is most merciful, most compassionate. Are you afraid that you will have to offer charity when you hold private conversation with the Prophet? But if you are unable to do so and Allah pardons you, then establish prayer and pay zakah and obey Allah and His Messenger. Allah is well aware of all that you do. Do you not see those who took for friends a people whom Allah is wroth with? They neither belong to you nor you to them. They swear to a falsehood, and they do so knowingly. Allah has prepared for them a grievous chastisement. Indeed, evil are the acts in which they are engaged. They have taken their oaths as a shield by means of which they hinder people from the way of Allah. Theirs shall be a humiliating chastisement. Neither their possessions nor their offspring will be of any avail to them against Allah. They are the people of the fire. Therein they shall abide. On the day when Allah will raise them all from the dead, they will swear before Him as they swear before you today, thinking that this will avail them. Behold, they are utter liars. Satan has gained mastery over them and has made them neglect remembering Allah. They are the party of Satan. Behold, the party of Satan will be the losers. Verily, those who oppose Allah and His Messenger will be among the most abject beings. Allah has written, surely I will prevail, I and my messengers. Verily, Allah is most strong, most mighty. You shall not find a people who believe in Allah and the last day befriending those who oppose Allah and His Messenger, even though they be their fathers or their sons or their brothers or their kindred. He has inscribed faith in their hearts and has strengthened them with a spirit from Him, and He shall make them enter gardens beneath which rivers flow. Therein they shall abide. Allah is well pleased with them, and they are well pleased with Him. They belong to Allah's party. Verily, Allah's party shall prosper. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. All that is in the heavens and all that is in the earth extols Allah's glory. He is the most mighty, the most wise. He it is who in the first assault drove forth the people of the book that disbelieved from their homes at the first gathering of forces. You did not believe that they would leave, while they too thought that their fortresses would defend them against Allah. Then Allah came upon them from whence they did not even imagine, casting such terror into their hearts that they destroyed their homes by their own hands, and their destruction was also caused by the hands of the believers. So learn a lesson from this, O you who have perceptive eyes. If Allah had not decreed banishment for them, He would certainly have chastised them in this world. As for the hereafter, the chastisement of the fire awaits them. That is because they set themselves against Allah and His Messenger, and whoever sets himself against Allah should know that Allah is surely most stern in retribution. The palm trees that you cut down, or those that you left standing on their roots, it was by Allah's leave that you did so. Allah granted you this leave in order that He might humiliate the evildoers. Whatever Allah has taken away from them, and bestowed as spoils on His Messenger, for which you spurred neither horses nor camels, but Allah grants authority to His messengers over whomsoever He pleases. Allah has power over everything. Whatever, from the possessions of the townspeople Allah has bestowed on His Messenger belongs to Allah, and to the Messenger, and to His kinsfolk, and to the orphans, and to the needy, and to the wayfarer, so that it may not merely circulate between the rich among you. So accept whatever the Messenger gives you, and refrain from whatever he forbids you, and fear Allah. Verily, Allah is most stern in retribution. It also belongs to the poor emigrants who have been driven out of their homes and their possessions. those who seek Allah's favor and good pleasure and help Allah and His Messenger. Such are the truthful ones. It also belongs to those who are already settled in this abode of Hijrah, having come to faith before the arrival of the Muhajirun, emigrants. They love those who have emigrated to them and do not covet what has been given them. They even prefer them above themselves, though poverty be their own lot. And whosoever are preserved from their own greed, such are the ones that will prosper. And it also belongs to those who came after them and who pray, Lord, forgive us and our brethren who have preceded us in faith, and do not put in our hearts any rancor towards those who believe. Lord, you are the most tender, the most compassionate. Did you not see the hypocrites say to their brethren, the unbelievers among the people of the book, if you are banished, we too will go with you, and will not listen to anyone concerning you. And if war is waged against you, we will come to your aid. But Allah bears witness that they are liars. To be sure, if they are banished, they will not go with them, and if war is waged against them, they will not aid them. And even if they provide any aid to them, they will still turn their backs, and thereafter no aid will be forthcoming to them. Surely they have greater dread for you in their hearts than for Allah. That is because they are a people who are devoid of understanding. They will never fight against you as a body in an open battlefield. And if they fight against you, they will fight only in fortified townships or from behind walls. Intense is their hostility to one another. You reckon them united while their hearts are divided. That is because they are a people devoid of reason. They are like those who tasted the evil consequences of their deeds a short while before. A grievous chastisement awaits them. Their parable is that of Satan when he says to man, disbelieve. But when he disbelieves, he says, I am quit of you. Verily I fear Allah, the Lord of the universe. In the end, both will be in the fire and will abide in it. That is the recompense of the wrongdoers. Believers, fear Allah, and let every person look to what he sends forward for the morrow. Fear Allah. Allah is well aware of all that you do. And be not like those who forgot Allah, and so He made them oblivious of themselves. They are the wicked ones. Those destined for the fire, and those destined for paradise cannot be alike. Verily, it is those destined for paradise who shall triumph. Had we sent down this Quran upon a mountain, you would indeed have seen it humbling itself and breaking asunder out of fear of Allah. We propound such parables to people that they may reflect. He is Allah, there is no God but He, the knower of the unseen and the manifest. He is the most merciful, the most compassionate. He is Allah, there is no God but He, the King, the Holy, the All-Peace, the Giver of Security, the Overseer, the Most Mighty, the Overpowering, the All-Great. Exalted be He from whatever they associate with Him. He is Allah, the planner, executor, and fashioner of creation. His are the names most beautiful. Whatever is in the heavens and the earth extols His glory. He is the most mighty, the most wise. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Believers, if you have left your homes and have come forth to struggle in my way and to seek my good pleasure, do not make friends with my enemies and your enemies. You befriend them, whereas they have spurned the truth that has come to you, and such is their enmity that they expel the messenger and yourselves for no other reason than that you believe in Allah, your Lord. You send to them messages of friendship in secrecy, although I know well whatever you do, be it secretly or publicly. And whosoever of you does so has indeed strayed far away from the straight path. If they could overcome you, they would act as your foes and would hurt you by their hands and tongues, and would love to see you become unbelievers. On the day of resurrection, neither your blood kindred nor your own offspring will avail you. On that day, He will separate you. Allah sees all that you do. You have a good example in Abraham and his companions. They said to their people, we totally disassociate ourselves from you, and from the deities that you worship instead of Allah. We renounce you, and there has come to be enmity and hatred between us and you until you believe in Allah, the one true God. But you may not emulate Abraham's saying to his father, certainly I will ask pardon for you, although I have no power over Allah to obtain anything on your behalf. And Abraham and his companions prayed, Our Lord, in you have we put our trust, and to you have we turned, and to you is our ultimate return. Our Lord, do not make us a test for the unbelievers, and forgive us, our Lord. Surely you are most mighty, most wise. Indeed, there is a good example for you in them, a good example for anyone who looks forward to Allah and the last day. As for him who turns away, Allah is all-sufficient, immensely praiseworthy. It may well be that Allah will implant love between you and those with whom you have had enmity. Allah is most powerful, and Allah is most forgiving, most compassionate. Allah does not forbid that you be kind and just to those who did not fight against you on account of religion, nor drive you out of your homes. Surely, Allah loves those who are equitable. Allah only forbids you to be friends with those who have fought against you on account of religion, and who have driven you out of your homes, and have abetted in your expulsion. And any who make friends with them, they are the wrongdoers. Believers, when believing women come to you as emigrants in the cause of faith, examine them. Allah fully knows the truth concerning their faith. And when you have ascertained them to be believing women, do not send them back to the unbelievers. Those women are no longer lawful to the unbelievers, nor are those unbelievers lawful to those believing women. Give their unbelieving husbands whatever they have spent as bridal dues, and there is no offense for you to marry those women if you give them their bridal dues. Do not hold on to your marriages with unbelieving women. Ask for the return of the bridal due you gave to your unbelieving wives, and the unbelievers may ask for the return of the bridal due they had given to their believing wives. Such is Allah's command. He judges between you. Allah is all-knowing, most wise. And if you fail to receive from the unbelievers a part of the bridal due of your disbelieving wives, and then your turn comes, pay to those who have been left on the other side an amount the like of the bridal due that they have paid, and have fear of Allah in whom you believe. O Prophet, when believing women come to you and pledge to you that they will not associate aught with Allah in His divinity, that they will not steal, that they will not commit illicit sexual intercourse, that they will not kill their children, that they will not bring forth a calumny between their hands and feet, and that they will not disobey you in anything known to be good, then accept their allegiance and ask Allah to forgive them. Surely, Allah is most forgiving, most compassionate. Believers, do not make friends with those against whom Allah is wrathful, and who are despaired of the hereafter, as despaired as are the unbelievers lying in their grave. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. All that is in the heavens and all that is on earth extols Allah's glory. He is the most mighty, the most wise. Believers, why do you profess that which you do not practice? It is most loathsome in the sight of Allah that you should profess what you do not practice. Allah indeed loves those who fight in His way as though they are a solid wall cemented with molten lead. And call to mind when Moses said to his people, O my people, why do you torment me when you know well that I am Allah's messenger to you? So when they deviated, Allah made their hearts deviant. Allah does not direct the evildoers to the right way. And call to mind when Jesus, son of Mary, said, O children of Israel, I am Allah's messenger to you. I verify the Torah which has come before me, and I give you the glad tidings of a messenger who shall come after me, his name being Ahmed. Yet, when he came to them with clear signs, they said, This is sheer trickery. Who would be more unjust than he who invents a lie about Allah, the while he is being called to Islam? Allah does not direct such evil-doing folk to the right way. They seek to extinguish Allah's light by blowing with their mouths, but Allah shall spread His light in all its fullness, howsoever the unbelievers may abhor this. He it is who has sent forth the messenger with the guidance and the true religion, that He may make it prevail over all religion. However, those that associate aught with Allah in His divinity might dislike this. Believers, shall I direct you to a commerce that will deliver you from a grievous chastisement? Have faith in Allah and His messenger, and strive in the way of Allah with your possessions and your lives. That is better for you if you only knew. He will forgive you your sins and will admit you to gardens beneath which rivers flow. He will lodge you in excellent mansions in the gardens of eternity. That is the supreme triumph. He will also grant you the other favor that you desire, help from Allah and a victory that will come soon. Give glad tidings of this to the believers. Believers, become Allah's helpers, as Jesus, son of Mary, said to the disciples, "Who is my helper in calling people to Allah?" The disciples had responded by saying, "We are Allah's helpers." Then, a section of the children of Israel believed, and a section rejected the call. Thereafter, we aided the believers against their enemies, and they prevailed. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. All that is in the heavens and all that is in the earth extols the glory of Allah, the Sovereign, the Holy, the Almighty, the All-Wise. He it is who has sent to the Gentiles a messenger from among themselves, one who rehearses to them his verses, purifies their lives, and imparts to them the book and the wisdom, although before that they were in utter error. And he has also sent him to those others who have not yet joined them. He's the most mighty, the most wise. Such is Allah's favor. He bestows it on whomsoever He pleases. Allah is the Lord of abounding favor. The parable of those who were charged with the Torah and then they failed to live up to it is that of a donkey laden with books. Even more evil is the parable of the people who gave the lie to the signs of Allah. Allah does not direct such wrongdoers to the right way. Tell them, O you who have become Judaized, if you arrogantly fancy that you are Allah's favorites to the exclusion of all people, then wish for death if you are truthful in your claim. But they shall never wish for death because of the evil deeds they have committed. Allah is well aware of these evildoers. Tell them, the death from which you will flee will certainly overtake you. Then you will be returned to Him who fully knows what is hidden and what is manifest. Thereupon, He will let you know all that you used to do. Believers, when the call for prayer is made on Friday, hasten to the remembrance of Allah and give up all trading. That is better for you, if you only knew. But when the prayer is ended, disperse in the land and seek Allah's bounty, and remember Allah much so that you may prosper. Yet no sooner than they saw some trading or amusement, they flocked to it and left you standing by yourself. Tell them, that which is with Allah is far better than amusement and trading. Allah is the best provider of sustenance. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. O Prophet, when the hypocrites come to you, they say, "We bear witness that you are certainly Allah's messenger." Allah certainly knows that you are His messenger. But Allah also bears witness that the hypocrites are utter liars. They shelter behind their oath and thus hinder their own selves and others from the path of Allah. Evil indeed is what they do. All that is because they first believed and then disbelieved, and therefore a seal was set on their hearts. As a result, they understand nothing. When you look at them, their persons are pleasing, and when they speak, you pay heed to what they say. But in truth, they are merely beams of timber propped up against a wall. They consider every shout they hear to be directed against them. They are your utter enemies. Guard against them. May Allah do away with them. How are they being turned away from the truth? When it is said to them, "Come, Allah's messenger will seek forgiveness for you," they contemptuously shake their heads, and you see them holding back in pride. It is all the same for them whether you ask forgiveness for them or not, for Allah shall never forgive them. Surely, Allah does not direct the transgressing folk to the right way. It is they who say, "Give nothing to those who are with the messenger of Allah, so that they may disperse." They say so, although the treasures of the heavens and the earth belong to Allah, but the hypocrites do not understand. They say, "When we return to Medina, the honorable ones will drive out from it those that are abject." In truth, all honor belongs to Allah and to His messenger and to the believers, but the hypocrites do not know. Believers, let your possessions and your offspring not make you negligent of Allah's remembrance, for whoso does that, they will be the losers. And spend of what Allah has granted you by way of sustenance before death should come to any of you, and he should say, "Lord, why did you not defer my return for a while, so that I might give alms and be among the righteous?" But when a person's term comes to an end, Allah never grants any respite. Allah is well aware of all that you do. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. All that is in the heavens and all that is in the earth extols Allah's glory. His is the sovereignty, and to Him is all praise due. He has power over everything. He it is who has created you, and among you are those that deny the truth, and among you are those that believe in it. Allah observes all that you do. He created the heavens and the earth with truth and shaped you, giving you excellent shapes, and to Him is your ultimate return. He knows what is in the heavens and the earth, and knows what you conceal and what you disclose. Allah even knows what lies hidden in the breasts of people. Has the news of the unbelievers of the past not reached you? They disbelieved and then tasted its evil consequence. A grievous chastisement awaits them. This was because their messengers would come to them with clear signs, but they would say, "Shall mortals like ourselves guide us to the right way?" They rejected the truth and turned away. Thereupon Allah became unconcerned with them, for Allah is self-sufficient, innately praiseworthy. The unbelievers have vehemently contended that they shall not be raised to life. Say to them, "Yes, by my Lord, you shall surely be raised to life, and you shall certainly be fully informed of all that you did." That is easy enough for Allah. So believe in Allah and in His Messenger and in the light that we have sent down. Allah is fully aware of what you do. You shall come to know that when He will assemble you on the day of gathering, that shall be the day to determine mutual gains and losses. Whoever believes in Allah and acts righteously, Allah will have his evil deeds expunged and will admit him to gardens beneath which rivers flow. Therein they shall abide forever. That is the supreme triumph. As for those who disbelieved and give the lie to our signs, they shall be the inmates of the fire and will abide in it. That is a woeful resort. No misfortune ever befalls unless it be by Allah's leave, and whosoever has faith in Allah, Allah directs his heart along the right path. Allah has knowledge of everything. Obey Allah and obey the Messenger. But if you turn away from obedience, then know that our Messenger has no other duty than to clearly convey the truth. Allah, there is no God but He. In Allah should the believers put all their trust. Believers, there are enemies to you from among your spouses and your offspring, so beware of them. But if you forgive and overlook their offenses and pardon them, then surely Allah is most forgiving, most compassionate. Your possessions and your offspring are nothing but a trial for you, and there awaits a great reward for you with Allah. So hold Allah in awe as much as you can, and listen and obey and be charitable. This is for your own good, and whoever remains safe from his own greediness, it is such that will prosper. If you give Allah a goodly loan, He will increase it for you several fold and will forgive you. Allah is most appreciative, most forbearing. He knows that which is beyond the ken of perception, as well as that which can be perceived. He is the most mighty, the most wise. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. O Prophet, when you divorce women, divorce them for their waiting period, and compute the waiting period accurately, and hold Allah, your Lord, in awe. Do not turn them out of their homes during the waiting period, nor should they go away from their homes unless they have committed a manifestly evil deed. Such are the bounds set by Allah, and he who transgresses the bounds set by Allah commits a wrong against himself. You do not know. Maybe Allah will cause something to happen to pave the way for reconciliation. And when they reach the end of their term of waiting, then either honorably retain them in the bond of wedlock, or honorably part with them, and call two persons of known probity as witnesses from among yourselves, and let these witnesses give upright testimony for the sake of Allah. That is to what all those that believe in Allah and the last day are exhorted. Allah will find a way out for him who fears Allah, and will provide him sustenance from whence he never even imagined. Whoever puts his trust in Allah, he shall suffice him. Surely, Allah brings about what he decrees. Allah has set a measure for everything. The waiting period of those of your women who have lost all expectation of menstruation shall be 3 months in case you entertain any doubt, and the same shall apply to those who have not yet menstruated. As for pregnant women, their waiting period shall be until the delivery of their burden. Allah will create ease for him who fears Allah. This is the commandment of Allah that He has revealed to you. Whoever fears Allah, He will expunge his evil deeds and will richly reward him. During the waiting period, lodge them according to your means wherever you dwell, and do not harass them to make them miserable. And if they are pregnant, provide for them maintenance until they have delivered their burden. And if they suckle your offspring whom they bore you, then give them due recompense, and graciously settle the question of compensation between yourselves by mutual understanding. But if you experience difficulty in determining the compensation for suckling, then let another woman suckle the child. Whoever has abundant means, let him spend according to his means, and he whose means are straitened, let him spend out of what Allah has given him. Allah does not burden any human being beyond the means that He has bestowed upon him. Possibly, Allah will grant ease after hardship. How many towns rebelled against the commandment of their Lord and His messengers? Then we called them to a stern accounting and subjected them to a harrowing chastisement. So they tasted the evil fruit of their deeds, and the fruit of their deeds was utter loss. Allah has laid in store for them a grievous chastisement. So fear Allah, O people of understanding, who have attained to faith. Allah has sent down to you an exhortation, a messenger who rehearses to you Allah's verses that clearly expound the guidance, so that He may bring out those that believe and act righteously from every kind of darkness into light. He will admit whosoever believes in Allah and acts righteously to gardens beneath which rivers flow. They shall abide in them forever. For such has Allah made an excellent provision. Allah, it is He who created 7 heavens, and like them, the earth. His commandment descends among them. All this is being stated so that you know that Allah has power over everything, and that Allah encompasses all things in His knowledge. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. O Prophet, why do you forbid what Allah has made lawful for you? Is it to please your wives? Allah is most forgiving, most compassionate. Allah has prescribed for you a way for the absolution of your oaths. Allah is your guardian. He is all-knowing, most wise. The Prophet confided something to one of his wives, and then she disclosed it to another. So after Allah revealed to the Prophet that she had disclosed that secret, He made a part of it known to her, and passed over a part of it. And when He told her about this, i.e., that she had disclosed the secret entrusted to her, she asked, "Who informed you of this?" He said, "I was told of it by He who is all-knowing, all-aware." If the two of you turn in repentance to Allah, that is better for you, for the hearts of both of you have swerved from the straight path. But if you support one another against the Prophet, then surely Allah is his protector, and after that, Gabriel and all righteous believers and the angels are all his supporters. Maybe if he were to divorce you, your Lord might grant him in exchange wives better than you. Those who truly submit to Allah are full of faith, obedient, disposed to repentance, and given to worship and fasting, both previously wedded ones and virgins. Believers, guard yourselves and your kindred against a fire whose fuel is human beings and stones, a fire held in the charge of fierce and stern angels who never disobey what He has commanded them, and always do what they are bidden. It will then be said, "Unbelievers, make no excuses today. You are being recompensed for nothing else but your deeds." Believers, turn to Allah in sincere repentance. Maybe your Lord will expunge your evil deeds and admit you to the gardens beneath which rivers flow. This will be on the day when Allah will not disgrace the Prophet and those who have embraced faith and are with him. Their light will be running before them, and on their right hands they will say, "Our Lord, perfect for us our light and forgive us. Surely, you have power over everything." O Prophet, strive against the unbelievers and the hypocrites, and be severe with them. Hell shall be their resort. What a grievous end! Allah has set forth for the unbelievers the parable of the wives of Noah and Lot. They were wedded to 2 of our righteous servants, but each acted treacherously with her husband, and their husbands could be of no avail to them against Allah. The 2 of them were told, "Enter the fire with all the others who enter it." Allah has set forth for the believers the parable of Pharaoh's wife. She prayed, "My Lord, build for me a house with you in paradise and deliver me from Pharaoh and his misdeeds, and deliver me from the iniquitous people. Allah has also set forth the parable of Mary, the daughter of Imran, who guarded her chastity, and into whom we breathed of our spirit, and who testified to the words of her Lord and his books. She was among the obedient. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Blessed is he in whose hand is the dominion of the universe, and who has the power over everything. Who created death and life that he might try you as to which of you is better indeed. He is the most mighty, the most forgiving. Who created the seven heavens one upon another. You will see no incongruity in the merciful one's creation. Turn your vision again. Can you see any flaw? Then turn your vision again, and then again. In the end, your vision will come back to you worn out and frustrated. We have adorned the lower heaven with lamps and have made them a means to drive away the Satans. We have prepared for them the chastisement of the blazing fire. The chastisement of hell awaits those who disbelieve in their Lord. What a wretched destination. When they will be cast into it, they will hear it roar as it boils, as though it will burst with rage. Every time a multitude is cast into it, its keepers will ask them, "Did no warner come to you?" They will say, "Yes, a warner came to us, but we gave the lie to him and said, 'Allah has revealed nothing. You are surely in huge error.'" They will say, "If we had only listened and understood, we would not be among the inmates of the blazing fire." Thus will they confess their sins. Damned are these inmates of the blazing fire. Surely, forgiveness and a mighty reward await those who fear Allah without seeing Him. Whether you speak in secrecy or aloud, it is all the same to Allah. He even knows the secrets that lie hidden in the breasts of people. Would He not know He who has created when He is all subtle, all aware? He it is who made the earth subservient to you. So traverse in its tracks and partake of the sustenance He has provided. To Him will you be resurrected. Do you feel secure that He who is in the heaven will not cause the earth to cave in with you, and then suddenly it will begin to rock violently? Do you feel secure that He who is in the heaven will not let loose upon you a storm of stones? Then shall you know what my warning is like. Those who came before them also gave the lie to the messengers. Then how awesome was my chastisement! Have they not seen birds above them spreading and closing their wings, with none holding them except the Merciful One? He oversees everything.
إن الكافرون إلا في غرور.
Which is your army that will come to your aid against the merciful Lord? But the unbelievers are in utter delusion. Who shall provide for you if He withholds His sustenance? Nay, but they persist in rebellion and aversion. Who is better guided, he who walks groveling on his face, or he who walks upright on a straight path? Say, He it is who has brought you into being, and has given you hearing and sight, and has given you hearts to think and understand. How seldom do you give thanks? Say, Allah it is who multiplied you in the earth, and to Him you will be mustered. They say, if you are truthful, tell us, when will this promise of the hereafter be fulfilled? Say, Allah alone knows about that, and I am no more than a plain warner. When they will see it near at hand, the faces of all those who had denied it will be distraught, and then they will be told, this is the doom which you used to ask for. Say to them, did you ever consider whether Allah destroys me and those that are with me, or shows mercy to us, who can protect the unbelievers from a grievous chastisement? Say to them, He is merciful, and it is in Him that we believe, and it is in Him that we put all our trust. Soon will you know who is in manifest error. Say to them, did you even consider if all the water that you have in the wells were to sink down into the depths of the earth, who will produce for you clear flowing water? In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Noon, by the pen and what the scribes write. By your Lord's grace, you are not afflicted with madness. And surely, yours shall be a never-ending reward. And you are certainly on the most exalted standard of moral excellence. So you will soon see, and they too will see. Which of you is afflicted with madness? Surely, Your Lord knows well those who have strayed from his way, just as he knows well those who are on the right way. Do not then yield to those who reject the truth, decrying it as false. They would wish you to be pliant, so that they too may be pliant. And do not yield to any contemptible swearer, the fault-finder who goes around slandering, the hinderer of good, the transgressor, the sinful, the coarse-grained, and above all mean and ignoble. Whoso acts simply because he has wealth and sons. And whenever our verses are rehearsed to him, he says, "These are fairy tales of times gone by. Soon shall we brand him on his snout." We have put them, i.e. the Meccans, to test, even as we put to test the owners of the orchard when they vowed that they would gather the fruit of their orchard in the morning, without making any allowance for the will of Allah. Thereupon a calamity from your Lord passed over it while they were asleep. And so by morning the orchard lay as though it had been fully harvested. At daybreak they called out to one another, "Hurry to your orchard if you would gather its fruit." So off they went, whispering to one another, "No destitute person shall enter it today." They went forth early, believing that they had the power to gather the fruit. But as soon as they beheld the orchard, they cried out, "We have certainly lost the way. Rather, we are utterly ruined." The best among them said, "Did I not say to you, why do you not give glory to your Lord?" They cried out, "Glory be to our Lord, certainly we were sinners." Then they began to reproach one another. They said, "Woe to us, we had indeed transgressed. Maybe our Lord will give us a better orchard in its place. To our Lord do we penitently turn." Such is the chastisement, and the chastisement of the hereafter is assuredly even greater, if only they knew. Surely, the God-fearing shall have gardens of bliss with their Lord. What? Shall we treat those who have submitted to our command like those who have acted as criminals? What is the matter with you? How ill do you judge? Or do you have a book wherein you read that in the hereafter you shall have all that you choose for yourselves? Or have we sworn a covenant with you which we are bound to keep till the day of resurrection? A covenant requiring that whatever you ordain for yourselves shall be yours. Ask them, which of them can guarantee that? Or has something been guaranteed by any of those whom they associate with Allah in His divinity? If so, let them bring forth their associates, if they are truthful. On the day when the dreadful calamity will unfold, when people will be summoned to prostrate themselves, and yet they will not be able to prostrate, their eyes shall be downcast, and ignominy shall overwhelm them. For when they were safe and sound, they were summoned to prostrate themselves, and they refused. So leave me, O Prophet, to deal with him who gives the lie to this discourse. We shall draw them little by little to their undoing, in a way that they will not know. I am giving them a respite. Great is my scheme. Or are you asking them for some compensation so that they feel burdened with debt? Or do they have any knowledge of the unseen which they are now writing down? So bear with patience until the judgment of your Lord comes, and do not be like the man in the fish, i.e. Jonah, who called out, choking with grief. Had his Lord not bestowed his favor upon him, he would have been cast upon that barren shore and would have remained there in disgrace. But his Lord exalted him and included him among his righteous servants. When the unbelievers hear his exhortation, they look at you as though they would knock you off your feet with their hostile glances. They say, "Surely he is afflicted with madness," although this is nothing but an exhortation to goodness for everyone in the world. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. The indubitable event. And what is that indubitable event? And what do you know what that indubitable event is? The Thamud and the Ad denied the possibility of a sudden calamity, calling it false. Then the Thamud were destroyed by an awesome upheaval, and the Ad were destroyed by a furiously raging windstorm, which he let loose upon them for 7 nights and 8 days in succession, so that, if you had been there, you might have seen people lying prostrate, as though they were uprooted trunks of hollowed palm trees. Do you now see any trace of them? Pharaoh and those before him and the people of the overturned habitations all engaged in the same great sin. They did not follow the messenger of their Lord, and so he seized them with a severe grip. Verily, when the water rose to great heights, we bore you upon a floating vessel, i.e. the ark, so that we might make it an instructive event for you, and retentive ears might preserve its memory. So when the trumpet is blown with a single blast, and the earth and the mountains are carried aloft and are crushed to bits at one stroke, on that day shall that indubitable event come to pass, when the sky will be rent asunder, the grip holding it together having loosened on that day. And the angels will stand on the sides with 8 of them bearing aloft the throne of your Lord on that day. That will be the day when you shall be brought forth before Allah, and no secret of yours shall remain hidden. On that day, he whose record is given to him in his right hand will say, Lo, read my record. Verily, I was sure that I would be handed over my account. Then he shall find himself in a life of bliss, in a lofty garden, the clusters of whose fruit will be hanging low to be within reach of the inmates of paradise. They will be told, Eat and drink with good cheer, as a reward for the good deeds you did in the days that have passed by. As for him whose record will be given to him in his left hand, he will exclaim, Would that I had never been given my record, and had not known my account. Oh, would that the death that came to me in the world had made an end of me. My riches have not availed me, and my authority has vanished. A command will be issued, seize him and shackle him, then cast him in the fire, then fasten him with a chain 70 cubits long. He would not believe in Allah, the Most Great, nor would he urge the feeding of the poor. Today he has been left here friendless, and has no food except the filth from the washing of wounds, which only the sinners will eat. But no, I swear by what you see, and by what you do not see, that this is the speech of an honorable messenger, not the speech of a poet, little do you believe. Nor is this the speech of a soothsayer, little do you reflect. It has been revealed by the Lord of the universe. And if he, i.e. the Prophet, had forged this discourse and thereafter ascribed it to us, we would surely have seized him by the right hand, and then severed his life vein, and not one of you would have been able to withhold us from doing so. Surely it is a good counsel for the God-fearing. We certainly know that some among you will give the lie to it, and surely it will be a cause of regret for the unbelievers. Certainly it is a truth of absolute certainty. So glorify the name of your Lord, Most Great. In the name of Allah, the Most Merciful, the Most Compassionate. A beseecher besought the visitation of chastisement. A chastisement meant for the unbelievers, one which none can avert. A chastisement from Allah, the Lord of the ascending steps, by which the angels and the Spirit ascend to him in one day, the duration of which is 50,000 years. So, O Prophet, persevere with gracious perseverance. Verily, they think that the chastisement is far off, while we think that it is near at hand. It shall befall on a day whereon the sky will become like molten brass, and the mountains will become like dyed tufts of wool, and no bosom friend will inquire about any of his bosom friends. Although they shall be within sight of one another, the guilty one would fain ransom himself from the torment of that day by offering his children, and his spouse and his brother, and his kinsfolk who had stood by him, and all persons of the earth, if only he could thus save himself. By no means, it will be the fierce flame that will strip off the scalp. It shall insistently summon him who turned his back and retreated, and amassed wealth and covetously hoarded it. Verily, man is impatient by nature, bewailing when evil befalls him, and tight-fisted when good fortune visits him, except those that pray, and are constant in their prayer, and those in whose wealth there is a known right, for those that ask and those that are dispossessed, those who firmly believe in the day of recompense, and fear the chastisement of their Lord. Surely, the chastisement of their Lord is a thing none can feel secure from. And those who guard their private parts, except in regard to their spouses, and those whom their right hands possess, for in regard to them they are not reproachable. But any who seeks to go beyond that, it is indeed they who are the transgressors. And those who fulfill their trust and their covenants, and those who are upright in their testimonies, and who take due care of their prayer, all these shall live honorably in the gardens. But what is the matter with the unbelievers who are hurrying towards you, in crowds both on the right and on the left? Does every one of them wish to enter the garden of bliss? By no means. They know that which we have created them from. I swear by the Lord of the Easts and the Wests that we have the power to replace them by others who would be better than they, and we shall certainly not be overpowered. So leave them to engage in vain talk and to amuse themselves until they come face to face with the day which they are promised. The day on which they will hastily come forth from their graves, as though they were hurrying onto the altars of their deities. Their eyes will be downcast and disgrace will overwhelm them. Such is the day that they were promised. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. We sent Noah to his people and directed him, warn your people before a grievous chastisement comes upon them. Noah said, my people, I have certainly been sent as a clear warner to you, that you serve Allah and fear Him and follow me. He will forgive your sins and will grant you respite until an appointed term. Indeed, when Allah's appointed term comes, it cannot be deferred, if you only knew. He said, my Lord, I called my people by night and by day. But the more I called, the farther they fled. And every time I called them, so that you might forgive them, they thrust their fingers into their ears and wrapped up their faces with their garments, and obstinately clung to their attitude and waxed very proud. Then I summoned them openly, and preached to them in public, and also addressed them in secret. I said to them, ask forgiveness from your Lord. Surely, He is most forgiving. He will shower upon you torrents from heaven, and will provide you with wealth and children, and will bestow upon you gardens and rivers. What is amiss with you that you do not look forward to the majesty of Allah, when He has created you in stages? Do you not see how Allah has created 7 heavens, one upon the other, and has placed the moon in them as a light, and the sun as a radiant lamp? And Allah has caused you to grow out of the earth so wondrously, and He will later cause you to return to it, and will then again bring you out of it. Allah has made the earth a wide expanse for you, so that you may tread its spacious paths. Noah said, my Lord, they did not pay heed to what I said, and followed those nobles whose possession of wealth and children has led them to an even greater loss. They contrived a plot of great magnitude. They said, do not abandon your deities. Do not abandon Vad, nor Suwa, nor Yagut, nor Ya'uk, nor Nasr. They have misled many, so do not enable these evildoers to increase in anything except straying from the right way. And so they were drowned on account of their sins, and then cast into the fire, and did not find any other than Allah to come forth to their help. Noah said, my Lord, do not leave out of these unbelievers even a single dweller on earth. For certainly if you should leave them alive, they will mislead your servants, and will beget none but sinners and utter unbelievers. My Lord, forgive me and my parents, and whoever enters my house as a believer, and forgive all believers, both men and women, and do not increase the wrongdoers in anything except perdition. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, say, O Prophet, it was revealed to me that a band of jinn attentively listened to the recitation of the Quran, and then went back to their people and said, we have indeed heard a wonderful Quran which guides to the right way, so we have come to believe in it, and we will not associate aught with our Lord in His divinity. And that He, exalted be His majesty, has not taken to Himself either a wife or a son. And that the foolish among us have been wont to say outrageous things about Allah, and that we had thought that men and jinn would never speak a lie about Allah, and that some from among the humans used to seek protection of some among the jinn, and thus they increased the arrogance of the jinn, and that they thought, even as you thought, that Allah would never raise anyone as a messenger, and that we tried to pry the secrets of the heaven, but we found it full of terrible guards and shooting meteors. and that we would take up stations in the heaven to try to hear, but anyone who now attempts to listen finds a shooting meteor in wait for him. And that we do not know whether evil is intended for those on the earth, or whether their Lord intends to direct them to the right way. And that some of us are upright, and some of us are otherwise, for we follow widely divergent paths. And that we thought that we will neither be able to frustrate Allah on earth, nor frustrate Him by flight. And that when we heard the teaching of the right way, we came to believe in it. He who believes in his Lord shall have no fear of suffering loss or being subjected to any injustice. And that among us some are Muslims, those who have submitted to Allah, and some of us are deviant. So those who became Muslims found the right course. But those who deviated from the truth will be the fuel for hell. If people were to keep firmly to the right way, we would have vouchsafed them abundant rain, so that we might try them through this bounty. Whoso turns away from the remembrance of his Lord, He will cause him to suffer a grievous chastisement. And that mosques belong to Allah, so do not invoke anyone with Him. And when Allah's servants stood up to call on Him, they well nigh swarmed Him. Say, O Prophet, I call on my Lord alone, and I do not associate aught with Him in His divinity. Say, surely neither it is in my power to hurt you, nor to bring you to the right way. Say, none can protect me from Allah, nor can I find a refuge apart from Him. My task is no more than to deliver Allah's proclamation and His messages. And whoever disobeys Allah and His messenger, surely the fire of hell awaits him, therein he will abide in perpetuity. They shall not change their ways until they see that against which they had been warned, and then they will know whose helpers are weaker and whose supporters are fewer in number. Say, I know not whether what you are promised is near, or whether my Lord will prolong its term. He is the knower of the unseen, and He does not disclose His unseen to anyone, other than to a messenger whom He chooses for the bestowal of any part of the knowledge of the unseen, whereafter He appoints guards who go before Him and behind Him, so that He may know that they have delivered the messages of their Lord. He encompasses in His knowledge their surroundings and keeps account of all things. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. O you, the sleeping and rapt one! Stand up in prayer by night, all but a small part of it, half of it, or reduce it a little, or add to it a little, and recite the Quran slowly and distinctly. Behold, we shall cast upon you a weighty word. Surely, getting up at night is the best means of subduing the self, and is more suitable for uprightness in speech. You are indeed much occupied during the day with the affairs of the world. So remember the name of your Lord, and devote yourself to Him with exclusive devotion. He is the Lord of the East and the West. There is no God but He. So take Him alone for your guardian. And bear patiently the vain things they utter, and gracefully forsake them. Leave it to me to deal with the affluent ones who give the lie to the truth, and bear with them for a while. We have heavy fetters and a blazing fire in store for them, and a food that chokes, and a grievous chastisement. They will come across all this on the day when the earth and the mountains shall tremble violently, and the mountains shall crumble into heaps of scattered sand. Surely, we have sent to you a messenger as a witness over you, just as we had sent a messenger to Pharaoh. But Pharaoh disobeyed our messenger, so we seized him with a terrible seizing. If you persist in disbelieving, how will you guard yourself against the woe of the day that will turn children gray-haired? The day whose severity shall cause the heaven to split asunder. Allah's promise is ever bound to be fulfilled. Indeed, this is nothing but a good counsel, so let him who will take away leading to his Lord. O Prophet, your Lord knows that you sometimes stand up in prayer nearly 2/3 of the night, and sometimes half or 1/3 of it, and so does a party of those with you. Allah measures the night and the day. He knows that you cannot keep an accurate count of it, so He has shown mercy to you. So now recite as much of the Quran as you can. He knows that there are among you those who are sick, and others who are journeying in the land in quest of Allah's bounty, and still others who are fighting in the cause of Allah. So recite as much of the Quran as you easily can, and establish prayer, and pay zakah, and give Allah a goodly loan. Whatever good you can send forth for yourselves, you shall find it with Allah. That is better, and its reward is greater. And ask for Allah's forgiveness. Surely, He is most forgiving, most compassionate. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. O you enveloped in your cloak, arise and warn, and magnify the glory of your Lord, and purify your robes, and shun uncleanness, and bestow not favor in order to seek from others a greater return, and persevere for your Lord's sake. When the trumpet shall be sounded, that will surely be a hard day, not an easy day for the unbelievers. Leave me with him whom I alone have created, whom I have endowed with abundant riches, and sons ever present with him, and for whom I have smoothed the way to power and riches, and who still greedily desires that I should bestow upon him more. By no means, he is stubbornly opposed to our signs. I shall soon constrain him to a hard assent. He reflected and then hatched a scheme. Ruin seize him. How did he hatch a scheme? Again, ruin seize him. How did he hatch a scheme? He looked at others, then frowned and scowled. Then he retreated and waxed proud, and said, This Quran is merely a sorcery of yore. This is nothing but the word of a mere mortal. Him shall I soon roast in hell. And what do you know what hell is? It spares nothing. It leaves nothing intact. It scorches even the skin. Over it are 19 keepers. We have appointed none but angels as the keepers of the fire, and we have not made their number but as a trial for the unbelievers, so that those who have been endowed with the book will be convinced and the believers' faith will increase, and neither those who have been endowed with the book nor the believers will fall into any doubt. As for those in whose hearts there is a sickness, as well as the unbelievers, they will say, What did Allah aim at by this strange parable? Thus does Allah let whomsoever He pleases to go astray, and directs whomsoever He pleases to the right way. And none knows the hosts of your Lord but He, and hell has only been mentioned here, that people may take heed. Nay, by the moon, and by the night when it recedes, and by the day when it dawns with its radiance. Surely, hell is one of the greatest signs, a warning to humankind, a warning to every one of you, whether he would like to come forward or lag behind. Each one is a hostage to one's deeds, save the people of the right hand, who shall be in the gardens and shall ask, about the guilty ones, What drove you to hell? They will answer, We were not among those who observed prayer, and we did not feed the poor, and we indulged in vain talk with those who indulged in vain talk, and we gave the lie to the day of judgment, until the inevitable event overtook us. The intercession of the intercessors shall then be of no avail to them. What is the matter with people that they are turning away from this exhortation, as though they were frightened wild asses, fleeing from a lion? No, indeed, each one of them desires that open letters be sent to each of them. No, indeed, the truth is that they have no fear of the hereafter. Nay, this is an exhortation, so whoever wills may benefit from it. But they will not benefit from it unless Allah Himself so wills. He is worthy to be feared, and He is worthy to forgive those that fear Him. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Nay, I swear by the day of resurrection. And nay, I swear by the self-reproaching soul. Does man imagine that we will not be able to bring his bones together again? Yes, indeed, we have the power to remold even his fingertips. But man desires to persist in his evil ways. He asks, When will the day of resurrection be? When the sight is dazed, and the moon is eclipsed, and the sun and the moon are joined together. On that day will man say, Whither the refuge? No, there is no refuge. With your Lord alone will be the retreat that day. On that day will man be apprised of his deeds, both the earlier and the later. But lo, man is well aware of himself. even though he might make up excuses. O Prophet, do not stir your tongue hastily to commit the revelation to memory. Surely, it is for us to have you commit it to memory and to recite it. And so, when we recite it, follow its recitation attentively. Then it will be for us to explain it. Nay, the truth is that you love ardently the good of this world that can be obtained hastily, and are oblivious of the hereafter. Some faces on that day will be fresh and resplendent, and will be looking towards their Lord. And some faces on that day will be gloomy, believing that a crushing calamity is about to strike them. Nay, when a man's soul reaches up to the throat, and it is said, is there any enchanter who can step forward and help by his chanting? And he realizes that the hour of parting is come, and Kaf is intertwined with Kaf. On that day, you will be driven to your Lord. But he did not verify the truth, nor did he observe prayer. On the contrary, he gave the lie to the truth, and turned his back upon it. Then he went back to his kinsfolk elated with pride. This attitude is worthy of you, altogether worthy. Again, it is worthy of you, altogether worthy. Does man think that he will be left alone, unquestioned? Was he not a drop of ejaculated semen? Then he became a clot, and then Allah made it into a living body and proportioned its parts. And then he made of him a pair, male and female. Does he then not have the power to bring back the dead to life? In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Was there a period of time when man was not even worthy of a mention? Verily, we created man out of a drop of intermingled sperm, so that we might try him, and we therefore endowed him with hearing and sight. Surely, we showed him the right path, regardless of whether he chooses to be thankful or unthankful to his Lord. For the unbelievers, we have kept ready chains and fetters and a blazing fire. The virtuous shall drink from a cup tempered with camphor water. This will be a gushing spring wherefrom Allah's servants shall drink wine, a spring from which they will take out channels wherever they wish. These will be the ones who fulfill their vows and dread the day whose woe shall be spread far and wide. Those who for the love of him feed the needy and the orphan and the captive, saying, we feed you only for Allah's sake. We do not seek of you any recompense or thanks. We fear from our Lord a day that shall be long and distressful. So Allah shall guard them against the woe of that day, and will procure them freshness and joy, and will reward them for their steadfastness with paradise and robes of silk. There they will recline on elevated couches, and will be subjected neither to the burning heat of the sun, nor to bitter cold. The shades of paradise will bend over them, and its fruits will be brought within their easy reach. And there shall be passed around them vessels of silver and goblets of crystal. Goblets bright as crystal, but made of silver, filled to exact measure. Therein they shall be served a cup flavored with ginger, drawn from a spring in paradise called Salsabil. There boys of everlasting youth shall go about attending them. When you see them, you would think that they are scattered pearls. Whitherto you look around, you will see an abundance of bliss and the glories of a great kingdom. They, i.e. the virtuous, shall be attired in garments of fine green silk and rich brocade, and will be adorned with bracelets of silver. Their Lord will give them a pure wine to drink. Behold, this is a recompense, and your endeavor has been appreciated. O Prophet, indeed, we have revealed the Quran to you in portions. So persevere with the command of your Lord, and do not pay any heed to the wicked and the unbelieving. And remember the name of your Lord morning and evening, and prostrate yourself before him at night, and extol his glory during the long watches of the night. Verily, they love the good of this world that is hastily obtainable, and are oblivious of the burdensome day ahead of them. We created them and strengthened their joints, and whenever we wish, we can change their faces entirely. Verily, this is an exhortation, so let him, whoso will take away to his Lord. But your willing shall be of no avail until Allah himself so wills. Surely Allah is all-knowing, most wise. He admits to his mercy whomsoever he pleases. As for the wrongdoers, he has prepared for them a grievous chastisement. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. By the winds sent forth in quick succession, which then blow tempestuously, and raise clouds and scatter them around, then winnow them thoroughly, and then cast Allah's remembrance in people's hearts, to serve as an excuse or a warning. Surely, what you are promised shall come to pass. So when the stars are extinguished, and the sky is rent asunder, and the mountains are blown away, and the appointed time to bring the messengers together arrives, then shall the promised event come to pass. To which day has this task been deferred? To the day of judgment. What do you know what the day of judgment is? Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. Did we not destroy many a nation of the earlier times? And we shall cause those of later times to follow them. Thus do we deal with the guilty. Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. Did we not create you of a mean fluid, which we then placed in a secure repository, until an appointed time? See that we had the power to do so. Great indeed is our power to do what we will. Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. Did we not make the earth a receptacle for the living and the dead? And did we not firmly fix towering mountains on it and give you sweet water to drink? Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. Proceed now towards that which you were wont to deny as false. Proceed towards the three-pronged shadow, which neither provides cooling, shade, nor protection against the flames. It indeed throws up sparks like castles, which seem as though they are yellow-colored camels. Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. That will be the day on which they will not be able to utter a word, nor will they be allowed to proffer excuses. Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. That is the day of judgment on which we have assembled you, as well as all those who went before you. So if you have any ploy, try it against me. Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. Behold, today the God-fearing will be amidst shades and springs, and the fruits that they desire will be ready at hand. Eat and drink, and may every joy attend you as a reward for your deeds. Those do we reward those that do good. Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. Eat and enjoy yourselves for a while. Surely you are evildoers. Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. When it is said to them, bow down before Allah, they do not bow down. Woe on that day to those that give the lie to the truth. In what discourse after this Quran will they then believe? In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. About what are they asking one another? Is it about the awesome tiding? That they are in utter disagreement? No, indeed, soon will they come to know. Again, no, indeed, soon will they come to know. Have we not spread the earth like a bed, and fixed the mountains like pegs, and created you in pairs as men and women, and made your sleep a means of repose, and made the night a covering, and made the day to seek livelihood, and built above you 7 strong firmaments, and placed therein a hot shining lamp, and sent down abundant water from the clouds, so that we may thereby bring forth grain and vegetation, and gardens dense with foliage. Surely, the day of judgment has an appointed time. The day when the trumpet shall be blown, and you will come forth in multitudes, and when the sky shall be opened up and will become all doors, and the mountains will be set in motion and become a mirage. Surely the hell is an ambush, a resort for the rebellious. Therein they shall abide for ages. They shall taste in it no coolness nor any pleasant drink, save boiling water and wash of the wounds, a befitting recompense for their deeds. For indeed they did not look forward to any reckoning, and roundly denied our signs as false, and everything have we recorded in a book. So taste the fruit of your deeds, we shall only increase your torment. Surely the state of triumph awaits the God-fearing. Gardens and vineyards, and youthful maidens of like age, and an overflowing cup. Therein they shall hear no idle talk, nor any falsehood. A recompense from your Lord, and an ample reward. From the Lord of the heavens and the earth, and of that which is between them, the most merciful Lord, before whom none dare utter a word. The day when the Spirit and the angels are ranged row on row, none shall speak save he whom the merciful Lord will permit, and he too will speak what is right. That day is sure to come, so let him who will seek a resort with his Lord. Lo, we warn you of a chastisement near at hand, the day when a man will look on what his own hands have sent forth, and the unbelievers shall say, "Oh, would that I were utter dust." In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, by those angels that pluck out the soul from depths, and gently take it away, and by those that speedily glide along the cosmos, and vie with the others in carrying out their Lord's behests, and then manage the affairs of the universe according to their Lord's commands. The day when the quaking will cause a violent convulsion, and will be followed by another quaking. On that day some hearts shall tremble with fright, and their eyes shall be downcast with dread. They say, "Shall we indeed be restored to life, even after we have been reduced to bones, hollow and rotten?" They say, "That will then be a return with a great loss. Surely they will need no more than a single stern blast, and lo, they will all be in the open plain." Has Moses' story reached you, when his Lord called him in the sacred valley of Tuwa, and directed him, "Go to Pharaoh, he has rebelled, and say to him, 'Are you willing to be purified, that I may direct you to your Lord, and then you hold him in awe?' Then Moses went to Pharaoh and showed him the great sign, but he denied it as false and disobeyed. And then he turned back to have recourse to his craftiness, and gathered his people and declared, 'I am the supreme Lord of you all.' Thereupon Allah seized him for the chastisement of the world to come as well as of the present. Surely there is a greater lesson in it for whoever would fear Allah. Is it harder to create you or the heaven? But Allah built it, and raised its vault high and proportioned it, and covered its night with darkness, and brought forth from it its day, and thereafter spread out the earth, and brought out of it its water and its pasture, and firmly fixed in it mountains. All this as provision for you and your cattle. But when the great calamity will come about, on the day when man will recall all his strivings, and hell will be brought in sight for anyone to see, then he who has transgressed and preferred the life of this world, most surely his abode shall be hell. But he who feared to stand before his Lord and restrained himself from evil desires, most surely his abode shall be paradise. They ask you about the hour. When will it be? What concern do you have to speak about that? Its knowledge rests with your Lord. You are only a warner to him who has a fear of it. On the day they see it, they will feel as though they had stayed in a grave no more than one evening or one morning. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. He frowned and turned away, that the blind man came to him. How could you know? Perhaps he would cleanse himself, or he might be mindful and good counsel might avail him. Now he who waxes indifferent, you attend to him, though you are not to blame if he would not cleanse himself. But he who comes to you running, and fears Allah, you pay no heed to him. No, indeed, this is only a reminder. So whoso wills may give heed to it. It is contained in scrolls highly honored, most exalted and purified, borne by the hands of scribes, noble and purified. Accursed be man, how stubbornly he denies the truth. Out of what did Allah create him? Out of a sperm drop did he create him, and then determined a measure for him, and then made the course of life easy for him. Then he caused him to die and brought him to the grave, And then, whenever he wishes, he will raise him back to life. Nay, but man did not fulfill what Allah had enjoined upon him. So let man just consider his food. We poured water, pouring it in great abundance, and cleaved the earth, cleaving it asunder. Then caused the grain to grow out of it, together with grapes and vegetables, and olives and palms, and dense orchards, and fruits and pastures. All this as a provision for you and your cattle. But when the deafening cry shall be sounded, on the day when each man shall flee from his brother, and his mother and his father, and his consort and his children, on that day each will be occupied with his own business, making him oblivious of all save himself. Some faces on that day shall be beaming with happiness, and be cheerful and joyous. Some faces on that day shall be dust-ridden, enveloped by darkness. These will be the unbelievers, the wicked. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. When the sun shall be folded up, when the stars shall scatter away, when the mountains shall be set in motion, when the 10 months pregnant camels shall be abandoned, when the savage beasts shall be brought together, when the seas shall be set boiling, when the souls shall be rejoined with their body, and when the girl child buried alive shall be asked, for what offense was she killed? And when the scrolls of men's deeds shall be unfolded, and when heaven is laid bare, and hell is stoked, and paradise brought nigh, then shall each person know what he has brought along. No, indeed, I swear by the alternating stars that hide, and by the night as it recedes, and the morn as it breathes. Verily, this is the word of a noble message-bearer, one mighty and held in honor with the Lord of the throne. There he is obeyed and held trustworthy. O people of Mecca, your companion is not mad. He indeed saw the message-bearer on the clear horizon, nor does he grudge conveying this knowledge about the unseen. Nor is it a word of an accursed Satan. Whereto are you then heading? It is nothing but good counsel for everyone in the world, for every one of you who wishes to follow the straight way. But your wishing will not avail unless Allah, the Lord of the universe, so wishes. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. When the heaven is split asunder, when the stars are scattered, when the seas are made to burst forth, and when graves are laid open, everyone shall know all his deeds, both the earlier and the later. O man, what has deceived you about your generous Lord, who created you, shaped you, and made you well proportioned, and set you in whatever form he pleased? No, indeed, the fact is that you deny the reckoning, declaring it a lie. You do so the while there are watchers over you, noble scribes, who know what you do. Surely the virtuous shall be in bliss, and the wicked shall be in the blazing fire. They shall enter it on the day of recompense, and then shall never come out of it. What do you know what the day of recompense is? Again, what do you know what the day of recompense is? It is the day when no one shall have the power to do anything for another, and all command shall be Allah's. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Woe to the stinters, those who, when they take from others by measure, take their full share, but when they measure or weigh for others, give less than their due. Do they not realize that they will be raised to life on a great day, a day when mankind will stand before the Lord of the universe? No, indeed, verily the deeds of the wicked are in the record locked up in the prison house. And how would you know what the record of the prison house is? It is a book inscribed. Woe then to those that give the lie, those that give the lie to the day of recompense. Yet none gives the lie to it except the transgressor immersed in sin, who, when our verses are recited to him, says, mere tales of olden times. No, indeed, the truth is that their hearts have become rusted on account of their evil deeds. No, indeed, on that day they will be screened off from seeing their Lord. And then they shall enter hell. Whereafter they will be told, "This is what you used to give the lie to." No, indeed, verily, the deeds of the virtuous shall be in the record of the exalted ones. And what do you know what the record of the exalted ones is? It is a book inscribed, which the angels placed near Allah to safeguard. Verily, the virtuous shall be in bliss, resting on couches, looking around. You shall see upon their faces the glow of bliss. They will be served a drink of the finest sealed wine, whose seal is musk, so let all aspirants aspire after that. A wine whose mixture is tasneem, a fountain at which the chosen ones shall drink. Behold, the wicked were wont to laugh at the believers. When they passed by them, they winked. And when they went back to their families, they went back jesting. And when they saw the believers, they said, "Lo, these are the erring ones." They said so, although they had not been appointed watchers over them. But today the believers are laughing at the unbelievers. Seated upon their couches, they are looking around. Have the unbelievers been duly rewarded for their deeds? In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. When the sky is rent asunder, and hearkens to the command of its Lord, doing what it should, and when the earth is stretched out, and casts out what is within it and is emptied, and hearkens to the command of its Lord, doing what it should. O man, you are striving unto your Lord, and you will meet him. Whoever is given the record in his right hand shall be called to an easy accounting, and shall return to his people joyfully. But he who is given the record behind his back shall cry for perdition, and will enter the blazing fire. He used to live joyfully among his people, thinking he would never revert to us. But no, how would he not revert? His Lord was ever watching him. Nay, I swear by the twilight, and by the night and what it enfolds, and by the moon when it reaches its fullness. You shall proceed onwards from stage to stage. So what is the matter with them that they do not believe? And when the Quran is recited to them, they do not prostrate themselves. Instead, the unbelievers reject it, calling it a lie. Allah knows best what they are accumulating in their record. So give them the good news of a painful chastisement. Except for those who believe and do good deeds, theirs shall be an unending reward. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, by the heaven with its impregnable castles, by the promised day, and by the witness and what is witnessed. The people of the pit were destroyed, with fire abounding in fuel, while they sat around it, and were witnessing what they did to the believers. Against these they had no grudge, except that they believed in Allah, the Most Mighty, the Most Praiseworthy, to whom belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth. Allah witnesses everything. Surely, those who tormented the believing men and the believing women and then did not repent, theirs shall be the chastisement of hell, and theirs shall be the chastisement of burning. As for those who believed and acted righteously, there shall be gardens beneath which rivers flow. That is the great triumph. Stern indeed is your Lord's punishment. He it is who creates for the first time, and He it is who will create again. And He is the ever-forgiving, the most loving, the Lord of the glorious throne, the executor of what He wills. Has the story of the armies reached you? The armies of Pharaoh and Thamud. The unbelievers are indeed engaged in denying it, calling it a lie, although Allah surrounds them. Nay, but this is a glorious Quran, inscribed on a well-guarded tablet. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, by the heaven and the night visitor. What do you know what the night visitor is? It is the piercing star. There is no living being, but there is a protector over it. So let man consider of what he was created. He was created of a gushing fluid, emanating from between the loins and the ribs. Surely He, the Creator, has the power to bring him back to life. On the day when man's deepest secrets shall be put to the test, he shall have no power and no helper. By the heaven with its recurring cycle of rain, and by the earth ever bursting with verdure. This Quran is surely a decisive word, not a flippant jest. They're devising a guile, and I too am devising a guile. So leave the unbelievers to themselves, respite them a while. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, glorify the name of your Lord, the Most High, who created all things and fashioned them in good proportion, who determined and guided them, who brought forth the pasture, and then made it into blackest straw. We shall make you recite, and then you will never forget. Except what Allah should wish, He knows all that is manifest and all that is hidden. We shall ease you to follow the way of ease. So render good counsel if good counsel will avail. He who fears Allah shall heed it, but the wretched will turn away from it. He will be cast into the great fire. Then he will neither die in it nor live. He who purified himself shall prosper, remembering his Lord's name and praying. No, but you prefer the present life, whereas the hereafter is better and more enduring. This indeed was in the ancient scrolls, the scrolls of Abraham and Moses. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Has the news of the overwhelming event reached you? Some faces that day shall be downcast with fear, be toiling and worn out. They shall burn in a scorching fire. Their drink shall be from a boiling spring. They shall have no food except bitter dry thorns that will neither nourish nor satisfy their hunger. On that very day, some faces shall be radiant with joy, well pleased with their striving. They will be in a lofty garden, wherein they shall hear no vain talk. In it there shall be a flowing spring, and couches raised high, and goblets laid out, and cushions arrayed in rows, and rich carpets leveled out. Do these unbelievers not observe the camels, how they were created, and the sky, how it was raised high, and the mountains, how they were fixed, and the earth, how it was spread out? So render good counsel, for you are simply required to counsel, and are not invested with the authority to compel them. But whoever will turn away from the truth, Allah will chastise him with the most terrible chastisement. Surely, to us is their return, and then it is for us to call them to account. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, by the dawn, and the 10 nights, and the even and the odd, and by the night when it departs. Is there in this an oath for one endowed with understanding? Have you not seen how your Lord dealt with Ad, of Edom known for their lofty columns, the like of whom no nation was ever created in the lands of the world? And how did he deal with Thamud, who hewed out rocks in the valley, and with Pharaoh of the tent pegs, who transgressed in the countries of the world, spreading in them much corruption? Then their Lord unloosed upon them the lash of chastisement. Truly, your Lord is ever watchful. As for man, when his Lord tests him by exalting him and bestowing his bounties upon him, he says, My Lord has exalted me. But when he tests him by straightening his sustenance, he says, My Lord has humiliated me. But no, you do not treat the orphan honorably, and do not urge one another to feed the poor, and greedily devour the entire inheritance, and love the riches, loving them ardently. But no, when the earth is ground to powder, and when your Lord appears with rows upon rows of angels, and when hell is brought near that day, on that day will man understand. But of what avail will that understanding be? He will say, Would that I have sent ahead what would be of avail for this life of mine. Then on that day, Allah will chastise as none other can chastise, and Allah will bind as none other can bind. On the other hand, it will be said, O serene soul. Return to your Lord well pleased with your blissful destination, well pleasing to your Lord. So enter among my righteous servants, and enter my paradise. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Nay, I swear by this city wherein you have been rendered violable, and I swear by the parent and his offspring. Verily, we have created man into toil and hardship. Does he think that no one can overpower him? He says, I have squandered enormous wealth. Does he believe that none has seen him? Did we not grant him 2 eyes, and a tongue and 2 lips? And did we not show him the 2 high roads of good and evil? But he did not venture to scale the difficult steep. And what do you know what that difficult steep is? It is freeing someone's neck from slavery, or giving food on a day of hunger, to an orphan near of kin, or to a destitute lying in the dust. And then besides this, he be the one of those who believed, and enjoined upon one another steadfastness, and enjoined upon one another compassion. These are the people of the right hand. As for those who rejected our signs, they are the people of the left hand. Upon them shall be a fire that will hem them in. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, by the sun and its heat and brightness, and by the moon as it follows it, and by the day as it displays the sun's glory, and by the night as it envelops the sun, and by the sky and by him who made it, and by the earth and by him who stretched it out, and by the soul and by him who perfectly proportioned it, and imbued it with the consciousness of its evil and its piety. He who purifies it will prosper, and he who suppresses it will be ruined. In their presumptuous insolence, the Thamud called the truth a lie, when their arch-criminal rose up in rage. Then Allah's messenger warned them, hands off the she-camel and her drink. But they rejected his statement as a lie and hamstrung the she-camel. For that crime, their Lord rumbled down upon them, utterly razing them to the ground. He has no fear of its sequel. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. By the night when it enshrouds, and by the day when it breaks in its glory, and by him who created the male and the female. Surely your strivings are divergent. As for him who gave out his wealth for Allah's sake, and abstained from disobeying him, and affirmed the truth of goodness, we shall facilitate for him the way to bliss. As for him who was a miser and behaved with aversion to Allah, and denied the truth of goodness, we shall facilitate for him the way to hardship, and his wealth shall be of no avail to him when he perishes. Surely it is for us to show the right way, and to us belong the next life and the present. I have now warned you of a blazing fire, where none shall burn except the most wicked, who rejected the truth, calling it falsehood, and turned his back on it. But the God-fearing shall be kept away from it. The God-fearing who spends his wealth to purify himself, not as payment for any favors that he received, but only to seek the good pleasure of his Lord Most High. He will surely be well pleased with him. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. By the bright forenoon, and by the night when it covers the world with peace. O Prophet, your Lord has neither forsaken you, nor is he displeased. Indeed, what is to come will be better for you than what has gone by. Verily, your Lord will soon give you so amply that you will be well pleased. Did he not find you an orphan, and then gave you shelter? Did he not find you unaware of the right way, and then directed you to it? And did he not find you in want, and then enriched you? Therefore be not harsh with the orphan, and chide not him who asks, and proclaim the bounty of your Lord. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. O Prophet, did we not lay open your breast, and relieve you of the burden that had well nigh broken your back. And did we not exalt your fame? Indeed, there is ease with hardship. Most certainly there is ease with hardship. So whenever you are free, strive in devotion, and turn to your Lord with longing. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, by the fig and the olive, and by the Mount Sinai, and by this city of Mecca, a haven of peace. Surely we created man in the best mold. Then we reverted him to the lowest of the low. Except those who have faith and do righteous deeds, theirs is a never-ending reward. Who then can give the lie to you, O Prophet, about the reward and the punishment? Is not Allah the greatest of all sovereigns? In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Recite in the name of your Lord who created man from a clot of congealed blood. Recite, and your Lord is most generous, who taught by the pen, taught man what he did not know. Nay, surely man transgresses, for he believes himself to be self-sufficient. Surely, to your Lord is your return. Did you see him who forbids? A servant of Allah when he prays. Did you consider, what if he is on the right way and enjoins piety? Did you consider, what if he gives the lie to the truth and turns away from it? Does he not know that Allah sees everything? No, indeed. If he does not desist, we shall drag him by the forelock, by the lying forelock steeped in sin. So let him summon his helpmates. We too shall summon the guards of hell. No, not at all. Never obey him, but prostrate yourself and become nigh to your Lord. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Behold, we reveal this Quran on the night of power. And what do you know what the night of power is? The night of power is better than 1,000 months. The angels along with the Spirit descend in it by the permission of their Lord with all kinds of decrees. All peace is that night until the rise of dawn. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Those who disbelieved, be they from the people of the book or from those who associated others with Allah in His divinity, will not desist from unbelief until the clear proof should come to them. A messenger from Allah reciting from purified scrolls, in writings wherein are scriptures absolutely true and unerring. Nor did those to whom the book had been given split up until after the proof of the right way had come to them. Yet all that they had been commanded was that they serve Allah with utter sincerity, devoting themselves exclusively to Him, and that they establish prayer and pay zakah. That is the right faith. Those who disbelieved, be they from among the people of the book or among those who associated others with Allah in His divinity, shall be in the fire and will abide in it. They are the worst of creatures. With those that believe and work righteous deeds, they are the best of creatures. Their recompense lies with their Lord, gardens of eternity beneath which rivers flow. Therein they shall dwell, forever and ever. Allah is well pleased with them, and they are well pleased with Him. All this is for him who fears his Lord. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. When the earth will be shaken with a mighty shaking, and the earth will throw up all her burdens, and man will cry out, "What is the matter with her?" On that day it will relate all her news, for your Lord will have commanded her to do so. On that day people will go forth in varying states so that they be shown their deeds. So whoever does an atom's weight of good shall see it, and whoever does an atom's weight of evil shall see it. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Buy the horses that charge snorting, then raise sparks of fire by their hoofs, then raid by the dawn, and blaze a trail of dust, and penetrate deep into a host. Verily, man is most ungrateful to his Lord, and he himself is a witness to that. And surely he loves riches with a passionate loving. Is he not aware? that when whatever lies buried in the graves is overthrown, and the secrets of the hearts are laid bare and examined, surely on that day will their Lord be fully informed about them. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. The calamity. What is the calamity? And what do you know what the calamity is? On that day, human beings shall be like scattered moths, and the mountains shall be like fluffs of carded wool in varying colors. Then he who scales way heavier shall have a blissful life, but he who scales way lighter, his shall be the deep pit for a dwelling. And what do you know what that is? A blazing fire. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. The craving for ever greater worldly gains and to excel others in that regard keeps you occupied until you reach your graves. Nay, you will soon come to know. Nay, again, you shall soon come to know. Nay, would that you knew with certainty of knowledge what your attitude would lead to, you would never have acted the way you do. You will surely end up seeing hell. Again, you shall most certainly end up seeing it with absolute certainty. Then, on that day, you will be called to account for all the bounties you enjoyed. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. By the time, lo, man is in a state of loss. Save those who have faith and do righteous deeds, and counsel each other to hold on to truth and counsel each other to be steadfast. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Woe to every fault-finding backbiter, who amasses wealth and counts it over and again. He thinks that his wealth will immortalize him forever. Nay, he shall be thrown into the crusher. And what do you know what the crusher is? It is the fire kindled by Allah, the fire that shall rise to the hearts of criminals. Verily, it will close in upon them in outstretched columns. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, have you not seen how your Lord dealt with the people of the elephants? Did he not bring their plan to naught? And he sent against them swarms of birds, which smote them with stones of baked clay, and made them like straw eaten up by cattle. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Since the Quraysh became accustomed to the journey of winter and summer, therefore let them worship the Lord of this house, who fed them against hunger and secured them against fear. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Did you see him who gives the lie to the reward and punishment of the hereafter? Such is the one who repulses the orphans away, and urges not the feeding of the needy. Woe then to those who pray, but are heedless in their prayers, those who do good in order to be seen, and deny people the articles of common necessity. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. O Prophet, we have surely bestowed upon you good in abundance. So offer prayer and sacrifice to your Lord alone. Verily, your enemy alone has been cut off from the roots. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Say, O unbelievers, I do not worship those that you worship. Neither do you worship him whom I worship, nor will I worship those whom you have worshipped, nor are you going to worship him whom I worship. To you is your religion, and to me my religion. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. When the help comes from Allah, and victory is granted, and you see people entering Allah's religion in multitudes, then extol the praise of your Lord and pray to him for forgiveness, for he indeed is ever disposed to accept repentance. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Destroyed were the hands of Abu Lahab, and he lay utterly doomed. His wealth did not avail him, nor his acquisitions. Surely he will be cast into a flaming fire, along with his wife, that carrier of slanderous tales. Upon her neck shall be a rope of palm fiber. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Say, He is Allah, the one and unique. Allah, who is in need of none and of whom all are in need. He neither begot any, nor was he begotten, and none is comparable to him. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Say, I seek refuge with the Lord of the rising day, from the evil of all that he created, from the evil of night's darkness when it spreads around, from the evil of the women who blow on knots, and from the evil of the envier when he envies. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Say, I seek refuge with the Lord of mankind, the King of mankind, the true God of mankind, from the mischief of the whispering, elusive prompter who returns again and again, who whispers in the hearts of people, whether he be from the jinn or humans.